Today is a day unlike any other. Recently, each of you had to pack your things and take the subway out to a private location, an island off the coast of what used to be New York City, now known as Terminal City. On this private island rests the largest hero career school in the world, a place where talented youths enroll to become real superheroes. After being shown to your new rooms, unpacking your things, and dressing your rooms up, you went to sleep. It may have been peaceful, or it may have been restless. Regardless of how you feel about it, though, you wake up today, a day unlike any other, your first day of school. You quickly eat breakfast and head out to the school's auditorium along with everyone else, as there is a special assembly for the new first years. Once you arrive, you take a seat where you can, and you find yourselves here. And as you find yourselves here, just out of character, you can look around in the crowd, and if you find a token with a red dot on it, that is going to be one of your guys' tokens. So, you know, where's Waldo this?
That's the question.
I'm
Where
so
am
blind.
I? I see myself. There I am.
So blind.
Yeah, there are a lot of people here, though.
What a cast. I like the guy with the
Let me
bubble gum hair.
let me ping for you guys. Kai's over here.
Oh yeah, I got
You
it.
got Daco here. Nicole.
Thrown off guard. Because this is just like a real ass adult, and I thought they were just trying to blend in with all the children, but now they're in the front row, so it's fine.
Let's see. Chloe.
I
you're up
stand
here.
out so much.
Yeah, you're just sitting in the middle of a bunch of kids. And Will, you're up here.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me get this. So,
Wonderful.
shortly after everyone settles into their seats, a figure walks out onto the stage. Her long black coat flows behind her, and she's instantly recognizable to everyone in the room. Walking onto the stage before you is this character.
Oh my gosh.
So great.
It's the hero ranked at number 3 and the headmistress of this academy, Foresight. She makes her way out onto the front of the stage and in front of the microphone and takes it in her hand. As she starts speaking, her tone immediately calls everyone's attention to her. Good morning, students. The faculty and staff formally welcome you, the inaugural class, to the halls of Star Heights Academy. We here at the Academy are devoted to bringing together the super youths of today, aiming to educate and instill proper ethics into all that walk these halls. For those that are not familiar, I am this Academy's headmistress, Foresight. In attending this school, each of you will achieve something great. No matter which course you attend, each of you is here because of your extraordinary potential. When supers entered the world, and threats to our way of life began to appear every week, superhero became a legitimate career choice, with many being seen as celebrities. As such, you will likely recognize many of our faculty, as each and every one of our teachers is a professional hero poised to keep you safe and help you grow. I would like to formally introduce some of our faculty to you now. She turns to her right slightly, gesturing to the left side of the stage for the audience. One of our founding members and acting student counselor, Liberty Eagle. At this, Liberty Eagle walks onto the stage, followed by someone else. Alongside him is his right hand, sidekick, and another very special member of our team, Liberty Dove. And let me show you these characters now. Here is Liberty Eagle.
Very patriotic.
Very patriotic.
How'd we get through doors?
And his right hand here, Liberty Dove.
I like Liberty Dove's outfit.
She has a lot of
Oh,
fun.
it'd be heavy, but I'm strong neck, so it's fine.
But yes, while the crowd reacts in a variety of ways, the general audience applauds those that walk onto the stage with high energy. Next is my own right hand, the deputy head of this academy, whose hard work I can never show enough gratitude for, Mr. Thimble. And at this, you see this little man walk onto the stage.
Holy fuck.
Is that just a rabbit?
You all watch as a small rabbit in a tuxedo waddles up onto the stage and up towards the mic.
Joey out loud just goes, "Aww."
Yeah, you hear some awes from the audience. Forsyth steps out of the way so that he may speak.
Hello, students. It's always a pleasure to meet the new faces of our school. If you ever need anything, my door is always open. And feel free to stop me in the halls to say hello.
He happily hops over to his spot, and as everyone gives a little bit of applause, Forsyth continues. Finally, we have a very special guest who would like to share some wise words with you today. I am pleased to introduce to you top hero Colossus. When you hear this name, the crowd goes absolutely wild. The doors at the right side of the stage swing open as Colossus steps in and walks up to the stage. And let me show you this character. And I apologize in advance for some of this will be just a little bit slow. But here you go. So, Colossus steps in, waving to the crowd as she walks up to the microphone. Forsyth once again stepping out of the way so that she may stand forth and speak to you all. Her stride is absolutely confident, and her face is bright. She truly embodies the energy of a hero. She might not be in the #1 spot, but she's the second most popular hero in the world. As she steps up onto the stage, of course, as I said, Forsyth nods to her and steps aside, allowing her to speak.
Hey everybody! It's great to be here!
The crowd goes wild once again.
I'm always excited to get to know the next generation of heroes, and looking over your bright faces, I can tell you guys are going places. Like Forsyth said, each of you is bound for something great. I know a lot of you are here for different reasons, looking for different things, and honestly, while you're here, you may find that you want something different than you thought you did. And you know what? That's okay. Because you're not just here to be heroes, you're here to be teenagers. Now, because of that, things won't always be pretty. High school has tons of drama, you'll probably get into fights, and you might break some stuff and make some people mad. But I'm here to tell you that it's okay. Make mistakes so you can grow from them. And get to know your classmates, because you never know who's going to become a friend for life. You'll meet people that will get on your nerves, but you'll also meet people who will fight to the end of the earth for you. School's going to be hard, and being a hero will be even harder. But I know that each and every one of you can do it. Some days you'll feel like you can't. You might feel that way right now, but you can. The impossible is possible. All you have to do is make it so. The crowd erupts into applause once again, and Colossus looks on with a warm smile. Eventually, she nods to Forsyth and gives her the floor, moving to the back of the stage. When the applause dies down, Forsyth steps forward and continues. Thank you, Colossus, for your words of encouragement. Everything she said is correct. However, I wish to make some things clear in addition. Yes, you are teenagers, and things will go wrong sometimes. But there are rules for a reason. Each of you has received a digital student handbook with our rules and regulations. As up-and-coming heroes, you must not just know the rules, but follow them diligently. In attending this school, you are being held to a higher standard than you may have been at previous establishments. You are training to become professionals in various fields, and very importantly, to become heroes. Heroes are examples to all, so you must learn to become that example, to help those in need, to protect the weak with your strength. That is what our tagline means. To soar higher is to be better. You must exceed expectations, and you must strive every day to try and be better than you were yesterday. Ensure rules are being followed, lest the offender be punished. Such is the way this world works, to keep everyone safe. Now,
If you check your handbooks, along with the rules, you will also find a map of the school and the location of your homeroom class. When you are dismissed, head to your homeroom and you will be given your class schedule. Remember that the crime fighting, support, and technical courses are in different wings of the school. Some of the students around you begin pulling out their digital handbooks, screens lighting up and showing maps, just as she said. After a moment, she continues. With all of that said, have fun. We may be harsh at times, and you may find a teacher that you feel is harder on you than on everyone else. But we care about each and every one of you, and only want the best for you. Remember that. Once again, we welcome you to Star Heights Academy. Soar higher! The students in the crowd give a gentle applause in response. You are dismissed. And at that, the tense energy of the room kind of dies down, and very quickly, as soon as she says as you're dismissed, everyone starts to get up and move, grabbing their things and checking their maps, as they start heading out into the halls of this huge academy. And of course, all the teachers on the stage start, like, kind of getting together and talking about, you know, the first day's goings-ons. And...
Damage prevention. Damage prevention.
Yeah. So, let me get you guys squared away here.
It's okay to break things.
It's okay to break things. Okay, so we might get a lot of things broken today.
Yeah. First day, a lot of...
But yes, so... walking through the packed halls, some of you may head toward where your handbook says your locker is, and others may take a quick bathroom break or get a drink of water. Regardless of your path, eventually you all head towards your final destination. And the first of you to arrive is...
Oh.
one of our wonderful, familiar little faces here. It's Joey.
I was gonna say 1 5, I was about to lose it.
Let me get zoomed in here.
Looking around the class.
So yeah, as you're stepping in here, Joey, you actually see that a few of your classmates beat you here. So what do you do as you walk in?
Yeah. Well, I know this sounds silly, but a part of me thinks I was actually sitting by this person in the auditorium.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, so I like recognized
Yeah,
him.
you look over and you know that during the entirety of what was going on, he seemed like really rigid in his seat, and like he was like staring intently at the stage, like he was like listening and super excited but trying not to show it. And now he is like once again sitting very rigidly in his seat as the moth girl in front of him is just sort of gabbing away at him excitedly.
I kind of like take some steps. What kind of floor is this?
This is a carpet.
Okay, good. Take some soft steps, not clanging against the ground. That's nice.
You do see that the two people in the back of the class are kind of eyeing you as you come in.
I'm gonna ignore that real quick and slide into a seat.
And actually, it's perfect that you do that, because as you're walking past all the desks, you see that they have little nameplates on them that list last names, and the last name on this desk is very familiar to you, as it says Diaz.
Huh.
Yeah, so you
just lucky.
you slip into the perfect desk. It was made for you.
I'm so... Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw you in the auditorium.
He looks over to you, kind of shocked that somebody randomly started talking to him. Oh, hello there. Yes, we did sit next to each other, didn't we?
Yeah, you were on my right.
Yes, you were on my left.
So, is this your first day too then, I'm guessing, right?
Yes. We are a class full of first years in this Star Heights Academy.
Right, yeah.
I am sorry. I don't want to come off as, too anxious. I'm just very excited to be here.
No, yeah, it's really cool to see the classroom like this up and close.
Yeah, it is, it's quite the thing to behold. And, he actually kind of gets cut off, because very shortly after you arrive, someone else pops into existence at the front of the classroom. Out of a portal, you see this kid fall out.
He kind of stumbles. He kind of dusts his poncho off. He sighs. Bloody hell, that wasn't nice.
You see everyone in the classroom right now is staring at you.
He kind of gives a smile and a wave. He kind of gives like a 2-finger salute off his forehead as he like looks at the desks.
Yeah, as you're looking around at the nameplates, you see that none of the ones at the front seem to have any name that's familiar to you. But as you're moving along, you see that this desk back here just says Echo on it.
Which one, sorry?
This one behind Joey here.
Okay. He's like looking at each one kind of intently. He kind of bumps into this one by accident. Oh, oops, sorry. Sorry, mate.
That's fine. I just need to move my legs.
She like tucks her legs in under the desk.
His like when he sees you, Joey, his like eyes light up for a second. And he's
Her
like,
legs?
lowers his head.
I'd say her
You're-
feet just like clang together in like 2 water bottles, like just like clanging together for a second, and then she just like puts a hand on them and stops the sound.
For context, Chloe, let me pull
Yeah.
up. Have you seen an image of Echo?
Yes, you showed me it as it was being worked on.
Yes.
I love it. I
I'm
love
gonna
it so
repost
much.
that for everyone else. He goes to slide into his desk and he kicks his metal feet up on the desk and leans back in his chair.
As you sit down, this kid that's sitting next to Joey, that she was talking to, turns around and looks at you and says, "Now I know it's our first day of school, but the student handbook says we are not allowed to use our powers in the halls."
Oh, no, mate, I was just using it to get around. It's quicker that way. Sorry, I won't do it again.
"Oh, very well. I will not inform our teacher of this, but please do not do it again." And then he turns back around.
Are you one of those sticklers for the rules?
Yes, the rules are very important for heroes. And he turns back around. The girl at the very front has just kind of been watching you guys as you come to sit down, and she just gives you both a warm little wave and giggles.
Echo smiles and waves back. He has this shit-eating grin on.
You guys talk a little bit, just for a couple of seconds as you both are getting settled in, and another group of students manages to walk their way in.
Protagonist Terry. Oh.
Cotton candy.
Okay, I told you guys we would make it. No big deal. Yeah. Thanks for helping me out there. And they just kind of start moving off towards their seats, looking at the nameplates. Oh, hey, excuse me.
Kirby. Oh god, I'm gonna... Echo looks at him. He's staring intently at him, just utterly fascinated by his hair.
He kind of like looks over at you as you are, and he just like he gives you a little wink and a wave. He's like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?"
Good, mate. What brand of dye do you use in your hair?
I guess I should get that a lot more than I do. It's not dye. This is just kind of how it is.
Oh, it looks bloody fabulous.
Oh, thanks. Hey, sorry.
Oh,
I'll get out of your
no big
way.
deal.
Is this guy just made of water?
Yeah, you do see as this guy kind of like almost like a sort of slug goes along the ground. The bottom of his body, made of water, just trails along the ground, and the carpet behind isn't like soaked, but it's definitely got a layer of water to it as he moves by. And when he sees you, obviously, he kind of like specifically tries to avoid you, all things considered.
Yeah, Joey also is like,
He
Okay.
just mutters apologies as he goes by, and then he sloshes into his seat. And this is my seat. He kind of sits down calmly, looks at you, and just goes, "Hey, what's up?"
Oh, hi.
He just nods to you and
Just,
pulls out a journal and starts, flipping through it.
Joey's like starting to look at all the people quickly filling in and like looks back at the first person she was talking to, just to be like,
my name's, Joey, by the way.
"Oh, my name is Nelson. It's a pleasure to meet you." And he extends a hand, like, very rigidly towards you.
Echo.
Nelson.
and she like slowly shakes his hand.
He seems to have a bit of a tight grip, but it doesn't bother you at all.
I probably have a tight grip too.
He respects that. He gives you a smile when you give a firm handshake. Will?
Oh no, Echo. Just when he said his name was Nelson, Echo laughed.
He kind of gives you a side eye just a little bit and frowns, and then he stops shaking Joey's hand at that.
Echo winks at him.
He just doesn't look at you. And the door to the classroom opens once again, and this girl steps in.
I just kind of come in and kind of quietly look around and assess everybody who's come in and try to see where my seat is supposed to be.
Yeah, as you're walking along, you see all of the name tags down here seem to be the wrong end of the alphabet, and you would be over in this direction. And you actually end up finding your last name right behind Nelson.
Alright. I just kind of silently make my way over.
As you walk by the kid who is seemingly at least half frog, or at least, a frog person, he just sort of nods to you as you walk by, not really seeming to, like, try to stop you, but, just greeting you as you come by.
I nod back.
Echo, as she walked by, Echo gave, he has his feet up on the desk. He gives, a wave to her and smiles.
I awkwardly wave back.
What's wrong?
Just a new situation.
You'll be fine, mate.
I appreciate
Good
that.
No,
Right.
yeah, this is totally new for me too.
Yeah, me too, pipes up the water kid at the back. I've never really been anywhere before.
Hey, me either.
Whoa! He, lights up when you say that. And then, the doors to the classroom very suddenly open again. And, you see this girl strut into the room. And she doesn't look at any of you. She just kind of seems too good to look in your direction as she very quickly walks in, almost like she knew where her seat was, and she just sits down with her back to you.
Wow.
The moth girl at the front is just like, "Hey, hi, how you doing? Oh, look, we're gonna be sitting next to each other!" And she just puts her hand up and does not speak to her.
Mean.
I would lock eyes with Moth Girl after that.
She just kind of giggles to herself and looks at you and giggles again.
I guess that kind of makes me feel better.
Nelson just looks to that girl and says, "Now you should not be rude to your new classmates. Remember, people that we meet here," and she puts her hand up to him, just looks away, and his shoulders just sort of slump at that, and he goes to writing something on his desk. On a paper on his desk. Then, the door opens once again. Oh no! Did Kai just say he'd be right back?
No,
Okay.
I was just making a comment.
Yeah, here you are.
Okay.
You're walking into the classroom.
This shabby looking dude would just kind of lumber into the. We wouldn't lumber. You kind of
Shuffle.
Yeah, not even a strut. Not even shuffle. It's kind of like a creep almost. Kind of just creep into the classroom slowly. He'd look around and he'd bow, like a little half bow,
Mhm.
and he'd just say loudly, "Hello everyone, my name's Terry. I'm gonna be in this class with you all, and I'm looking forward to working with each one of you." Then he'd throw out the smile. No smile in the eyes, but he's smiling.
The frog kid just says, "Hi, Terry."
He wouldn't respond, and he'd just go look for his name on the desk. He sees them from the first two.
Mhm. Yeah, you're able to see that your end of the alphabet is over here, and you find yours in the very back corner of the class. As you walk by, the kid with the fun ice cream hair just sort of waves to you and says, "Hey, Terry."
Hello.
Just kind of lets you go. And you sit down in your seat, and, some people, now that we've got this many students in the classroom, are starting to sort of talk amongst themselves and kind of get to know each other, while others are sort of keeping to themselves.
Echo leans back in his desk, and he looks at Terry. He's like, "You cold, mate?"
Oh, no. I just like
Oh.
having pockets.
How many do you have?
2. Big enough for most things. At least things that are useful.
You know what a backpack's for, mate?
No. A bit cumbersome.
I can't really wear a
Yeah,
backpack, I kind of get it. But I guess I don't really need pockets, and I can just sort of store stuff in me. Pipes up the water kid once again.
Very convenient.
Yeah. It kind of hurts when I do it, though. So I imagine having pockets is pretty cool.
Do you breathe?
I don't know how to... And the door opens, and more students come in. This time it's these two. And, you know, very clearly, these two don't seem to know each other, much like the other groups you've seen walk in. But the girl at the front seems to be leading the guy behind her, who seems kind of lost. And she just says, "Here we are," and leaves him. He's just like, yeah, thanks. Didn't have to treat me like some lost kid at the mall. Whatever. He kind of does a double take at you, Joey, and then just, like, squints at you and keeps going. Oh.
Nice hat, mate.
Yeah, thanks, whatever. Kind of sits down and moves the rim of his hat so he can't see you.
Cheers.
Joey just kind of like avoids eye contact, and upon seeing some of like people having journals and pencils and stuff like that out, she's gonna like start pulling out some of her stuff so that she looks a little bit more ready on her desk as well.
And very soon after they come in, the doors open, and another big personality enters the room.
Oh, no.
Lily comes in, having probably spent a lot of time trying to look for exits first, and that's why she's late. Looks over the class, sees the only remaining seats are the ones in the front. Fuck.
You find your seat.
Well, which one's mine, I guess.
You sit down, and nobody seems to say anything about it. They're not looking at the front. They don't know who you are.
Echo looks over to Nelson, like, "Nelson, you're not gonna get on her case for swearing, mate."
He looks up and he just says, "What? Who swore?" And he stands up from his seat. Was it her? He points to the new girl. Hey!
Yeah, mate, it was her.
Wow, yeah, figures. Class full of superheroes. Someone here's a narc. Cool.
What? I wouldn't say that I'm a narc, but...
No, not you. The guy who snitched.
Ah, well... That's not a nice thing to call someone, especially someone who is trying to help us all follow the rules. I think you can learn a thing or two from him.
Shouldn't you be in your seat?
Runs off. Quickly gets in his seat.
Thank you, Nelson. You did a spectacular job.
I try my best.
I do a couple little claps for Nelson.
He brightens up at that. That seems to completely make him feel better.
Thank you, Nelson. Carry on.
And the doors open one more time as the last student comes in. And he just sort of has like he has a sort of empty gaze as he just looks over the room. And as he instantly spots the desk that's his and sees someone else sitting in it, he just steps over and says, "Hey, could you move? That's my seat."
I thought you said this was my seat.
Oh no, this one's your seat. I thought you explicitly sat in the wrong seat.
No.
Okay.
I asked which one, and as I started moving in, you're like, "Yeah, that one's yours."
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I think I was pinging in the GM layer. Yeah, then he just kind of walks in, sees his desk, and he just comes over and sits. And then he just sort of leans back, and he's built kind of big, but he doesn't really seem like the big muscly type. He's just sort of tall and a bit wide. So he whenever you look at him, it's like he's got this kind of energy to him. But everybody's in the classroom now, and you guys seem to have a minute before class is about to start.
In my little manual I got, do I know who my teacher is?
No, it doesn't seem like you have that information yet.
Does anyone know who our teacher is?
I do not know. I don't think we've gotten any sort of syllabus yet as of yet. And if we did get a name, I would know exactly who it is, as all of the teachers in this school are famous heroes. I'm actually very excited to find out which one will be our teacher.
Joey's kind of looking at the door, just like in anticipation in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Echo closes his eyes in the meantime and just puts his hands behind his head.
Yeah, so a couple of minutes pass as everyone's settling into their seats. A few guys, again, chatting idly. And it seems like maybe a couple of minutes after class should have started, very suddenly, the door to the classroom slides open. And you see... Give me just a sec.
The heck is it? This? Oh.
You see this man walk in. A tall man in dark gothic attire and a wooden mask struts into the room. As soon as he enters, everyone goes dead silent. He quickly walks to his desk, puts some papers away, and then walks to the head of the classroom. X these out. And as he heads to the head of the classroom, he sort of glances over you all. Makes eye contact with a couple of you. Nobody in particular, just sort of making sure everyone's here. And then he begins speaking. Good morning, class. For the next 180 days, this will be your homeroom, and I will be acting as your homeroom teacher. You may call me Mr. Nightwalker. Some of you may have heard of Nightwalker before. He started out as a vigilante before going straight and officially joining the Justice Bureau. You're surprised to see him as acting as a teacher, though. Nightwalker's movements are firm yet elegant as he stands at the head of the room, scanning you all with his eyes. Before we get into our daily housekeeping, there are ground rules for my class. Firstly, when I address you, you answer. Understood? Hesitating just a bit, the class responds with, Yes, Mr. Nightwalker. Do you guys answer too? No, you don't.
He'd say, Terry would say, Yes, Mr. Nightwalker.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Nightwalker.
Echo just says, Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Nicole?
I just do yes, Mr. Nightwalker.
Okay. So everyone in the class answers except for Lily. And he looks down at you and makes eye contact with you. And he just says, Understood?
Yeah.
Secondly, he looks back to the rest of the class. You are not to use your powers on school grounds unless a teacher specifically allows you to. Your handbook states this, but I am here to ensure you listen. If any student's powers are being misused or are out of control, I will personally handle it. Understood? Once again, more confidently this time, a majority of the class gives a resounding, Yes, Mr. Nightwalker. Good. And at that, the energy of the classroom lightens up very slightly. On with housekeeping, then. Every morning, you will find your way here and spend the first hour of the day here. Most days, I will have a morning lecture to do with hero work, school events, or current news. On days I do not have a lecture, you may use this time as your study hall. For the first week, you all will have assigned seating, as I have laid out here. If you're good, then I will revise the seating chart based on requests. Do not abuse this. Nightwalker then walks back to his desk, pulling out a tablet before moving to the front of the room once again, tapping away at it, and suddenly, all of your digital handbooks beep out with a notification. And as you pull out your student handbooks to see what's up, you get this.
Oh, no.
Oh wow, it's a whole class schedule.
Yes.
Have class.
Now, I have sent your class schedule to you. If you check your neighbors' schedules, you'll notice that they are the same. The classmates you have in homeroom will be the same in all of your classes. Since you're going to be spending a lot of time together, we're going to use homeroom to help you get to know each other. Nightwalker heads back over to his desk and sits down, his black coffee waiting for him. One at a time, as we move up each row, you will all come to the front of the class and give us your name and one fact about yourself. You may ask the presenting student questions if you wish, but keep them brief. Understood? Of course, yes, Mr. Nightwalker. He nods, and he looks over the roster on his computer screen before gesturing to the corner desk closest to his own. Miss Argax, you will start us off.
Oh, yes, sir! The moth girl sitting at the front giddily hops up out of her seat, skipping and fluttering her wings a bit as she sort of flies to the front of the room. He instantly is like, looking at her, just thinking, oh god, here we go. But yeah, she moves to the front of the room. And this is your first classmate. Give me a sec as I shuffle through our little paperwork here. Here we go. Alright.
Ah.
This is her.
Happy to be here.
And she waves all of her hands to the class and says, "Hi, everybody! I'm Triffany Argax III. And a fact being about me, I am to be an exchange student, from off-world. I'm not knowing much of Earth culture, but, I'm very excited to make plenty of friends. I am sorry if my English is not the best. Thank you very much, thank you." And she waves her hands and, giddily goes to sit back down in her seat.
Joey claps. Joey would be like the first to like start clapping immediately.
She kind of like...
Which makes kind of a different sound than everybody else's claps. I want to.
Yeah, people start clapping, and when you do, everyone stops for a second, kind of startled, but then they continue. And she seems very eager. She's like, "Oh, and she goes to sit back down. All right, next. The next student walks up to the front.
There's Nelson.
Yeah, and you get to meet our boy Nelson here. So, here's his art.
What a... No, he is exactly how I pictured him.
Yeah, he walks up to the class quickly as he's excited, but, like, kind of trying to stay a bit rigid and look professional. And he turns at attention to the class, and he says, "Hello, everyone! My name is Nelson Boyle. One fact about myself is that for years I have worked under the supervision of Ward." And you would all know sort of what Ward means when you hear it. Let me actually share this little handout with you. But Ward is essentially like the CIA or like the SHIELD of this world as an agency. So when he says that he's worked there, it's kind of a note of like, oh shit, really? But he mentions this with absolute pride, and he says, "I've worked under the supervision of Ward, specifically as a sidekick to the superhero known as Battalion, so I have plenty of battlefield experience that I'm sure will be valuable to all of you. If you are ever finding yourself at a time where you do not know quite what to do, please feel free to come to me and ask." And he, kind of stands there waiting for people to ask him questions like Mr. Nightwalker mentioned you guys were allowed to do. Do any of you guys ask questions?
I think Joey, in noticing this, would just be like, how long have you worked for Ward?"
He lights up when you ask, and he says, "Oh, plenty of years! You see, back when I was a child," and Mr. Nightwalker just says, "Nelson, we do not have time for your entire life story, if you could." And he kind of moves his hand as if to usher him along, and he says, "Right, well, for a very long time, since my childhood." He nods, and then he looks to the rest of the class, if they have any other questions.
No, when he said he worked for Ward, which is like the CIA, Lily just kind of like nods, just like, yeah, that checks from the little I've seen him so far.
Does anybody else have any questions for him? No?
Terry's gonna sit there and keep watching diligently.
Okay. Then at that, he just sort of nods and says, "Okay." And Nightwalker says, "Yes, thank you, Mr. Boyle." And he goes to sit back down, and, Nightwalker calls out, "All right, next." And the next person in line behind Nelson is...
That's me.
That's you.
I slowly walk up to the front of the classroom. And I'm like, hello everyone. My name is Alex Cruz, and my fun fact is, that I like to dye my hair different colors.
You get some nods of approval from the audience. Yeah, the kid in the very back corner that has like the ice cream hair color. He's just sort of nodding to you.
I nod that.
He actually raises his hand as he has a question.
Yes.
Hey, how often do you change your hair colors?
Probably 2 or 3 times a year.
Nice. Any?
Joey raises her hand too.
Yes.
What's your favorite color to change your hair to?
That's a good one.
I think this might be my favorite one so far.
Yeah, purple is pretty neat.
Thank you.
From the very back, the kid
dying.
made of water pipes up and says, "I do really like your hair. It's very pretty."
I smile and I'm like, thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Nightwalker looks to you and gives you a nod like, "All right, that's enough."
Alright, back to my seat. Here I go.
Next.
As she's walking back, Echo offers her like a fist bump with his ungloved hand. She wants.
I fist bump him back.
That wasn't so odd, was it?
I kind of like shake my head.
You're doing fine.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Nightwalker calls for the next student, which is our back corner of the class. It's another one of ours.
I sent you a Discord message.
Oh, you did?
Can you read it really quick?
Yeah, let me
before I
check.
do this? Yeah, I know you're on Do Not Disturb. Yeah, because like the question will insanely change what he's about to do. Ah, okay, cool, nice. Wait, so he wasn't told to?
No, you don't have to. That's not part of the terms.
Nice.
Ooh.
Aw, super cool. Terry would get up and like limber towards the front of the classroom. Hello, everyone. My name is Terry DeMontagne. I used to be a villain. It'll be fantastic working with you all today. Then you do another light bow. Any questions?
Some students in the
Lily
class.
raises her hand.
What, Deco?
Lily raises her hand.
Yes.
What crimes did you do?
I tortured people.
Everyone in the room reacts to that. Some students don't seem to care, but a majority of them are like, "Ooh, ugh." And our good friend Nelson stands up and says, "This is an establishment for heroes. Why do we have an ex-con here?" Nelson, sit down. And he sits.
I could explain, but that might take a while, and we do not have the time for that. But I look forward to working with everyone here and getting to know you all very well. You do another bow.
All right.
Maybe just walk off on his own.
I just sit there with wide eyes.
Echo like his like brows furrowed, like he's trying to process that.
Yeah, everybody takes a second, obviously,
that, by
like
the way.
except for Nightwalker. He's like, "All right, next student." And this girl at the front of the class with the shades stands up and struts her way to the front of the classroom. And she stands in front of your desk, Daco, and she just completely like looks over you. Like she pretends like you're not even there. And she just is sort of like looking at her phone, messaging on it. She just says, "Hey, my name is Priscilla Daughtry. Yeah, you might know the last name. My parents own the biggest fashion company in the world, Daughtry. Know you heard of it. Which, to all of you, you know that you have. That name is about as big, if not bigger, than like Gucci in this world. She.
Joey doesn't know.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't know.
Echo doesn't know.
True, actually, yeah, you also wouldn't know. But yeah, she keeps messaging away, and she says, "That's not my fun fact. Pretty much anybody with a couple of brain cells could find that out. I probably have more money than anyone else in this room will ever have. Yeah. Also, make sure to look up Mirage. You'll see just how much better I am than all of you, because I've already been doing this hero shtick for a while, so, whatever." And then she just doesn't give any time for questions and goes to sit back down and drops the smile that she put on at the front and just keeps messing with her phone. And Nightwalker is just sort of staring at her, but shrugs and says, "All right, next."
Him saying that is kind of what breaks like Joey's focus on that whole presentation. She's like, "Oh yeah, me. Okay. Sorry, excuse me. Pardon me."
Just gonna get through here. Okay. Hi. My name is Joey Diaz, and fun fact about me, this is my first time attending school. So that's pretty cool.
Hey, mine too, says the water kid at the back.
Yeah, so that's kind of it.
The frog kid raises his hand.
Yeah?
I don't know if this is a weird question because of, well, how old are you? Like, when were you, you know. He kind of, like, seems like he's trying to ask this question because he's curious and not trying to put you on the spot, but knows it's a weird question.
No, I mean, that's fair. Technically, there were probably periods where I was partially developed, so I was technically born, but I didn't have full function of my bodily functions yet. So I guess technically you could say that it like a couple of months, maybe weeks.
He's giving you like a soft look, like, you know, he that's kind of dawning on him of like, oh, that's like a big deal. But he just sort of nods and says, thanks. The kid.
So yeah, I'm really excited to be here.
The kid right behind him raises his hand with the big hat, and he says,
"Oh,
hey, so why are you even allowed to be here? You're not a kid."
Well, I am. I guess I technically am a kid. My consciousness is that of one. I will grow and change with time as well. I just have to, as I
Right.
take in new information and develop things.
Yeah. Okay. And Nightwalker.
She's like nervously starting to wring her hands a little bit as she talks.
During this interaction, Nightwalker just sort of like makes eye contact with the kid in the big hat and just says, "Lawrence." And he looks back at Nightwalker and just slumps in his chair and says, "Yeah, thank you. Whatever."
All right.
And she's gonna actually go back to her desk.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And Mr. Nightwalker stands up and says, "Before we go on, refrain from any antagonizing questions, or you will be sent to the principal's office on your first day." And he sits back down. All right, next.
Tear, like little water droplet on forehead.
Echo stands up. He takes his feet off the desk. He stands up. He walks over. He takes a moment to like give Joey a thumbs up as he passes and a smile.
She like kind of like nods at him, but like looks down at her desk.
Yeah, as Echo's going up, the frog kid also pats you on the shoulder and is like, "Hey, that wasn't cool. Sorry about that."
No, it's fine. I'm still figuring things out.
He nods to you and looks to the head of the class.
Echo smiles at everyone. He adjusts his goggles and he's like, "Hi everyone. My name's Echo. I not from around here. But fun fact. I guess that is my fun fact. Any questions?"
Everybody kind of looks to each other like confused, and the moth girl raises her hand and says, "Hey, hi. Where are you from?"
He kind of laughs and rubs the back of his head as he looks at her, and he's like, "Not from around here. Usually, far away."
I am too. I'm from another planet. Are you from another planet?
You can just say Australia.
What's Australia?
So you're not from Earth?
No.
Is there a base Australia?
Does that mean that you're from space?
Yeah. He kind of looks up and he kind of like as he's doing like the mental gymnastics, like It's complicated.
Well, I mean, I get that.
Yeah, everybody doesn't really seem to have any other questions for you as they're trying to ponder what you mean by that.
He just smiles and gives like a thumbs up and just kind of awkwardly goes to walk away.
And
he like face palms as he heads to his desk.
now that we've had you guys go, I did forget to show Priscilla, which is James's character.
Enemy.
Let me see if I can show it to you guys. It's not showing it for some reason. Oh, this is why.
Show your secret.
It's like you're a Terminator and you just like locked on the target designation.
Can I do that?
There it is.
There we
See
go.
it, see it.
Oh, holy.
Yeah, this is Priscilla Daughtry, girl that was at the front of the class a bit ago.
Serving looks.
Serving looks.
Very much so.
But yeah,
Her hair gets skipped, of course. It was bad.
Mr. Nightwalker calls for the next student, and the water student at the back of the class, like, hurriedly sloshes out of his desk and kind of, like, slithers along the ground. You know, he's obviously able to stand at, like, person height, but, you know, the bottom of his body is just water. He doesn't have legs. And he accidentally splashes you, Dako, with some water, and he goes, oh, sorry, I'm very sorry.
Touch anything.
Yeah.
Does he make the floor wet wherever he goes?
It's not, like, soaked, but it is wet.
Like damp?
Yeah.
Okay. So like water jelly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'll show him to you all.
Oh, what a...
And he kind of speaks up, because his voice seems a little bit weak, and he just says, "Hi, everyone. My name is Aiden, and I really like the taste of juice, but I'm not allowed to have it."
Why? Oh, raise his hand.
Yeah.
Why can't you have juice?
Next question, please.
Are you made of water, or is it something else? Like, is it just water?
I'm made of like a weird thing that attracts water, and it's kind of water-like, I guess.
Okay, so splashing onto my jacket, is that a problem? Do I need to wash my jacket with something special?
No, it shouldn't be an issue. It'll come right out. I'm so sorry.
Okay, and if it is an issue, who do I call?
Okay, thank you, everyone, thank you. And he like, splashes on you again as he rushes by you. And now, Mr. Nightwalker says, "Next," and you're at the front of the class.
Will you check your message? Ethan?
Yeah.
Slowly takes a few deep breaths. After that, I'm Lillian Fox. My fun fact is, I was captain of the volleyball team before I came here. Does this school have a volleyball team?
Do you look to Mr. Nightwalker?
Yeah.
He looks to you and says, "We have a variety of sports teams, yes." And when you say that you were the captain of the volleyball team, the kid in the back with the wild-colored hair, like, fist pumps a bit, is like, "Yeah, alright."
Something to look forward to.
You sit back down.
Joey would be like,
I like volleyball too.
Cool.
Next. This kid gets up and kind of hops a little bit and then gets into a walk to the front of the classroom. And you see this character.
Oh my god.
And he stands at the front of the class, and he just waves to you all, kind of lazily. Not like he doesn't want to be here, just, you know, he's just kind of chill about it. "Hey,
That is such a good last.
my name is Robert Frosby. So I know that this is all kind of weird, or at least I guess not really common, maybe more common here. I am half human and only half alien, but I've lived on Earth my entire life, so, you know, I am from around here." And he kind of looks to Echo, like, you know, kind of like making a joke, not at your expense, but just like, "Hey, you know, I am from around here."
Echo gives him like a smile
Yeah.
and a laugh. He chuckles.
He says, "My family's gone on vacation to our home world, but, you know, I'm an Earthling, so, yeah." And he just sort of stands up there just for like a lingering second to see if anyone has any questions. And do any of you?
I had one and I just lost it, so I'm trying to remember it because I feel bad.
Well, really quick, Triffany at the front raises her hand and goes, "Ooh, where is your home world?" "Oh, my home planet, well, my family's home planet is, Bogmas. It's in another system.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
And she sits back down. And then
I raise my hand.
Hmm?
I raise my hand.
He looks to you and gives you a nod.
So you're half alien,
Yeah.
not half, like, frog.
No, but they are very frog-like.
Are frogs aliens? Like that one movie where the dogs are all aliens, and that's the explanation. Never mind.
Well, to answer your question, no, frogs are not aliens. They're amphibians. And then he just kind of, like, gives you a level look for a second, and then he just looks back to the rest of the class with his big blank frog eyes.
Joey looks confused.
He looks to you.
She's like, just her mind is like the numbers meme, like floating around her head. It's like, are frogs aliens?
Amphibian aliens.
And Robert shrugs to himself and goes to sit down, giving everybody a little wave again. All right, next. This next kid at the back here gets up and kind of shuffles to the front of the room, keeping his eye contact kind of away from you guys and more at the floor. You see this kid.
Wizard.
Wizard.
He's more sure.
And he kind of keeps his hands in his pockets, and he's kind of like tightly wound in on himself. And he says, "Hey, I'm Lawrence Graham, and I don't know a fact about." Oh, he kind of lifts up his scarf, and then it starts moving and gnashing its teeth. My scarf is alive because I brought it to life using dark magic. Nightwalker just says, "Your powers are not allowed to be used in school." Well, yeah, I'm not like animating it. Pets are not allowed to be in school either. I'll allow this for now, but I'm going to have to speak to someone about that. Just don't let it bite anyone, I guess. Right, yeah, anyway. And he just kind of quickly goes to shuffle out from the front of the class to try and avoid being asked questions.
Echo's like, in his head, he's thinking, do I have a pet?
Alright, next. Move through those. And this person at the back of the class silently stands up and starts making some very timidly moved footsteps to the front of the classroom. Once again, her body language is kind of trying to keep to herself. But it almost seems like she's kind of like afraid to touch you guys as she walks up here. She walks up and you hear the breathing kind of resound out from the mask, and she says, "Hi, I'm Olivia Irwin. And she you can kind of see where her knees are starting to shake, but the rest of her isn't because she's trying not to, like, shiver in nervousness. And she just says, one fact about myself is that I'm not very good at talking in front of people. Okay, thank you." And she goes to sit back down. Nightwalker seems to approve of this and just shrugs. Alright, next. This kid just sort of stands up and steps to the front. Let me get his sheet up for you. Bam.
Never mind, I was wrong.
He speaks up and says, "My name is Gabriel Knox, and I'm probably the strongest person in this room. My powers are kind of unstoppable, so I don't know, just try and keep up with them, I guess." And then he just sort of shrugs to himself and moves to go sit down, unless any of you have questions.
What are your powers?
Oh. Well, and Nightwalker kind of just says, "We'll be going over our powers later. Do you have any more mundane questions?" And he just sort of shrugs at that.
Do you play any sports?
Oh. No, I don't really play sports.
Ah.
Anybody else have any questions?
No.
Okay. And he'll just kind of, not even give a shrug, he just sort of nods to himself and goes to sit back down. Next. And this girl gets up and strolls to the front. And she looks like this. So she
Oh my god, she's beautiful.
she walks up.
I love that first image.
Fashion.
The
I
style.
love her.
She walks up with a hand in her pocket and just kind of waves to you all. Says, "Hey, I'm Danny Lee, and I guess I really like doing artwork and stuff. I've had a lot of projects around the city that have gotten a lot of attention. So, that's just kind of the thing that I like to do. I guess I do my work anonymously, just kind of leave art for people. So, yeah. Anybody have any questions or?"
Echo raises his hand.
She nods to you.
What's your favorite words? What's your favorite thing to draw, mate?
I've kind of been trying to design a logo or something, because we're all here to be superheroes. And I've got something down, as you can see. Like, she's already sort of wearing like a rudimentary costume. It's less designed than in the image, but you can see that she's got like a logo on. And she says, I kind of finally came to this a couple months back, and I don't know, I kind of dig it. I like leaving it around. And Nightwalker is just sort of like giving her a level look at like the way that she's talking about her artwork, but just sort of like shakes his head and is like, it's not worth asking about it. And then she'll give a little snap, and in a bright flash of light, she's sitting back in her seat again. Everyone takes a second, and then Nightwalker just says, "Please refrain from using your powers in the classroom. Next." And this girl gets up and kind of like shambles to the front of the class. It seems like her head is a little heavy, like she's got a lot of weight to it. When you see her walk to the front, you see this character. "Hi, I'm Maya Nason. And people give me dirty looks in public. Often."
Why?
She looks at you and just kind of gives you a grimace, and just looks to the rest of the class and says, "Any other questions?" "No." Cool. And as she walks by, a few of her snakes just sort of like come towards you and like are like trying to like slither against you or like lick you or something. They just kind of all have minds of their own as she walks by. All right, last student. And the kid at the back of the class hops out of his desk and strolls on up to the front of the room. And this is who you see.
I love him.
This dude would help you bury the body.
He gives you a wave, and he just says, "Hey, my name's Evan Quarters, and I don't know. I guess you could call me like a sporty kind of guy. I just like moving around. I like using energy. I've played a lot of different kinds of sports, like basketball, soccer, volleyball." He points down to you, Lily, and he just says, "I've run track. Just kind of like getting out and moving around and exercising a lot." And then he'll give a second for if anybody wants to ask any questions.
Echo raises his hand.
He looks at you and says, "Yeah, what's up?"
What's your favorite one?
Oh, that is kind of hard. Maybe basketball? Maybe basketball. I'll get back to you on that if it changes, I guess. And he kind of gives a chuckle.
Cool, what's basketball?
Oh.
Why'd you
Yeah,
ask?
what is basketball?
Oh, right. Some of you aren't from around here. I'm sorry about that. So basketball is like, Nightwalker says, we have gym class for a reason. Oh, right, sorry. Anybody else have any other questions, or, anybody pipe up?
No.
Danny Lee raises her hand and just says, so, you dye your hair, or... Oh! No, I do get that a lot, though. No, this is just how it looks. That's how you were born with it? No, I guess it's a long story. Right, okay. And she just sort of sits back, and he gives you all a wave, a little bit of a wink. He goes to sit back down. And yeah, once everyone is done presenting themselves and settled back into their seats, Nightwalker stands up from behind his desk. You'll all get to know each other better as time goes on. For now, we have one more topic to discuss. The matter of our grading system. When Nightwalker mentions the grading system, a few students seem to get really excited for some reason, while a lot of others don't really seem to know what he's talking about. At Star Heights Academy, you'll notice that there are a number of mundane courses included in our curriculum. This is more common in your first year than in the latter two, but we must teach you the essentials before moving on to more intricate topics. That's not to say they won't serve you, however. Grading for those classes will be pretty standard, ranging from A to F based on whatever scores you receive for your work. However, that is not the only way you will be graded. And at that, Nightwalker picks up a small remote from his desk, clicking it and turning down the lights of the classroom. Then, what you thought was a blackboard at the front of the room sparks to life, a digital screen showing various statistics on it. Now, much like how professional heroes are given scores and grades based on the quality and quantity of their jobs, you too will be graded on your performance as a hero. He gives little air quotes with one hand. In your crime fighting class, gym class, and etc., you will be graded based on your physical performance, decision-making, control and accuracy of your abilities, and more. This will be compiled into a value which will be compared to your peers, creating what many alumni call the leaderboard. The screen changes, showing an actual leaderboard full of hero names. This is what the Justice Bureau and potential mentors will see. They will see how you stack up to other students, how good of a job you've been doing. When you finish mundane courses, your grades will be included in the calculations, which can significantly affect your score, positively or negatively. It doesn't look good if you have to retake the same course multiple times, after all. As you all look over the screen, you see some heroes who were better at smashing their competition, while others outsmarted their peers. But they're all up there, stacked up against each other as equals. Raise your score as high as possible so you'll be noticed. If you want to get ahead, you must aim to be the best. A little friendly competition never hurt anyone. So, outperform your peers and prove that you are the next #1 hero. You can't aim for anything less. Understood? A majority of students in the class respond passionately. Some, however, are much quieter than the rest. And you're all given a moment to just sort of absorb the vibe before he clicks the lights on, and the vibe goes back to normal. Good.
Vibe check.
For now, talk amongst yourselves. When the bell rings, you are dismissed. At the end of the day, return here for your crime-fighting class. That is all. He then sits back down behind his desk, entering information on his computer, and you all seem to have a few more minutes before the bell rings for your next class.
So we're gonna be ranked?
Who do you say that to?
I'm kind of looking towards Nelson.
He's like very subtly bobbing up and down in his chair, and he looks at you and says, "Yes, the leaderboard! I've heard much about it. We have a chance to prove that we are the best of the best heroes. Our class must rise above all other classes." And he fist pumps to himself.
Joey is like moving back physically
from him.
as he's like
Yeah.
as he's
That's what everyone
talking.
was doing too. He was like leaning back in his chair.
Triffany Argax at the front, Moth Girl, is just sort of like sitting and looking at him, just sort of like enthused by how energetic he is, and she's just like, man,
This does seem like it will be a very fun time for us all, does it not?
And she claps her hands, just like seemingly unaffected by the energy that he's giving off.
I'm like, it'll be interesting, that's for sure.
Very interesting! And then he just sort of starts writing down notes, like, excitedly.
I raise my eyebrows at him.
Yeah, he's just writing notes with his back to you.
Echo rolls his eyes and just sits on his desk. He leans on it, crosses his arms.
When you do that, Aiden at the back of the class just sort of like watches you move away and sit on the front of your desk, and he looks over to you, Terry, and just says, I mean, you were a villain,
Oh, yes.
and you said you tortured people
Mental.
mentally.
Indeed.
What does that mean?
Not one for mental work. I caused them great mental discomfort until they did what I wanted, or to achieve an end.
Oh,
Most of the time, that tended to be the same.
wow.
But oh, do not worry. I am on the path of reformation. I am no longer the person I used to be.
Oh, well, that's really good. And you see his face kind of form into a way where his eyes are like smiling at you, if you know what that means. You know, just like he can't smile, but you can tell he's smiling. And he just says, yeah, all of that stuff sounded pretty scary, but you seem like a really nice guy.
I appreciate that. And I am. He'd smile again.
He nods to you and seems very happy that you're talking to him. Meanwhile, with everybody else, what are you doing during this little not recess, but this little open amount of time you've got at the end of the period?
Is the carpet still wet, like on the ground?
Yeah, it's still a bit damp. It's nothing you have to be afraid of.
Yeah, okay, good. Glad it's not like puddles.
No. Just the surface is a bit damp.
Echo looks at Joey.
What?
Yeah. So you're like a full-on robot then, eh?
Yeah. Just gears and bolts.
That's fascinating, mate. He kind of leans in and like looks at you, like he's like not an uncomfortable pose, but he's just leaning in like as if he's like looking you over.
This kid,
Yeah.
Robert, kind of moves in and kind of raises a hand, is like, hey, come on, back up.
Echo
Yeah,
raises that. He leans back.
Yeah, I just pretend I function the same as everyone.
Oh, just the technology fascinates me.
Yeah, I definitely think it's cool too. I'm definitely like a miracle of science.
Nicole.
Joey kind of like at the silence at that like goes back into her seat.
Nicole, do you do anything during this time?
I kind of been listening into this conversation between Joey and Echo, and I just kind of lean in a little bit, and I'm just like, out of curiosity, if you don't mind, who created you?
Oh, right, yeah. You see, that's kind of like it's like up in the air, and kind of just like it's something that. Mr. Nightcrawler, can I go to the bathroom?
Nightwalker looks up and gives you a nod and just kind of keeps typing on his computer.
Yep.
As Joey's leaving, Lily just kind of wonders out loud, can she go to the bathroom?
I wanted someone. I needed someone to make that comment.
I don't even. Joey doesn't know which way the bathroom is, so she's just going.
Yeah, you get out, and a few minutes pass. People are talking in the classroom, and very quickly, the bell rings, and it actually is the end of the period. So you guys all start grabbing your things and moving out in the hallway. Joey, you have to like rush back to the classroom to grab your stuff if you have stuff that you're lugging around. If not, you always have your digital student handbook, which has a map of the school. And now that you have your class schedules, it actually tells you where your classes are. So at that, you all start moving along to your next class, which if you look at your schedules, is English class.
Oh, my favorite.
So let's all move into English class here.
Wonderful. Oh, our teacher.
So yeah, homeroom ends.
He's a tree.
Homeroom ends and English class begins as the school bell starts the first period of the day. Your teacher is a well-known search and rescue hero called Great Oak. Not much is known about their origin, but they seem to be mystical in nature. Let me show you your teacher here.
The flip caused me great mental distress. I was confused for a second.
The flip.
Yeah,
you
just like out
flip
of the room.
The classroom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've got good old Great Oak here. And yeah, as everybody's walking in and getting seated, Oak greets each of you with a calming presence and a warm smile. You get into the same seats that you had in Nightwalker's class, as the seating is once again arranged by last name, and Oak begins their lesson. Good morning, everyone. I am called Great Oak, and I have the pleasure of being your English and literature teacher this semester. It's going to be lots of fun. Every day, we will start class off with a 10 to 15 minute writing activity. Some days you will be writing entries for a journal, so do make sure to bring a journal with you tomorrow. However, other days we will be writing a variety of things, such as short stories based on prompts. Today, I want you all to pull out a sheet of paper and take 5 to 10 minutes to write a haiku for me. Your prompt is this. What does it mean to be a hero? When time is up, I will ask some of you to volunteer, one at a time, to read your haikus to the class. After a few of you do this, you will all turn your haikus in to me, and we will begin today's lesson. And at that, basically while Great Oak was speaking, everyone begins taking out papers and pencils and murmuring to each other about what they're going to write, and Great Oak just watches the class for a moment with a nostalgic smile before looking down to their computer and tapping away at it, one key at a time. So you have 5 to 10 real-world minutes to write a haiku in character about what it means to be a hero.
I'm so ready.
Echo leans over and goes,
What's a haiku?
Yeah, I also don't know what a haiku is.
A haiku is Nelson pipes up. A haiku is a poem that ranges from 5 syllables to 7 syllables to 5 syllables once again. Don't worry, it does not have to rhyme.
oh, good, thank you, Nelson.
No problem. And he gives you a salute and then starts writing away quickly.
Oh boy, time to write a haiku, okay.
And yeah, again, feel free to talk and just sort of chill while you guys are doing it, and then just verbally let me know when you have written yours down, and once all of you are done, we will continue with the class. And I'm actually giving you 5 to 10 minutes. We won't sit here for like half an hour.
This is actually hilarious.
Lily looks like she's about to lean over to Priscilla, then realizes who's sitting next to her, and instead leans over the other way. Because I, real human Dako, missed what the guy said the prompt was, so I'm just gonna have Lily lean over to her and be like, "Hey, this dude's voice genuinely was setting me to sleep. What's the prompt?"
He's like staring at a blank piece of paper, and he just looks at you and says, "What's a hero to you?" He kind of just shrugs and keeps staring at his blank sheet of paper. And then after like a moment of thinking after you spoke to him, he just slowly picks up a pencil and starts writing. You see at the back of the class, actually everyone in this back corner, at the top right, there we go, I can ping. Everybody up in this corner, you guys, if you're like writing and coming up with ideas, you hear like multiple things hit and drop to the ground, and then a slosh of water, and you all look back to Aiden as he's been trying to pick up a pencil to write with, and he can't.
Oh no.
That poor guy.
Oh. I give him like a supportive eye contact.
He looks back at you, and he looks like he's about to cry. The bottom of his body moves out from the desk and sort of engulfs all of the stuff he dropped, and it's sucked up through his body and dropped out of his hand onto the desk. and he very, very carefully tries to grab a pencil again.
I'm literally just writing this haiku right now.
You got a couple of minutes. You're all good.
I just realized, I don't know if Echo would be able to...
You can write. You can write.
No, I mean, something else. I'm just thinking. You're laughing because you know we're all scrambling to write this.
I know. It's very funny to me. We've got the ambience of like a classroom full of students, you know, just pencils tapping away at their papers. People are like trying to think of like a haiku, and they're all like, we only have a couple of minutes, we have to write a haiku about what it means to be a hero. What? But yeah, people are getting it done. Some people are getting it done faster than others. There are a few students that don't really seem to know what to write, of course. And Aiden, who just cannot pick up a pencil. He eventually realizes he needs to like make his hand into a ball of water and to have the pencil just stick out of it rather than trying to use his non-existent fingers. Like, he has fingers, but they're made of water, this poor guy.
Poor guy. Well, I've got my haiku.
Cool.
I'll get there. Give me a second.
You talk to anybody around you after you finish your haiku? Oh, you're done? Cool, that's 2. Yeah, do either of you talk to each other or talk to other people after your haikus are done, or are you just kind of sitting and waiting?
I'm
Terry
like,
just got
Okay.
I'm like wringing my hands together, like nervously thinking about having to recite my haiku to the class.
He sets his pencil down, and Nelson turns around to you and says, he kind of looks back to you to see if you're done, and he sees that you are, and you're like wringing your hands, and he says, "Ooh, do you mind if I take a peek?"
I kind of like, I hand it to him, but like hesitantly.
Yeah, DM me it in Discord.
Okay. All right, let me send that to you.
He'll give it a quick read over. He reads that, and a big smile cracks on his face, and he hands it back to you and says, "That's wonderful."
I smile and I'm like, thank you.
And he
Are you done with yours?
he says, yes, do you want to read it? Actually,
Yes, I do.
well, you handed me yours to read, I'll hand you mine. And he moves over and goes to hand it to you. Give me a sec.
Are you having to actually write one, or did you have one
I'm
prepared?
having to write one. I have ideas for the kinds of haikus people will have, but you just gotta give me a little secchi.
All right, I'm done.
Okay,
Joey puts down her
that's
pencil.
3.
What are we waiting for?
I did mine. I said mine in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, he never reads me.
Okay.
I'll be right back, though. I'm gonna run to the restroom real
Send it to
fast.
you on Discord?
No. You guys keep it for yourselves. And just kind of
Okay.
keep it handy. Will, I think, is just still writing, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm just finishing up. I'm on my last line.
Yeah, Nelson hands you the paper, and you see this written on it.
I nod and I'm like, that's very you.
he smiles, not taking it that negatively, and takes his paper back and just says, "It's a little short notice. If I had more time, I could write a whole poem about being a hero." And he smiles to you and just kind of turns back around. Okay, Will, are you about done?
Yep, I'm done.
Okay. Is everybody here?
Chloe went to the washroom.
Kai went to the washroom. Okay. Then.
I did.
Oh.
No,
Oh,
Chloe.
Chloe did. Okay.
If she
Where
did,
am
then
I?
I'm going to also real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Then I'm gonna. We'll be right back after a quick break. And now back to Star Heights Academy. Whoa! All right, here we are. Okay, so everyone has finished writing their haikus, and the 5 to 10 minutes pass, and Great Oak says, "All right, pencils down." Everyone, some people who were still writing set their pencils down nervously. Other people that are finished are already like, "All right, cool." And Great Oak looks around the room and says, "Now let's see. I will be picking you all at random. We will start with, you there, Echo." And he gestures to you, Echo. "Could you please start us off?"
Echo was like slowly doing the like, if I don't look at them, they won't pick me thing. And he kind of sighs. He gets up. Do you want me to come to the front of the class? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Shuffles forward. I can hear you laughing.
I'm laughing at what Chloe posted, I'm sorry.
It's fine. He looks down at his book. He's kind of thinking about this as if he really doesn't want to say his poem.
When you get up there and you look kind of nervous, you maybe glance back to your teacher, and Great Oak just smiles warmly and says, "Go on, it is okay."
He looks at the ceiling and just says "Kadesh," and then he goes, "Here for adventure, jumping through too many rings, from the world's unknown." then he just kind of closes his book with a slam.
And everybody, well, not everybody, but a number of students from the class give you a courtesy clap. And some of them do seem pretty interested because you've mentioned, you're not from around here, and this only piques their interest more. But yeah, people seem pretty interested in what you had to say. Great Oak says,
Joey claps pretty excitedly.
"Bong, bong, bong, bong!"
Yeah.
Great Oak nods and says, "That was wonderful. Thank you very much, Echo."
Yeah, he does kind of the curtsy bow thing. Just hurries back to his desk.
And he looks around and says, "Terry, at the back of the class, please come forward and read for us."
Oh, understood. Terry would get up.
He smiles warmly to you.
Lily is actually interested in hearing his haiku about what a hero means to him. He's the only one she will pay active attention
Here's
to.
hope. Simply another path. Perhaps a brighter future. I will pass judgment. And smile.
Some people in the class seem unsettled by this, while a few others give you the courtesy clap, and Great Oak nods and says, "That was very good, Terry. Thank you very much for your take on this." And he smiles to you warmly.
Do another little bow, and then you just go back to his desk.
Okay. Great Oak looks around the room again and says, "Miss Joey, would you please come forward and read for the class?" You do seem to notice that Great Oak commented for you to come forward when you averted eye contact.
Right.
Joey pulls the journal back out from her bag, like she already put it away after writing it.
Okay. Right. A seed planted here. What will begin in its place? The presence of peace.
People give you a good round of applause for that. And Great Oak smiles widely and just says, "That is beautiful, darling. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you."
Oh, thank you.
And he
She quickly walks back to her desk.
nods to you. And as you walk by, Great Oak looks to you, Lily, and just says, "Why don't you go next, Lillian?"
Sure. A hero is good. They do good or whatever. Can I go home now?
You hear a few snickers in the class. A few people giving kind of like slow, sort of deliberate claps. Like, yeah, all right.
Everyone's just clapping like normally. Like, he claps actually really loudly.
Nelson's just shaking his head in your direction.
Nelson is furious.
Great Oak just chuckles at that and says, "Thank you very much, Lillian." And after that, Great Oak looks around the class and says, "One more for us. Miss Cruz, would you please come to the front and read for us?" And Nelson looks back to you and gives you a nod, like a little thumbs up.
All right. I nervously walk to the front, holding my notebook.
You got this.
My haiku is: saving those in need, defending and rescuing, no one left behind.
You get a nice round of applause at that.
Start shuffling back to my seat as quickly as possible.
Echo gives a little clap
Oh.
with everyone else and just says,
Yeah, Joey
"Go on."
claps too here.
That rules.
Yeah, Great Oak gives a little clap and just says, "Beautiful darling, thank you very much." And as you go back and get seated, Great Oak stands up and says, "Now, if you could all pass your haikus to the front, I will collect them, and we may begin class." And everyone starts passing their papers up to the front. Do any of you have anything to say to each other as you're passing your papers up?
Echo looks back to
To Aiden.
he looks back and he's like, do you have a paper, mate?
And he goes, "Yeah, here." And he extends his arm and there's mush. And he goes, "Oh, no."
Oh no.
Oh, he looks
Poor
actually
guy.
sad, but he's like, no,
No.
it's fine, mate. Here,
yeah,
just hand it over.
Okay. And he splashes it into your hand very gently and just says, "Oh."
He like shakes his hand out as he takes it and just does the. But he tries to like keep them separate because his is wet.
No, it's not just wet. It is like if you drop a piece of paper in a wet bucket and then take it out, and it's like dissolved entirely.
Oh.
He still keeps them separate, and he like hands them forward to
You
Joey.
have one hand with an actual sheet of paper, and the other is a fistful of mush. This won't kill you.
Joey like carefully grabs it with like her fingers and is like, "All right."
Take it, don't do it.
I like put my paper with yours and start to pass them forward.
Here you go.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Once the papers get to the front, does Great Oak come around to take them from us, or do we have to get up and bring them to them?
Great Oak's coming to take them from you.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And Kai, you hand your paper off to Nicole. Nicole, you hand your paper up to Nelson. And he just gives a thumb up and says, "Very good. A chivalrous hero you're going to be. I can just feel it." And yeah, you guys pass your papers up and English class begins. And you know, it goes pretty normally. It is your standard school English class. And you know, the amount of time passes for your period before you are moving on at the sound of the bell to your next class. We'll find ourselves in here. And once again, you know, the seating chart is the same. It's all arranged by last name. And a second period rolls around. You make your way to Mr. Manchester's class, aka Golden Fiber. He's actually a pretty famous hero since he's been doing work since the Silver Age. Let me show him to you. He's been around for a while. Here he is.
What's his power? What does he do?
So what you guys know is that, so they say, quite a long time ago, back in the Silver Age, a meteorite landed down and was carrying with it some sort of strange alloy that he was experimenting on before he found that he could make a sort of psychic connection to it and control it with his mind. And after finding out he could do this, he was able to develop it into fine strands that are able to create the suit that you see in this image. So he basically just has control of this suit and what it's made of, and it also kind of gives him, like, psychic augmentation sort of powers. To this day, no one's exactly sure of what it is, and it just seems to be some sort of strange meteorite that formed back, in some weird cosmic belt out in the corner of space.
Okay.
And back in the day, he was higher up in the ranks than he is now, because he's sort of lowered in the ranks a bit since he's been focusing on his work as a teacher. But after introducing himself to the class, as he gives a formal, more normal introduction for a math teacher, Mr. Manchester goes on. Some of you may struggle to see the use of mathematics when it comes to crime fighting, but it comes in handy when applied properly. Throughout your first semester, we'll start with geometry, before moving into trigonometry next semester. When you kids reach your second year here, you'll be moved into physics. Now, I want to hear from a few of you. What are some ways you could see these skills being useful on the job? And if none of you raise your hand, I'll start calling on people. At the front of the class, Nelson is the first one. His hand shoots up in the air. Mr. Manchester points to him and says, yes. And Nelson lowers his hand and says, mathematics can be incredibly useful on the battlefield. Being able to calculate the angles of various projectiles, you can utilize the space around you very efficiently. Is that you, Chloe?
Yeah, that was an accident.
Oh no, I thought you were clapping for Nelson. Yeah,
Oh no.
Mr. Manchester just nods to him and says, yes, that is a very effective use. And he looks to the class to see if anyone else will raise their hands.
Joey, slowly raises her hand.
Yes, Joey.
I can use math to calculate how fast I need to go in order to catch up with the bad guy, or in order to save somebody.
He points at you and says, yes, that's also very good. Thank you, Joey. And he looks around, seemingly, he's just kind of looking over to see if anyone else is brave enough to raise their hand. Do any of the rest of you?
Echo's dodging this. He's looking to the side.
Has none of you raised your hand?
Terry would stand up.
Oh, okay.
10.
Yeah, he gestures to you.
Seemingly hard facts like math or statistics can be used to lull people into a false sense of security, which you could take advantage of.
He takes a beat at that, and he says, I suppose so, yes. That could be another very good use. And, he looks around the class one more time and sees that nobody else is really raising their hand. And he looks to you, Lily, and says, Lillian.
Yeah?
What's one way you could see mathematics being useful in crime fighting?
To, figure out how much to tip.
You hear some laughter in the class. And Mr. Manchester just says, ah, right. Well, in any case, using all of these skills, you may or may not be doing intense calculations on the battlefield, but it can help you learn how to best utilize the space around you. Today we're going to be starting in Chapter 1, so if you could all turn your digital textbooks on and go to page, and at that, something happens and he gets cut off. And you hear? The school's fire alarm starts going off. Oh god.
Oh no.
God, not again.
And
as
does this happen?
as the ringing is going on, it's kind of loud enough that when you try to speak, you're deafened by it almost. And out in the hallway, you actually hear other kids shouting about a fire and running by. I'm sorry! I can't turn it off! I'm sorry! Oh my god! Bro, just chill out and stand still! Stop, drop, and roll! And through the windows, you can see above the shelves to your right, you watch as one kid runs by, his body just coated in flames, while another kid chases him with a fire extinguisher. And they just bolt down the hallway. And close behind them, from further down in the hall, you see some lights flashing as you hear, "Boys, stop right there!" And an adult man, whizzes by, flying towards them in a rigid pose, with what looks to be police sirens going off on his shoulders. Let me show you this man.
Monitor.
What a chat.
The hall monitor.
Okay.
The monitor.
By the way, he is floating in this pose and flying around in this pose.
I love
He flies after them in a rigid pose, with what look like the police sirens going off as he disappears down the hallway after the two students that were running around. And at this, Mr. Manchester, exasperated, just sighs and quickly ushers all of you to the door. Okay, everyone, quickly line up and follow me outside. And before you know it, you all are lined up, filing down the hallway, and you're all waiting outside for the fires to be put out.
Outside. Ooh, looks like she really wanted to go see what that fucking dude ended up having happen.
Yeah, no, it seems like you're ushered away from the actual activity, sadly. But yeah, you guys are waiting outside, and based on what you hear from other students around you, events like these seem to be a pretty regular occurrence. But eventually, it's lunchtime. Time skip.
Really good.
Outstanding image.
Here we are. Let me adjust our cam a little bit.
That was so quick. That was very fast.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's how it goes. You guys are waiting for the fire to go off, math class, whatever. And lunch is next.
Oh no. I just mean Kai's meme creation was
Oh, that is really good.
that was fast.
Oh god. Okay. Alright, so
Oh my.
after wading through the halls once again, you make your way to the cafeteria, which is now packed with students and faculty alike, the bustling and chatter of which fill the room. You see multiple windows with different choices of main dishes and sides that you can have for lunch, and as many of you, as you and many others file into a line and trudge along, you're thankful that all of the food actually looks pretty appetizing. Additionally, it seems that a few specials are being served at the island counters in the middle of the room. Once you decide on what you want to eat from a culturally diverse set of choices, including some dishes from alien planets which might not be too appetizing to you specifically, you're given yet another choice. Where do you guys want to sit for lunch?
Oh, this is like fucking. What's that
Oh,
one game?
God.
Game Simulator Monster.
Oh yeah. This is so fantastic. I'm living for this right now.
I'm gonna
That's
sit
bait.
with this little table right here next to Triffany.
Okay. What about the rest of you?
I'm thinking.
Oh, dude, no. Terry's gonna go sit beside the person with the best last name, Robert Crosby.
Okay.
It's not even a question.
Huh.
I guess
Looks
he's gonna
like-
sit there.
She like scans the everywhere and is like,
Looks like a lot of us are filling in here.
Yeah. Let me zoom in since we're all thankfully at the same table. Get right in here. And yeah, you guys all start sitting down. Alex, as you sit next to Triffany, she seems giddy and eager to see you. She's like, "Oh, hello! Oh, I didn't get to say, I love your hair."
Thank you. I like yours too.
Oh, yes. Thanking you very much. And she claps a little bit. And Terry, you sit down next to Robert, and he gives you a nod and says, "Hey, what's up?"
Nothing much.
He gives you a nod. Not much except for the fire earlier.
That wasn't much either.
He gives you a shrug.
Kinda
He's like,
wild though that it happened on the first day.
I guess it's to be expected, huh? And with Lily and Echo, Lily, you come over and sit down first, and then Echo sits down next to you. What do you do?
Yeah, Lily was excited to sit next to Evan, being the person she has analyzed to have the most popularity potential outside of herself, and the end.
Yes.
And then was disappointed when Echo sat next to her as well, because this guy snitched on her.
Echo looks to you too as you sit down and waves and is like, "Hey, what's up, guys?"
Echo.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. Evan does. I'm sorry. I'm taking over your character. I'm gonna run him into a creek. Evan looks at you. He's like, "Hey, what's up, guys?" And just kind of greeting you as you sit down. And yeah, you guys have lunch at your command. I'm giving you real lunch period to just sort of talk and role play as you please.
So, what do you guys think of our homeroom teacher, right? I mean, I can't be the only one that thinks he's like a little bit creepy.
It's weird to see an adult who hasn't grown out of their goth phase.
Evan sort of chuckles at that, and Robert just says, "Yeah, we're bound to see some personalities here."
He's not so bad. Could be worse. I've seen a lot of weird people where I'm from.
Triffany just says, "Oh yes, by the way, where is the place that you are from?"
Echo looks down at his burger. He's like, this is a nice burger.
I'm like, you know you're gonna have to answer us one of these times, right?
And Nelson stands up and says, "Clearly this youth is distraught by all of these questions. We should not pressure him to tell us, unless he absolutely wishes to." And then he sits back down.
That's right, Nelson. We definitely shouldn't pressure anybody to talk about things like powers or where they're from or anything like that.
Yes! And then he bites into a hot dog with like, energy.
Well, if you want, I can give you a peek of it. And he licks his thumb.
What? What do you mean?
Echo kind of looks around if any teachers are looking.
So at the left and right, you can see the exits of the cafeteria. And at the exits of the cafeteria, like basically to the general left right now, you see a teacher in a cloak and a strange blue outfit that almost seems to be made up of like various tiles. And she just sort of seems to be scanning over the cafeteria and watching. And over to the right here, you actually see two teachers, Mr. Manchester and a smaller person that seems to be a teacher, given they are in like a full like superhero sort of outfit. And he just seems to be talking to her and gesturing to all of the students in the cafeteria, with her nodding along and taking some notes.
So Echo's gonna do something kind of covert.
Okay.
He's gonna take his, like, because they come on lunch trays, I assume.
Yeah.
He's gonna lift the lunch tray up so it kind of makes a wall.
Okay.
Like, to them. He's gonna kind of angle it, like, I guess, like this. And then he's gonna put a little portal, a little one, a tiny one, like a peephole, about the size of one's fist, right on the lunch tray, and then show it to them.
Okay.
To the world where he's from.
So what you're wanting to do is, so you're making a portal in your lunch tray so that people on either side can see through the portal to the other side. I get you. It's a good thing we already talked about how that works.
Yes, it is.
Let's see here. This is a pretty covert little operation you're doing. So you make your little wall, and there's a tiny little ring, and everybody just sort of like leans forward and to look into it, trying to see what they can see. And you guys all look in, and through this ring in his tray, you see an expansive, sort of ruined desert. And it almost looks like it's on an alien planet or something, because the sky just looks vastly different from here. And Triffany just says, "Oh, is this your home world?"
Yes, and he gives like a nod and a smile.
"Oh."
And he kind of like shows around as like he's doing show and tell, like letting everyone take a peek.
She claps and says, "Oh, very good."
How charming.
How do you have the accent then?
What do you mean?
Frosby,
Right.
when you ask that, Lily, and you're just kind of looking away, you see Frosby nodding to you like he was wondering the same thing.
You cut out immensely.
When you like asked that and just was like, never mind, and you look away, you see Frosby just sort of nodding along like, yeah, what? But he also just decides not to ask.
He then
Nelson stands up and walks around to you, and he goes to grab your wrist.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Echo shuts the portal the second he comes around. He knows what he's gonna do. He's gonna go to try to like dodge the wrist grab.
You kind of like weave your arm out of the way for a sec, but he very quickly then just grabs onto your forearm instead of your wrist, and he says, "We're not allowed to use our powers in school. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to go speak to the teachers about this one." If you don't come with me, I'll go alone, and that will just look worse for you.
I'm gonna get
Okay.
up. Hey, Nelson.
Hmm?
Nelson. Listen, I hear exactly where you're coming from, and she like starts lowering her voice. But the thing is honestly, both of us are really new to this world and this place, and it's not normal for us to not use our powers. Can you just like give him one more chance? Just one.
Oh,
We don't really understand things yet.
and actually, let me look at you.
Yeah, I'm trying to use my trait.
Yes,
Which is that I am acting clueless, goofy, or confused to get out of a sticky, mundane situation.
yes. Yes, so... yeah, not from around here. So
Yeah.
what you can do here is click to roll your freak stat for me, the little die next to freak. And we'll see how that goes.
All right. Oh, situational bonus / penalty is what it's.
You can just leave that.
0?
You can leave that.
Got it.
Ooh,
Oh no.
our first roll, and it's a good one. Okay.
Eeh.
So, yeah. When you say this, it seems like he like sort of wants to hear you out, but he shakes his head and he says, "No, it does not matter that you are not from around here. You know very well that we should be following the rules, as Mr. Nightwalker and Headmistress Foresight were saying. You just want an excuse to start breaking the rules, don't you? In that case, maybe you should both come with me." And he grabs onto your arm too, and he tries to like tug you guys along with him. And you guys actually notice, for as nerdy as this guy is, he is weirdly strong.
Oh no.
He'll try to dig in his feet, only though his feet are slippery, so he can't really dig in his feet to stop.
You notice yourself very easily hefted up as this strong lad just starts walking, and you guys are being like pulled behind him.
Yo, what's Nelson's superpower? The ability to kill the mood?
Do you say that out loud?
I mean, yeah, I said that.
Okay. He stops and he lets go of them and turns around and is like, "What? That is not my superpower." And Evan's just sort of chuckling and is like, I mean, you know, it's not like it's a big deal, man. Come on." And, you know, Frosby's also just sort of chuckling across from you. Triffany doesn't seem to understand what you said means, but is just smiling happily.
I love her so
My superpower is not to kill the mood. I do not kill anything. My superpower is, well, it's complicated.
Isn't it always?
So are ours. And we should probably, like, just keep talking about that.
Well, you cannot use your
going to talk to
superpowers
a
in school.
teacher.
It is a rule.
Nelson, my friend. And he goes to put his hand on Nelson's shoulder.
Yes?
I will not. And everyone behind Echo can see the back. He puts his other hand, his gloved hand, behind his back and twists his
Like crosses his fingers.
wraps his finger around his shoulder. He's like, I will not use my powers. I promise.
Well, he kind of looks to you, Joey.
You know, I mean, this is actually really good, because instead of going to the teachers, you're able to take leadership in this and teach us the right way to do things.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you, Nelson.
He perks up at that, and he's like, "Well, yes, I do suppose so. Yes, it
You're gonna be a really good hero, and I'm gonna, like, start trying to walk back to my seat.
yes, a very good hero and a good leader indeed. Yes." And he kind of like pep talks himself as you all go to sit back down.
As Joey sits down, Echo gives her the look like, thank you so much.
Yeah, Joey's like just nodding with like still really big eyes, honestly. She can't believe that even just happened. That she like stood up like that.
So,
Well.
yeah, as you guys sit down, Evan's just like, "So, I mean, yeah, that place looks pretty cool. So, when you say you're not from around here, you're like really not from around here. That's kind of cool, man."
It's terrifying. There's giant snakes that want to. Well, I guess they're kind of like snakes. Sand creatures that want to eat you at every turn.
Oh.
Yeah, there's birds the size of buses.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Dang. I mean, that kind of sucks. Guess we're glad you're here. It's bound to be a lot safe. Well, bound to be a lot safer here specifically. I guess Terminal City's not crazy safe with everything that goes on, but I mean, hey, there are plenty of heroes to deal with it. So, and someday we'll be set to deal with it. So hey, he starts munching on his food.
Yeah, Echo gives him a nod. Like, yeah, thanks. What defines a pet exactly?
Everyone just sort of looks at you, and Evan's just like a dog, or
No, because there's like companions and stuff.
You just Google it, dude.
I don't know. What's Google?
It's actually a really helpful tool.
Kind of scratches the side of his head.
Information database.
So like Spark then.
Like Spark? Like Spark nodes?
No. Kind of shuts up.
Ethan, can you check the message just one more time?
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm loving everybody's characters, by the way. Just like looking at the art and stuff. I'm really digging.
Echo's like eating his burger quietly. He's like looking at it intently.
There you go. But yeah, when you shut up about that, Will, Robert is just sort of looking at you, and he's just like, "You're a mysterious guy, huh?"
The gauntlet. He chuckles and like raises his hand and like wiggles it.
He just kind of shrugs and keeps eating.
Joey just kind of like adjusts her thrusters on the side of her head.
Yeah, you guys all take a minute to eat in a little bit of silence after that, and
What is everybody eating?
Burger.
I'm gonna say tacos.
okay.
Sandwich.
Yeah, Triffany seems to have like a bowl of what looks like Lion King level bugs, like they're really colorful and big, and they're just sort of squirming around as she eats them live. And she says, "Oh, it is a delicacy on the worlds around my own. Would you be liking some?"
No, thanks.
Oh, they are
Yeah.
they are tasting very good.
Oh, I'll take one.
Ah, yes. And she grabs like a couple and hands them over to you.
Echo takes them. He's like, "There's a trick to eating these. You gotta eat them head first, so they know which way to crawl."
She claps and says, "Oh, you are the very knowledgeable one, yes?" You guys watch as
he
he
takes a big old bite of
you guys
not even
watch as he
big.
is down.
Joey is kind of grossed out.
You see Frosby is just having a hamburger as well. Nelson is, as I said, Nelson has got like 3 hot dogs and he had already munched down one and he's going off after a second. And Evan here, what do you have, Evan? You've got like a smoothie and fries and a slice of pizza. There you go.
Lily's just eating a salad.
Nice. Yeah,
Also, I'm definitely looking at the bowl of bugs that Triffany is eating, and then to Frosby, and back and forth. Like, how is he not eating all of that?
Yeah, they just both seem to be enjoying their meals, not really aware of the irony of this.
We're crunchy, these ones.
Oh yes, they have been cooked right well.
Oh yeah, the ones. Oh, the legs get stuck in your teeth.
Oh,
Oh, gosh.
oh, I do apologize. That is less of a problem for my species. We have a little more control with that. Yes?
Yes, that's kind of
And
confusing.
she just smiles at you pleasantly.
He smiles back like, oh, what did I
Why
say?
do I imagine she's like smiling pleasantly, and then when she opens her mouth, she has like the little moth talon thingies, and she's just like,
Yeah, she does. She does.
you know what I'm talking about though? Because a moth's mouth is like these little pincher kind of looking things
Terrifying
next. Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Mhm.
It's.
She has a very similar way of eating to moths on the inside.
Well, he coughs and kind of he picks he's like busy just like, he gets the little bit of leg out of his teeth, and he swallows. Well, I guess I don't mind. Do you guys want to meet Spock?
Yeah, Robert's like, were you like on Star Trek?
Spock, not Spock. Like,
What?
Oh, Spock, not Spock, yeah.
no, nah, you're funny. And then he goes to just gently tap his one earring on his side.
Yeah, as you do that, you guys see as the earring sort of lights up for a second, and a small blue, what seems to be like a sprite, comes out, almost looking like it's made of a little bit of like blue fire or something. And it just sort of tinkers around his head, twiddles through the air, and it like taps his nose and then looks around to everybody, and then quickly jumps down and hides in his in the furry collar of his poncho.
I'm immediately looking at Nelson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fascinated.
Oh, you guys are looking at Nelson to see what he thinks.
Yeah.
I'm checking to see if Nelson is gonna have a reaction.
Nelson was eating a hot dog, and then he looks up at you guys looking at him. It seems like he didn't see it. He's like, yes? Did something happen?
Oh, nothing.
Do I have something on my face?
No,
No, you-
Echo like shoves Sparkle lower into his coat or his poncho and just says, nope, no.
Do I have ketchup on my face? He starts like feeling his face.
Alright, so
No.
Nelson's power is not super perception.
Well,
Worry not, Nelson. Your table manners are impeccable.
oh, yes, thank you very much. I try very hard to be, well, good at the table, yes. And Evan just sort of watches him, go to town on this last hot dog, and he just shakes his head like, alright, and looks back to you guys and says, so we're supposed to be doing our first crime fighting course today. What do you guys think we're going to be doing?
Oh. I guess I'm not too sure. I didn't think about it. I was kind of interested in the government and law class that we have.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's something we probably gotta do since we're learning to be heroes and all.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of boring.
Echo, oh god, that's gonna be anything whenever both of you guys are in the scene. Evan just sort of shrugs and he's like, yeah, you know how it is. Kind of like trying to put some sugar on it for Joey. But it seems like he's clearly not like very interested in the regular classes.
Yeah.
But he's like, I mean, still though, with crime fighting and all, I mean, you guys think they're gonna be having us like fight something on the first day, or like fighting each other, or?
Well, I mean, our teacher did say that we'd be discussing and possibly maybe showing our powers later, so maybe it'll just be kind of like something like that, kind of like the icebreaker.
I guess that makes sense. It's just hard to tell. I've never really been in a crime fighting class before. He puts little air bunnies around it and just says, I can't really imagine. I mean, we haven't really gotten training yet. Maybe this will just be the start of that. I don't know. And he just sort of finishes
It
off,
is the first day.
finishes off his piece of pizza. And you guys can go on with what you were saying in response.
It is only the first day.
Yeah, I don't think they'd start out too intense.
Well, I mean, Mr. Nightwalker is pretty intense. Who knows what he's going to be having us do, I don't know. It's just interesting is all I'm saying. But I guess I'm excited to get out of the school anyway and move around. It's better than sitting in class for, what, half an hour, an hour? I don't know.
No, it's definitely gonna be fun.
And Triffany claps a little bit and says, oh yes,
I'm very excited to be getting out and showing all of you what I can do. Or, well, maybe I would not be allowed to do such. I don't know. It will be exciting to see. Save the citizen from sky high.
Harry just finishes like an apple juice Tetra Pak, like a slurp sound. He crushes it. Pushes it to the side.
Every time. Every time Triffany speaks, I just have to fight back just saying every single time, "You're so adorable." I love her.
She's so adorable. She
I
is
love
the best character.
She's the best one. She's the most innocent among us.
For now, someone's gonna corrupt her. I give Kai like a day.
Absolutely.
Dude, what the hell, man?
That being said, Ethan, I almost said Dako because I'm used to asking Dako questions.
Yeah.
Ethan, 2 questions. Would Echo know the 2 alien races that those 2 are?
Roll superior to assess the situation.
Okay.
Did you read the right books? Find out.
Have you met the right people? Who knows? We'll see.
10 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, give me that.
Did it roll?
Huh?
I heard
Oh,
it beat
it's
it up.
value. I got this in a minute. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Nice.
You got a hit.
Damn.
Yeah, so you know Frosby because for sure, Robert said that he is half human and half of another alien race, and he even, mentioned his home world to you. So, you know, like, what his species is and where he's from, because with that much information, you're like, oh yeah, some of those people have passed through before. But you don't have any idea what race Triffany is from or, like, what her home planet is. She's just kind of an oddity for you.
That's scary. Okay, good to know.
And yeah, you kind of feel in your little poncho, Spark is like moving around and clearly wanting attention, but like hiding because it knows it needs to hide.
He like opens up the neck of his poncho and like lets Spark just pop out again. Give a little smile and a pat on the head.
Spark pops out very briefly just to pat you on the nose again, and then fly back into your bauble earring.
My ear.
Yeah, your earring.
Echo smiles and just kind of chuckles.
And yeah, it seems like some of the other students that you're sitting with are starting to finish their food, and some of them get up and take their trays, to go dispense them where they need to go before coming to sit back down, and you guys have got a little bit longer, now with the table clear of food, save for Joey, who didn't have food the whole time, to just sort of talk amongst yourselves before the end of lunch.
Kind of looking over this class schedule. Has anyone ever heard of, is that chrysalis for biology?
Chrysalis! Nelson pops up. Yes, she is a relatively new hero, and a relatively new teacher to the school as well, might I add.
Yeah, I never heard of her before.
Yes, she is relatively small time, but she does a lot of very good work. She mostly does environmental sort of jobs. She has control over insects, you see.
Oh. Wait, like bugs?
Yes.
Bugs and insects?
She does tend to focus on butterflies, though.
Joey looks to, well, I guess the bowl's empty now, but the finished kind of bowl of where the bugs, Moth Girl was eating bugs, and it's just
great.
Yeah,
More bugs.
when you look over to Triffany, she looks at you and tilts her head what is wrong, dear?
I guess they just kind of gross me out.
What does?
Just the bugs.
Oh, but bugs are
They're so
tiny
and creepy and crawly.
But bugs are so delicious.
I guess I'd have that feeling if I could eat them.
Oh, I am,
No, you wouldn't.
I am terribly sorry. I do not remember that you do not eat, yes?
Yeah, I don't process food. I don't process energy the same.
Robert looks over and just says, "What are you powered by, anyway?"
Well, at night, whenever I sleep, I basically am on a charge. It's not really sleeping. It's like charging, and so I just have to charge up. That's all.
Cool. He sort of nods at you and sits back. And yeah, you guys...
Wait.
Oh, yeah?
No, I think I'm good.
Think you're good? Okay. If nobody else has anything explicit that they want to, like, talk about with other players or the NPCs or whatever, or any questions, then we can move on. Lunch just continues to pass you by, and, there's some idle chatter for the last couple of minutes before the bell rings, and you get moved along to your next class. So let me get you set up here. Ooh. Here we go. Okay. And here you go. I'll adjust our little camera blad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
Oh, we're in blue room now.
Yes, you're in a different room now. This room is actually specifically in a different section of the school, where before you were using classrooms in the crime-fighting branch of the school, now you seem to be over in the technical course. That doesn't mean anything for, like, what you guys are doing. This is just kind of where these open classrooms are that you're taking these classes at. But you all file in after lunch and sit down, and just as the bell rings, you see two familiar faces enter the room. It's these two.
Oh, wow.
It's Liberty Eagle and Liberty Dove, two of the faculty members and heroes that were on stage with Headmistress Forsyte at the assembly today. It seems like you're going to be seeing a lot of them since you have this class every day of the week, as opposed to the other classes you've gone to, which change out for the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday, Thursday schedule. But Liberty Eagle makes his way to the podium and smiles at you all, with Liberty Dove close behind, smiling brightly as well. And Liberty Eagle begins addressing you all, very quickly after a brief introduction, and, doing roll call. Hello, class. Welcome to Government and Law. For soon-to-be heroes like yourselves, this is bound to be one of the most important courses you're going to take. For heroes, law enforcement, and lawyers alike, we need to know the law so we can enforce and uphold it. We need to know what is and is not allowed, why some laws are important, and why others might be outdated. It is also important to know how our system works, so that we may best utilize it to help those in need, and to know when it may be used against us. And as he's talking, you guys all obviously saw him at the start, but for those of you that are aware of the history of this world, you would know Liberty Eagle very well, as he is not necessarily a celebrity in the sense that he's, like, famous and popular, but he's just been around a long time. He's a hero from the Golden Age, like from when heroes started being a thing. And he's still kicking.
Oh, wow.
He's not fighting crime anymore, as he is very, very old. But, he seems to be taking aging well, and he is focusing on his career as an attorney, and now the student counselor here at this school, as well as your law teacher. He continues. You all remember when President Reaver ran for office and won the election, giving us 4 years with a literal supervillain as president. Many things went wrong during that time, such as the premature bailing of certain villains, and yet he was entirely within the law as to his own actions, so there was nothing to be done. Thankfully, towards the end of his term, myself and Forsyte found evidence of foul play, and were able to finally book him with crimes he tried to keep hidden from the public. But that just goes to show that justice can take many forms, and has an intimate relationship with the study of civics. Dove nods along as Eagle speaks, pleased his little speech is going so well. He reaches behind his desk and pulls out a small red and gold mini football. As a little icebreaker, we're going to pass this football around the room. Whoever it's thrown to will say their favorite law. When he says this, everyone in the classroom kind of like furrows their brows a bit, and Liberty Dove does as well as she looks at him. What? Sir, I thought we decided against that idea.
I think that exploring the current laws would do the kids some good. Besides, it's a fun idea. Now, Dove, it's alright. Why don't we start with you? And Eagle passes the football to Triffany.
Okay.
Oh, I should mention, you will not only give me your favorite law, but a good reason as to why it's your favorite. And if you can't, you'll fail class for the day. And the classroom suddenly gets a lot more tense. At this, Liberty Dove just sort of stumbles back a bit and leans against the wall as she just seems unable to take him right now. And she's just sort of feeling her forehead over top of the helmet. Triffany continues.
The most favorite law I am to be liking is that it is illegal to hunt down and kill alien citizens because that is very racist.
And then she turns around and eagerly tosses the football to Joey.
Catch!
Jesus.
Alright, and now that you have the football, the floor is yours, and yeah.
Right. So I'd say that my favorite law is to not steal from people, that it's illegal to take another person's property. And I am
Liberty
going
Eagle
to...
says, why is that one your favorite?
I would say because it's important that people have complete control over who can have their belongings and who can't.
Yes, that is very good. Thank you, Joey.
And I'm gonna toss the football with a nice long throw back here to...
Okay, yeah, you get ready to, like, pitch it to him, and he puts his hands up like, yo, I'm open! And you toss it over, and he catches it. And it actually almost looks like it's gonna miss him for a second, but he quickly, like, grabs it over to him, shakes it in his hand, he says,
Heck yeah.
hey, alright! Okay, my favorite law, there's this law in this one state, I don't remember which state it's in, that says it's like impossible, no, not impossible, it says it's illegal to, like, keep an ice cream cone in your back pocket. And everyone's, like, quiet for a sec, and Liberty Eagle says, now why is that one your favorite, Evan? Well, that's just kind of ridiculous is all. I mean, why should somebody get arrested for that? I mean, you know, you don't want to put an ice cream cone in your back pocket because you're going to look like kind of seems to control his language in the classroom, like a ditz, but, you know, like, no need for it to be illegal. Liberty Eagle nods and says, oh, very good, that is a good reason. Laws being outdated is very important so that we can keep the order, to the times, as it were. Very good. And he nods, and he looks around the room, and he gives an arcing toss over to you, Terry. As he tosses it over the two between you, both of them, like get down in their seats and cover their heads, both seemingly, like, equally anxious that they're gonna get smacked in the face.
No, Terry catches it with both hands and looks at the ball for a second. I've never thought about this before, but you got me on the spot, so I guess I'd say my favorite law would be the... I'd say legal prohibition against torture.
Ah, do you have any particular reason?
I've interacted with it most.
Ah, yes. And he kind of gives a nod, and Terry, you would actually know that there's a pretty good reason why he's, like, accepting your answers pretty well. Being the student counselor, you know that the what's it called? The program that you're in, it seems like he's one of those people that would have your file and would know who you are. But he seems pleasantly surprised by your answer. Or not surprised, he seems pleased with your answer in general. He just nods and says, well, that is a very good law. Thank you very much, Terry.
Oh, he's just like, oh, do I just toss it?
Yes, anyone you please. Just don't throw too hard.
He'd intentionally lob it in between Evan and the mage dude. So, like, it could be to either of them, but he'll leave it up if someone catches it.
Okay, you toss it, and Evan, having already had it, does not go for it. So it's just going behind.
You meant Echo.
What?
I think you meant Echo.
Oh,
between Echo and the mage dude right here, right?
Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
okay,
that-
okay.
Yeah. Echo.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He throws it and it's going between you two. Echo, do you do anything?
Echo just kind of looks at it and looks at him like he's like, "Are you gonna pick it up?" Or like that moment of who's gonna take it.
Then it flies between you because Lawrence does not go for it, and it just sort of lands in the middle of you two, and Lawrence kicks it towards you.
Echo sighs and picks it up, and in a true fashion goes, I guess the law of survival.
Oh, I do apologize, Echo. I forget that you are more new to this area than most of our students. In good faith, I will give you a pass for today, but do be sure to read up, yes?
Thanks. And he gives a thumbs up, and then kind of just he offers it.
He like leans back, like he doesn't want you to touch him with it. Get away from me.
He tosses it out.
Damn it.
You got this, mate.
My favorite law is that it's illegal to kill people because that's messed up, right? Anyway, I feel like I don't need a better reason for that, so... And he lobs it in the air over Robert as he just sort of like watches it, and it goes towards your head and hits you in the head, Lily.
Yeah, Lily was not looking for sure, hoping that not looking would deter people from throwing it at her.
No. That happened to me before in school.
She would crumble and pick it up. I don't like jaywalkers. It's not where you're supposed to walk.
Ah, very good. Yes, walking in the middle of
I
traffic
know,
is
right?
very dangerous.
Yeah.
Super dangerous.
And then I'm just gonna throw it behind me. Like to any I'm not gonna look. I'm just like throwing it over my shoulder.
Roll a 1d16 for me,
Okay.
and I will decide what this means. Let me see. Yeah, you kind of just toss it back, and it flies back over the air in an arc similar to how it was flying before, but it goes clear over Lawrence and smacks Olivia in the face, and she just holds her face and goes, "Oh!" And she just...
Easter was the one with the mask.
Yeah, she's the one with the mask back here. And she picks up the ball and goes, my favorite law is, the law against assault, because hitting people is wrong. And then she just sort of like gently tosses it through the air towards you, Nicole.
You cut out.
Oh,
You cut out hard.
yeah, she, after getting hit in the face, she just gently picks up the ball and says, my favorite law is the law against assault, because hitting people is wrong. And then she gently tosses it over to you, Nicole. Over to Nicole.
Who does she? Okay. My favorite law is the law against animal abuse, because nobody should ever hurt an innocent animal.
Ah, yes, that's a very good one. Thank you. And yeah, so, you know, the ball continues being tossed around the class, going from person to person as people, like, scramble to figure out, like, okay, what's my favorite law and why? And a few people that are in the latter half of the class doing this, they openly are, like, taking out their phones and, like, looking up laws and stuff. But as much as Liberty Eagle notices this, he genuinely does not seem to mind. And you go one by one, you hear everyone's favorite laws, and the government and law class continues. And at that, we'll pass through the rest of the class day, and eventually the bell rings, class ends, Yes, the last one to go is Nelson, and he starts giving you a laundry list about why every single law is important before being shut down. But yeah, at the end of the class period, the bell rings, and you guys quickly go out into the hallway, drop off most of your things, and you head back to your homeroom class where you were before. Let me get you back in here, Joey. There you are. You're not here yet. Beep. Okay. But yeah, you guys all file into the classroom, and you're all seated. And it seems like you have a minute before this class actually officially starts.
Well, we're still in the classroom, so I don't think we'll be doing any fighting exercises.
To which none of your friends around you respond.
Yeah. No one responds.
Nelson is just sort of doing his homework early from one of his classes.
Oh my god.
What a square.
There wasn't even any homework.
Did we get homework on the first day, or did he bring us out?
Who knows? You know you didn't get any homework.
He read
We have the same classes.
Yeah, he has the syllabus out next to him.
Yeah, he read ahead.
Did you bring practice sheets just to do?
What? No, this is very important. This is very important paperwork. And he continues.
I just don't believe that.
I go get something, goes to peek at it.
And you do see that it seems like he's working on something from government and law a little bit early.
Sorry, what's he working
He's
on?
working on something from government and law a little bit early.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mate, you sure that's what you should be doing right now?
Well, we have free time. I do think that going over some of the laws that we were discussing in class today would be crucial for me, so that I know everything I need to know for the next period that we're going to be in class.
What are you currently
Mate, when you
going
have to
over?
go
Well, we were talking about various laws being founded a good couple of years back in the Silver Age today. I thought I would go over them. A lot of these laws are obviously not in place anymore, but it's important to know what they were and why they're not in place anymore, right?
Can I look at his paper?
Yeah.
I looking at kind of his notes and just the syllabus over his shoulder. Can I make one of those rolls to see if I can look up information on it?
Yeah, sure. Do your funny little assess the situation thing again.
Okay, cool. Which one is that? Superior?
Yes, that description. Whenever I give a string of
Yeah.
words like that, you can just look under your stats and it'll be for one of those. But yeah, you got a full hit. You actually see the list of laws that he's talking about here, which it was you guys were going over a few outdated laws from the Golden and Silver Ages very, very early on. And you see all of the laws here, they're very, very well known. And they're infamous, actually, because while some of them basically, outright dictate that, the use of superpowers is incredibly illegal, others discuss, how actions should be treated against supers, basically just putting a lot of limitations on things. And this was back during a time where, back in the Golden Age, where World War II escalated into nuclear warfare, and we went foregone the Cold War, the nuclear scare very quickly turned into the super scare. And you get to see a lot of information about that. And some of the laws specifically note robotic entities. And reading some of these laws kind of makes your stomach, or what would be your stomach, churn.
Yeah, I want to say in moments like this where she's she takes some information to do a search in her mind, she has almost articles kind of flashing and flooding, and I want to say her eyes do a spin, kind of. They're spinning like a lotto machine. You know what I mean?
Echo's looking at her hey, mate. And she's hey.
Oh, wow, that's really interesting. there's like a whole bunch of information on that. I had no idea about some of the laws that were put up against superpowered people.
Yes, it is very important to know, especially for someone as innocent as yourself. And he smiles.
Yeah. No, entirely.
Just kind of like shuffles a little bit.
And yeah, it's been a long and interesting day for sure. A lot has happened. And you know, Nightwalker is nowhere to be seen for a bit. And actually, some of the first people that got here, like, kind of saw him sitting at his desk, but he had to excuse himself and leave the classroom, for whatever reason. But as you guys are sitting here, he's still nowhere to be seen for a while, until suddenly, just as suddenly as he did at the beginning of the day, he opens the mechanical door and steps into the classroom. Immediately, everyone goes silent yet again, just like at the beginning of the day, just kind of unable to help themselves when they see him. He doesn't walk very far into the classroom this time, however, as he turns to you all. Get up and follow me. It's time for your first test. At that, you hear a myriad of reactions ranging from groans to anxious chatter. Now, move. And he gets ready to line you guys up at the door.
What? Oh no, we are leaving.
Nelson is like, oh, yes! And at that command, everybody gets up and starts moving to the door to follow Nightwalker. Your first test is about to begin. And let me move you guys to where we're headed.
Is it a room? Is it a wipeout room?
Holy shit, no. Please don't shoot rubber bullets at me. Not like this. It's gonna be like a big red ball that like pops you into a lava pit.
Oh god. I'm gonna fucking kill my students. Okay.
Yeah, let's go, man. What's your KD at the end of the day, Ethan? That's the most important stat.
Alright.
Oh.
So yeah, you guys follow Nightwalker, and you guys are all, you know, walking in sort of a line, more of a group, and making your way out to the track and field, sort of behind the school. And you guys all make your way out to the center of the field, and you're chattering amongst yourselves as Nightwalker moves around the group and prepares to speak to you all. And as you all are escorted out here, he stands at the head addressing you all. Your first test, or I should probably say your first series of tests, will be your easiest. As it is the first day, we need to set the bar for what you're capable of. To do this, you will all participate in a number of events. These events will not only test your physical attributes, but your control over your powers. Everyone perks up slightly at that. Yes, that's right. During these tests, you are allowed to use your powers in whatever ways you think will help you as much as possible. The only rules are that you cannot use your powers on or to inhibit other students. Also, try not to destroy any school property. There will be some leeway given, but not too much. If you break any of these rules or any others that I give you, your score for that event is forfeit. Once the day is over, your scores on each of these events will be compiled and used to calculate your starting scores on the class leaderboard. So strive to do better than your peers, because if you don't do well today, you'll be behind from the beginning. Everyone starts murmuring amongst themselves as Nightwalker kind of steps over to the side a little bit, pulling out a small pill-shaped capsule. And at that, he clicks on a button when he tosses it to the ground, allowing it to explode in a puff of smoke, and when the smoke clears, you see a wooden crate in its place. Nightwalker opens up the crate, revealing it to be full of shot-put balls. Your first test is the shot-put throw. Stand on this side of the white line, and come to the crate one at a time. When it's your turn, wait for my mark, then throw the shot-put. After you're done, go stand by the white line to my right, and he gestures to the far white line over to the side. Also, you may only throw the shot puts in this direction, and he gestures to the left of the field, you know, giving you a big open space to toss. Throwing shot puts anywhere else will result in automatic failure. Understood? Yes, Mr. Nightwalker. Good. Now, who's first? And everyone starts chattering amongst themselves and moving around, kind of trying to figure out a rough order that everyone's going to be going in. So, do any of you want to stay towards the front of the line? Are you trying to stay towards the back? What's going on?
Joey will be towards the front of the line.
Okay. Yeah, you're all
Yeah,
ready to
I'll
be
also
first.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Where,
Yes.
where's the? I don't know where the line's forming. I guess.
You are basically where the line is starting.
Okay.
Th-
Okay.
This line right here is your starting line, and he says for you guys to stand like all the way back here to the right whenever you guys are done tossing. You know, people have superpowers. Things can get kind of crazy.
Got it.
And yeah, let's just get everybody moved around to where they're thinking of going. And it seems like people are kind of tentative about going first, but a lot of people seem kind of eager because, again, they actually get to use their powers right now, which is, you know, sort of freeing when you're not allowed to use it for the entirety of the day. Alex and Joey, which one of you want to go first, since you're both at the line here?
I'll let Joey go first.
Okay.
Joey like gives her a nod.
Alright, then you're standing there,
Alright.
and you guys find the line forming in this
Yep.
sort of direction after Alex, and some people just sort of file into the line naturally behind you guys.
Yeah. All right.
Nelson's like moving up, trying to get closer to the front, and these guys are like, oh yeah, here. They just walk over here and give him the space. Anybody else want to go towards the front, or are the rest of you waiting?
No, he's kind of just watching.
Terry would wander towards the
Okay.
front.
And you're able to like
I don't.
you're able to find some space after Nelson because he doesn't seem to want to give up his spot.
Yeah. Time for Nelson to pop off, please.
Yeah, I want to see what Nelson can do.
Right.
All right.
Here, let me
Here it
hold on.
goes.
Let me
Joey did not mean to be
move
first.
you guys this way.
What a line!
you guys have got a line going this way. Whatever. It just sort of happened. Yeah. All right. So, at this, Joey, what do you want to do? What
Yes.
can you do to make this shot put go as far as you want it to go? Tell me what your method is
All
to
right.
throwing this.
Joey kind of looks back.
You guys might want to stand back just a little bit.
Yeah, everybody starts moving
and-
back at that.
She like takes the ball and as she kind of brings her arm back, her thrusters start to kind of fire up a little bit as she quickly like kind of throws it forward.
Okay. At that, let me see here. I'm gonna have you roll Freak for me.
You got it. Come on. Don't fail me now.
Yeah. The turbines on your head really just start going, the thrusters in your body ready to like go at maximum capacity. And you almost seem worried that you're going so hard that you're gonna spike it straight into the ground. But you manage to toss it with a powerful throw as the shot put goes flying through the air, and it ends up landing basically over at the opposite end of the field, over to the left. And you know, you hear some impressed noises and some claps from other students, and Nightwalker silently nods to himself and jots this down.
Cool. And like turns around and kind of like gives the thumbs up to Nelson here. And sorry, I'm forgetting your name right now. I have so many names.
Alex is Nicole's
Mine?
character.
Alex. Yeah, gives like I didn't learn in character your name yet, but
Oh no, she said
gives
it
you
in front
both
of the
like
class,
a
it's
nod
fine.
and thumbs up. Oh yeah, at the introductions. Good luck, you guys. Way easier than it looks.
Thank you.
Nelson pats you on the back.
Okay. Nervously step up to the line. Now that it's actually happening, I'm regretting wanting to go first, but I also want to get it out of the way.
And what's your method to throwing the shot put ball?
My method is, as soon as it leaves my hand, I'm going to try to reduce the pull of gravity on it so that it stays in the air for as long as possible.
Okay, let me see here. Yeah, you also roll Freak for me.
Okay, let me do that. Is it supposed to come up in the chat?
Yes. Have you clicked a thing and a little pop-up comes up asking you about like a penalty or whatever with a 0?
I pressed the button and nothing happened.
Let me see why that would be. Check your character sheet here. Wrong page.
Oh, there we go. I see
Oh,
it.
alright.
Okay, we're good. 0, I
Yeah,
guess, for the bonus or
Yeah,
penalty.
you never, whenever that comes up, none of you ever have to mess with that right now. Okay, cool. So yeah, Alex, you start messing with the gravitational pull of this object, and you're wanting to just let it fly. And your anxiety spikes for a moment as you're in front of the class doing this and using your powers. But thankfully you rein it back in before the shot put leaves your hand, and it goes whizzing through the air. And you feel like you could have like put more into it, but you're just thankful it didn't thud into the ground right in front of you as it goes soaring through the air, basically like a balloon letting air out of itself. And it just flies basically well past the track over here before landing.
Nice.
Yeah, you get quite a step on that. And Nightwalker nods once again, jots down some notes, and you are free to go with some, some golf claps behind you. And some very impressed, like, ooh.
I breathe a sigh of relief as I walk back to the line.
You did really good.
Thank you, you too.
Nelson eagerly, jauntily runs up, grabs a shot put, and moves to the line. And he looks to Nightwalker, who gives him the okay. And Nelson, in kind of like perfect form, arches his arm back, is in like a perfect shot put thrower's pose as he goes to lob the ball forward. And you guys felt a little bit of his strength before. You can see he's kind of built. But when he throws the ball, you guys are surprised as it goes soaring straight into the air. And it goes even further than yours, Alex, as it just soars through the air and lands in the grass well past the field. And he, fist pumps to himself, just saying, yes! He runs over here, gives a little bow to Mr. Nightwalker, and runs over to you guys. And
That was crazy.
he comes over and says, yes, I feel so good about that! And Terry, it's your turn.
Terry would just casually. I assume where are the shock shock?
They're over here in this crate.
The little ball. Okay, you walk over to the crate slowly and you grab one. You kind of heft it in his hands. It's heavy. And he doesn't know how far you can.
Yeah. Yeah. What's your strategy
so
for
Terry's
this?
gonna he doesn't have a strategy. You're gonna try to human throw this.
Okay.
Just throw it.
Yeah. You don't even have to roll anything for that because you can just throw it. And yeah, you guys watch as this boy picks up a shot put, kind of lugging it forward, gives it the good old human try, and as he chucks it forward, it lands in the grass over here. And after a moment, people give some stifled golf claps. Nightwalker just jots down his notes and nods to you so you can go.
Yep. Kind of shake his wrist. Kind of hurt.
And you guys see more students walk up and go. As Evan comes up to the front, you actually see as red and blue tendrils fly out of his sleeve, and he almost kind of uses that tendril like a sling, and with the shot put ball, he slings it around in a ring for a second before letting it fly, and it goes just about as far as Joey's did before coming back to the group over here at the line. Ugh, that kind of hurt a little bit, but hey, at least I made some distance, right? Oh, sorry, Terry.
Oh, it's fine.
So let me get some notes here. Actually. Okay. But yeah, he moves that way, and the class continues on. we're smash cutting through a few of these. Let's see. Robert here comes forward with a shot put. And, he seems like he's pretty fit, but he's not crazy fit. And he throws it a pretty average amount. It's farther than Terry's, but it's still not, crazy far. Let me actually get that. There we go. Yeah, he doesn't throw it crazy far, but it seems like a pretty good normal person distance to throw a shot put as he moves back. Next, Danny Lee moves to the front. Danny moves up to the front, and she's holding the shot put and is kind of trying to figure out what she's going to do with it. And eventually she just kind of shrugs to herself, gets in a little pose to throw it, and chucks it, and it goes about as far as Robert's did. Nightwalker, all the meanwhile, is still jotting down notes. Triffany moves forward, and she tries to throw it, but it goes even less distance than Terry's. It just kind of thuds a little distance in front of her, and she giggles to herself before moving back to everyone behind the line. And it just says, I am not the strongest, no. But she seems to be having a good time. And, Olivia moves forward, and, Dako, you're standing here with Maya in line.
You cut out at the end.
Oh, yeah, Olivia is moving forward to the line, and you're just kind of here with Maya.
As Olivia's going up, Lily leans into Maya a bit. Hey, I'd really I don't know what your deal is. I'd really appreciate it if you could, biff it. Because I don't think I'm good at, I don't have super strength, so it, would really help me out if someone could, suck right before I go.
She just gives you a grimace and, scoffs at you and turns around.
Echo gently hits her shoulder.
I will snitch for you if you just punch me.
Oh,
You guys look at the front as you hear Olivia go, "Oh," as she also just completely whiffed it. About as bad as Triffany's as she walks over to the line in shame. Nightwalker still taking his notes. Next, Maya gives you a side eye and goes to the front.
Lily shoots her a thumbs up, yeah, you know the plan.
Oh
no. Let me see here. Yeah. Oh, we got a train. As Maya comes to the front, she's just sort of standing at the line, and you don't see her make any move to go to the crate full of shot puts. And very suddenly, she sticks out her arm towards the crate, and her arm bursts into a stream of multiple giant snakes as they go into the shot put box and grab multiple. They fling back over to her, and one after another, like slings, very similarly to Evan, she chucks 3 shot put balls, and they go basically about as far as Evan's. Not as far, but kind of close, just shy of his. And the snakes that make up her arm very quickly come back together to be a normal arm once again, as she clenches her fist and just looks at you, Lily, dead in the face before going to everyone else.
Dude, come on.
Echo's smiling. Echo goes to shove Lily forward.
Okay, Australian boy, you better suck so that they forget about mine right after.
Mm-hmm. Carry on, mate. You'll be right.
As Lily's walking up, she begins harshly whispering just to the air around her, just for her to hear, and for the spirits. All right, you fucking losers, listen up. Get out there in the field. Get ready to catch it. A few of you jump in me. We're gonna do this together. We're gonna throw it. Someone catches it. They run with it. Go. And I'm gonna invite spirits to put 15 or 20, however many are around me, because they generally just follow me, to just possess me so that I have a bit of a better throw, and then a few of them are going to be out there to just grab it and run.
Okay, cool. In that case, roll a freak for me.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you're calling spirits to yourself, and no spirits seem ready to jump into you to help out, or like it seems like this is like really sudden for them or whatever. But you throw the ball with your regular human arm, and you're like, come on, and it just thuds into the grass in front of you. It seems like they were deaf to your whispers, and like a couple of seconds after it lands on the ground, and you're just staring at it. It like rolls forward a little bit.
What else do you have to do? You're dead. You only follow me around. And
That is enough.
Echo gives her a thumbs up as she heads
Thank
back.
you, Lillian.
isn't there something that happens when we fail also?
Yes.
Isn't that a thing with math?
So whenever you fail, which would be you and Joey at the beginning, both of you guys get a point of potential. So mark a box of potential.
Aw.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Dako, for reminding me.
Oh yeah, because potential's a...
Yeah, it's like your XP.
Yeah.
Echo walks up to the box. He goes and gets the box. Not the whole box, but as he gets a shot put. And as he does so, he puts down his goggles. Like, alright, Spark, my mate, I need you to give me an angle here. I know I don't have the vest on, but could you tell me a good height to throw it?
Yeah, let me see here. With your stuff...
He's basically asking Spark to be like, hey, I know I'm a human, but what way can I optimize this throw?
Let's see. Roll for me. You're going to use your passive ability, Sharpened Eyes, and you're going to assess the situation. So roll Superior for me. Ooh, nice. Okay, and this is something that I was giving you guys some pretty straightforward answers to your questions before. But whenever you assess the situation, you can ask a number of questions. And let me actually get these questions up for my sake, so that I can let you know what all you're able to ask. And you can ask general questions, but these are like baseline questions you have that you can get information for. Right. I think this is it. Give me just a moment.
You're good.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Alright. Yeah, because you got a full hit on this, which is very, very good. So, as I let it load here, question you're able to ask here. Sorry, it's taking me a good hot second to get the right one. I pulled out the GM specific actions rather than the basic moves. Here we go. Okay. So yes, on assessing the situation. So, on a 10+, you're allowed to ask 2 of these questions. And you can take +1 on acting on the answer. So, the questions are, what here can I use to blank? What here is the biggest threat? What here is in the greatest danger? Who here is most vulnerable to me? How could we best end this quickly? And the additional questions you get to ask with your sharpened eyes is, what's my best way out, way in, or way past? What here would be handy to grab? And who here is susceptible to my words?
It has to be what's my best way past this, because it's a challenge.
Yeah. Okay. So this is your first question. And what's your best way past? You have a feeling that because of how the boundaries of these dimensions work, if you were to chuck your shot put ball into a portal and let it travel through the right dimension, the distance it would travel in that dimension would be farther on this side. So you would basically be able to blip your shot put ball further along.
Oh.
And you have a second question you can ask, which your questions are here under Sharpened Eyes, and also in the basic moves in the rules and mechanics chat.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave it at that because that's the only answer I need.
Okay, sure. So yeah, you know what you need to do, and you have +1 on however you try to take that action, which I assume is using your powers to create a portal.
Yeah, he's gonna basically create a portal in front of him, yeet the shot put through it, and then let it carry for a bit, and then open another portal to let it fly.
Okay. Roll Freak, and when it asks you for the bonus or penalty, put 1.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Wow!
You're insane.
Yeah, crazy. So... yeah, Lily hates this. Yeah, so...
Holy shit!
Coming in clutch.
Absolutely. Yeah, you rear back your arm, and you're like plotting out the course with Spark, and like, which dimension do you want to use?
Let's use the... Let's use the ice one, why not?
Okay.
The wind will carry it
Yeah,
further.
yeah, good point. You're looking into Pagonia, and you kind of line up the shot, and you chuck it, and it's a pretty weak chuck, pretty weak shot put throw for your normal bod. But very soon, the bright blue portal opens up, almost white in color, and the shot put ball disappears into it. And the whole class is standing there like, whoa, what? And you can see through your goggles as the shot put ball flies through the air, almost becoming like frosted in crystal and ice as it flies through the air, and the wind does indeed carry it further and further into the air. And you see it land on, like, basically a snowy hill, and it starts rolling down, and it's basically like a big, like, what's it called? Like a Ruby Goldberg machine? Where it rolls down the cliff, it hits onto something that like makes a rock fall, and it catapults it into the air, and at the perfect height where it's going to be flying, you open another portal like way distant into the air in front of you, and the shot put ball, basically like a cannon, launches out of your portal, and it goes flying. And as it goes, you're able to realize that went farther than anyone else's so far, as it just goes soaring, and it's just gone at this point.
For a little bit of flavor, as Echo was waiting and watching the ball, he was holding up like a hand as if counting down how long he needed to do it. Like fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then now.
Yeah, and then it launches out, and it just goes soaring into the air. It disappears with a comical twinkle, and a lot of the students seem very thoroughly impressed by this. And Mr. Nightwalker just sort of nods, also seemingly impressed by this, as he jots down his notes and, nods for you to go.
Echo smiles, turns around, and like looks at everyone, raises goggles, and gives like a sheepish smile. And then he gives a finger gun and a wink to our dear ghost friend.
I flip him off.
Absolutely hates it. Yeah. So, you make your way back over. Aiden moves to the front and is very timid about it. Just, okay. He extends his watery arm to grab a shot put ball and realizes it is actually very hard for him to get a hold on it. And so he just sort of globs his body into the box, and a couple of shot put balls get stuck in him as he sloshes over and just sort of launches them out of his body. But they don't go very far. It goes a pretty normal distance, and he almost slumps into a puddle in disappointment as he, kind of slinks towards the rest of the class, with Nightwalker nodding to himself and taking notes. Oh man, I thought I had it.
That was a nice try.
Echo goes to pat
Yeah.
his shoulder.
You did your best.
You pat him on his water shoulder, and your hand kind of gets trapped inside of his body for a sec before like unsticking and coming out, just wet. And he smiles to you as much as he can, just says, "Oh, thanks, guys." And you guys look on as Lawrence is at the front. And Lawrence is just sort of like feeling the ball with his two hands, kind of testing it and seeing like, oh dang, this is really heavy. And Lawrence just kind of like cracks his neck a little bit, and he kind of whispers to his scarf, and the teeth like tingle, and the scarf slithers around him like a snake, and comes up and opens its big mouth, and closes its teeth around the shot put. And as he removes his hands from the shot put, he creates a sort of dark magic circle in front of himself. The mouth places the shot put ball in the magic circle, and he chants a little incantation to himself, during this time actually pulling out a dark tome and leafing through the pages to find what he needs to find. And once he does, he chants the spell to himself. Dark energy pulses from the book, and the shot put ball is launched out of the magical circle. And it doesn't go crazy far, but it goes farther than some of the ones who have kind of whiffed their shots as it goes soaring into, the middle of the field. And he looks down at the book, almost like he was expecting it to go farther, and he just sort of shrugs and closes the book, dust coming off of it as he goes to walk over to the rest of the class. And as Gabe is about to go, it seems like Priscilla is just tired of waiting, and she just walks past him. She walks out here, reaches into the crate, and as she moves to throw, it looks like she's about to take a very normal person throw. She's just about to rear her arm back and give it the good old college try, but it is not quite the case, as when she goes to throw the ball, her body shimmers, and what looks like a clone of her, made of almost like a holographic sort of light, flies forward from her body holding the shot put ball. And in front of her, a stream of almost like mirror images expands like a ladder into the air, and the last one rears back her arm just like Priscilla was doing on the ground and chucks the shot put ball. And it actually goes a pretty far distance. It goes farther than, the people that were chucking the ball pretty averagely, but it doesn't go so far that it's crazy amazing. It seems like she just sort of did this off the top of her head, and once she throws it and it lands, she just sort of curses to herself and shakes her head, and walks back to the rest of the class, with Nightwalker once again taking notes. She makes her way through the crowd and stands at the back here. Yeah, she's pissed. Finally, the, big kind of quiet kid, Gabe, walks up, quietly grabs into the crate, picks up a shot put, and moves here. And it seems like he's holding it like he's about to drop it. Like he doesn't even really seem to prepare to throw it. And actually, I'll wait just a second while Chloe goes to get water. What are you guys wanting to talk about back here in the crowd as everyone's coming back?
I'm just kind of looking around at everyone being like, wow, we've got some really strong people here.
Triffany did really bad at the shot put,
Yeah.
right? She's alongside me and just normal human throwing it. Okay, Lily looks to Triffany and puts a hand on her shoulder. Triffany.
Yeah? Yes.
Okay. If the next trials you think you're gonna suck at, you have to tell me, Triffany.
Oh, okay, yes, I will do that.
Okay, good. I need to be alongside people who, I think. Well, hang on. How do I word this? I want to look impressive.
Oh, yes, you do look very impressive. I very much like how you look today.
God, thank you. Oh my god, thank you, Tiffany.
Yeah, and you two are able to talk for a second about that. And this is, as people are doing their throws and coming back, and you're seeing a few more people towards the end kind of sucking up their throws. Echo, what do you say about this as the girls are chattering amongst themselves?
Can Echo hear these two?
Hey,
Yeah, I'm not being
right
quiet.
there.
Echo looks back at them and oh man, he looks at her and goes, "It's because she just doesn't want to look bad."
Oh, yes, well, none of us want to be embarrassed in front of the class, yes?
Exactly. Tiffany, you get it.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I do try to understand.
You do such a good job, Tiffany.
Yes, thank you.
And she clasps her hands together, very pleased to have made a new friend.
Echo's giving Lillian just the dirtiest look.
I love your name, Tiffany. It's like Tiffany, but like different.
Oh, yes, very much, yes.
Hey, Chloe, you're back.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah. People start filing back into the group, and you see the last student move forward as Gabe walks up, grabs a shot put ball, and he's just sort of lazily holding it there. And, it doesn't seem like he's really ready to throw it. And he kind of moves his hand back like he's about to just sort of go, like, do like a... the movement when you're not using any of your arm to throw, you just sort of, like, use your wrist and, like, fling your hand forward. It looks like he's sort of about to do that. And I want all of you to assess the situation for me.
You got it, brother.
How do I do that?
Roll.
Oh,
It's
Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay.
What the fuck, man?
Girls just built different.
Just build it.
Everyone who missed, remember to mark potential.
Yes, thank you.
I'm doing it, chat.
Dago, you're farming XP. This is what.
And Kai, you actually hit.
It's true. I'm actually winning if you think
It's true.
about it.
It's totally true.
Missing can be very good.
You're
What's
gonna quickly
potential
become the
again?
strongest among us.
Remind me how the potential works.
There is a... Do you see on your character sheet where it says potential and has like
I
5?
see it. How does it
You
work?
just mark 1 every time you miss. And we'll go over that later.
Have I missed?
You missed...
I don't
You've
think
missed
I-
this one time.
Okay.
Chloe, I believe you have 2, and Daco has 2, right?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Kai, you're able to notice, just by sort of feeling out the situation with your powers, that it doesn't feel like Gabe is anxious at all about, this throw. You can't tell if that's just kind of because he doesn't care or if because he's sure he's going to ace it. And Will, since you got a full hit here, and you have a lot of very good perceptive abilities, you can ask 2 questions. You can ask, like, what kind of things do you think that you would be the most perceptive about in this situation as you're, like, watching him about to throw? What do you think that Spark would sort of alert you to?
I guess just how. I guess because I get 2 questions, right? How he's holding himself and anything off about like his. How he's going about things, like any like. Because I know people have like tentacles in their arms or whatever. Anything like that would look like some sort of power.
Okay.
I suppose is being used.
Yeah, so with your first note, using your fun Magitech goggles and, your extra processing power from Spark, you're able to tell, first of all, just from a glance, that he is in a very casual, lax position. It looks like he is ready to, like, just drop it in front of him. But when you zoom in and try to look for something that's off rather than how he's carrying himself, you notice that when you zoom in, the ball he's holding in his hand seems to be vibrating. And after a moment, he flings his hand forward, and the ball rockets into the air, and there is actually a gust of air behind him that kicks grass up onto everyone in the front as this ball basically rockets up into space. And he just turns around and walks back to the rest of the class. And Nightwalker...
How casual.
Oh my goodness.
Nightwalker just watches the ball fly for a second, and then just continues writing down notes. And he just sort of walks back and crosses his arms as he looks over in Nightwalker's direction. And yeah, Nightwalker nods to himself and says,
Wow.
Alright, very good, everyone. Well, on to the next event then, shall we? And you guys are ushered along. And you actually see that he's walking towards you guys, and you're like, oh, what's the next event? What could it be? And he walks around you guys, and there's a big board here right behind you. And as you look at it, it is a very, very tall, very durable-looking metal board that has, like, distance markers on it, like, painted onto it. And he turns to you all, and is, gesturing to the board, and says, the next event we are going to be participating in is the vertical jump. You're going to see how high you can reach with, again, using your powers. One at a time, move up here, and as before, I will just record the results. And he steps out of the way.
As it said that it's the vertical jump, Lily looks to Triff, the mock girl. So like, Triff.
Yeah, Alex, are you moving up to the front?
Yeah, I'm moving towards the front because I feel confident about this
Okay.
one.
Yeah, I'm also moving towards the front.
Actually, can I do a funny thing?
Yeah.
real quick?
Because I just feel confident in general.
Lily's gonna kind of move back behind everyone, and she's gonna whisper kind of to herself, alright, if you fucking losers aren't gonna help me, I'll reach beyond you. And I want to use my dark vision
Okay.
so that I can mark my doom track so that I can use my powers to have a vision about the situation at hand.
Okay. Yeah.
So like my fucking eyes are like briefly glowing like this purplish gross color. And I am going to ask, who here seems like they're about to do the worst?
Yeah, your dark vision is you kind of get glimpses of everyone's of how everyone's going to do in the future, and you see poor little Olivia walk up to the board and try to jump up, and then she just falls over.
Oh no.
I walk over to Olivia. Hey, girl.
Hi, Lily, was it?
Yeah, Lily. When you think you're gonna do the whole jump?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really want to be one of the first ones. I'll probably just wait.
I totally understand that. Look, Olivia, right? Olivia.
Yeah, yes.
I'm right behind you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You've got this.
Oh, thank you very much. And she seems very happy about this. You can hear behind the mask, she's almost like coming to tears.
Dinko, you're such an asshole.
Alright, Alex.
It's worth the
Alright, Alex, what is your strategy here? What do you want to do?
My strategy is to lower the pull of gravity on myself after I take my jump.
Okay. Yeah, roll a freak roll for me.
Alright.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you guys watch as Alex walks up, and you saw her throw the ball really far before, and you weren't really sure how she did it. And when she, reaches down to jump, she leaps vertically, and Alex, you go flying straight into the air. You go soaring like a rocket. Just explain how you feel as you're rocketing into the air like this. What are your powers doing?
light, like there's no ground beneath me, and like the balance of everything has been thrown off because there's no proper gravity underneath. So I'm a little bit nervous about increasing the gravity back down on my jump.
Yeah, you go soaring into the air light as a feather, blown by a fan straight into the air. And as you're like soaring up, you almost feel like you could fly if you kept this up, but your anxiety about raising the gravity and about the possible fall makes your powers, glitch out a little bit, and you start falling once again. And everyone at the ground level is like starting to panic as you're falling, with some people being like, hey, she can land after she does that, right? And as you're falling towards the ground, you kind of freak out for a moment, and you can feel your powers about to glitch out again, but as you get close to the ground, you just take a breath, you calm down, and right before you hit the ground, your gravity slows down very gently, and you land on your feet, and it was perfect. You don't even know how high you went, but it seems that Nightwalker was paying very close attention as he audibly calls out to you and says, "Good job, Miss Cruz."
Thank you, Mr. Nightwalker.
Yeah, you're free to go.
Just kind of
Whoa.
stand over here.
And it's Joey's turn.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Huh. She like kind of assesses it for a second. She like looks down at first and then kind of like fiddles with her thrusters. And I'm basically going to use the thrusters to kind of like help propel her jump upwards.
Okay. Let's see here.
She's kind of waiting on using her powers to the fullest extent.
Makes sense. Yeah. In that case, roll a freak for me. We're gonna get a lot of freak
Got
rolls.
Yeah. Alright, bum. Oh.
All right, mark potential.
Yeah.
Yeah. As your turbines are going, and you're like, oh man, that Alex girl almost flew. I bet I could too if I try hard enough. And your turbines get ready. You jump up a very normal human height, and then your thrusters go, and you realize they're pointing in the wrong direction, and you fly straight back into the ground.
Oh,
Here, hold on, like, over here.
And as you crash, everyone goes, ooh.
ah. Oh, sorry.
She, like, gets up and is, like, taking some of the turf out of her thrusters.
Oh.
Yeah, thankfully, as you pick yourself up, you notice that you're not damaged. Or at least not very damaged. So you breathe a sigh of relief at that.
Man, tough
Hey,
break,
kid.
Joey. Hey, Olivia, you want to go yet?
Olivia goes, I don't know. I mean, should I?
Oh, I mean, if you want to.
I guess I will. Yeah, I'll just go. Get it over with.
Cool.
And she walks forward.
Good luck.
She looks back when you say that, and she's like, yeah, I can do this, no problem. And she rears back to jump, and she jumps in the air, and she kind of, like, different from your vision, slaps her hands against the like, board, but she still, like, slides down and lands flat on her ass on the ground. She goes, oh. Nightwalker jots this down as she lowers her head and walks over to everyone else who finished.
Willie's already walking up. Willie will call out, like, hey, I mean, if your power isn't jumping, that was still a good jump.
Olivia seems to perk up at this and is like, oh, thanks.
Okay, Lily gets into a kind of like running position so she can be ready to run at the wall. And I'm just gonna have my ghosts like stand against the wall and try to like boost me up like in a normal way.
Yeah,
really.
okay.
And then I'll just run at the ghosts. This is because like she did play volleyball, so this is mostly a lot of just a human jump with a bit of help if you can get it.
And roll, roll me a freak roll.
That's great. That's a
Mark me potential. You run up, you jump against the wall, and you sort of like kick against it almost to get yourself some distance. And you know, it's a pretty good jump. But sadly, the spirits are not with you as you fall flat on your ass. But this time, it almost feels a bit different. Because last time, it seems like they were just sort of like milling about, like not paying attention. This time, it almost feels like they avoided you after you used your dark visions before.
I swear to God, I will exercise you or something if you don't help me next time. I'm actually serious.
Okay, we see Ekka's.
I didn't go very high either. It's alright.
Joey would have thought that Lily was like talking to them.
Olivia nods and says, "You jumped way better than I did. That was really good."
I mean, you know, volleyball.
And she just seems pleasantly... Yeah, she just seems happy that, like, you're here because she now gets good vibes from you. And Echo, it's your turn.
Nice. Echo's gonna take down his goggles and look down as he looks to see... he's gonna check a particular realm, in particular, the fire realm. He's looking for something under him. He's gonna see if there is... You know those video game geysers, how sometimes they have rocks on them?
Yeah.
He's gonna be looking for one of those.
Okay. Use your sharpened eyes for me and ask me some questions about what you see in this dimension, and I can give you some specific info.
I hate how I'm limited to questions that are specifically...
I mean, you can ask whatever questions, but these are like foundational questions, but I want to give you the chance to ask however many questions this allows you to ask.
Hope you did. Yeah, I guess I just was gonna ask...
Well, just roll your thing and we'll see how many questions you get.
Alright.
Okay, cool.
One.
So you get one question, including the baseline questions and also the options you have on your thing. And actually, I guess since you know the one thing you want to ask, which is the geyser. So yeah, you put on your Magitech goggles, you're looking into the other realm, and you actually see that it's like around where this board is, that there is like a hot air vent, and it's like you're concerned that there's not a rock over top of it, so if you were to just stand on it, like it would just burn you with scalding hot air.
Ooh. he kind of takes the goggles off and goes, ooh, okay, maybe not. So what he's going to do basically then is just do what he did last time and just go to jump and then make a portal above him because distance is different, and just try to propel himself further.
Sure. Roll...
No particular realm, because I don't think the air matters.
Yeah.
Probably the sound.
Okay. Yeah, roll a freak for me then.
Can do. And Dago giving me the luck they did, it'll probably be a bit.
Ooh.
Nope.
Fucking killing it tonight, damn.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, so you walk up to the board and you're like, oh, my first plan wasn't gonna work. I'm just gonna like see how this goes. And you leap straight up, open a portal, and you know you're able to like leap fully up into it because you're preparing for, I don't want to just like bob my head into the next dimension. But as you jump up through the portal, you actually land on like a raised rock in the sand dimension, and you're able to jump from that height. So you jump up once again, and to everyone on the outside, it looks like you popped straight into one portal and popped up basically above the board, just pencil diving straight in the air back through your portal. And, you know, you like land on the rock and hop down to hop back through your other portal. And you got some pretty good distance on it.
Echo lands and does a little bow.
Everybody gives you a clap. It seems like people are getting more and more thoroughly impressed by your abilities. And you walk over, and, you know, Olivia in the back just says, "That was really cool."
Echo gives her a smile and thumbs up. Thank you.
God. All right, Kai, do you want Terry to go, or do you want to wait for a few other students?
Nah, Terry would
Okay.
go. He just kind of like shimmy over. It's like a wall, right?
Yeah, this is a wall with like distance markers.
He looks up at it and just kind of lets out a sigh, like out of his nose. And then he just runs at the wall and tries to kick off it and jump up, like as high as he can, like some regular person.
Okay, yeah. You do that, and it's like a less impressive version of Lillian's, where you don't get as high, but it's the same kind of jump, and then you land it, and everyone just kind of nods, like, with the thought of, well, if you don't have a jumping power, and are just kind of like ready to agree that, like, yeah, that's all you can really do, huh?
He walks away.
You make your way over to the group.
We're making a triangle.
Just make a little triangle. And Nightwalker does kind of like motion for you guys to get on the track, yeah. As you guys start moving back to watch more students go. Actually, here's something I'll do. What students specifically do you want to know how they do this?
Moth.
Okay, yeah.
She has a name.
No.
It's Triffany.
Triffany.
She just fly.
Yeah, Triffany, when she walks up, she just flaps her wings and she flies straight into the air. And she just leaves. Like, she just flies into the air and is gone. And a few more people go before she eventually flies back down with you guys and says, "Oh, I am sorry. I forgot this was a school. I just got caught up looking at the clouds, but I am back. Thank you."
No, you crushed it. Triff.
Yes, thank you very much. I did crush it.
Yes, you did.
She's very, very happy.
And remember, if you don't, then you'll crush the next one. Let me know.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Breaking up this, Priscilla walks forward, and she kicks off the wall much like Terry and Lillian did. But as she kicks off the wall, her sort of mirror images fan out behind her, and they all start boosting her up to give her more distance so that she can climb to the top of the board and tap it before she jumps back down. And as she does this, she gives a deep bow to everyone and just sort of looks in your direction, Lily, and like gives you a smirk before walking around the other side of the board.
Lily just mutters to the spirits like, "Yeah, that's what you guys could fucking do." Jesus.
Alright, who else do you guys want to see?
I want to see Nelson and Gabe.
Okay. Yeah, Nelson is like, he's been like basically digging a hole where he was standing, like he's so excited to go, and he finally runs forward when Priscilla is done, and he stands at the base of the board, and once again, in like perfect form, he bends down like Olympian style, ready to jump straight up. And he's kind of a beefy guy. He leaps straight up off of the ground, and he doesn't go as crazy high as some people have gone, but he does manage to go higher than Priscilla did, just on a like raw ground level jump. And he leaps straight up into the air, slaps his hand on top of the board, and lands back down before looking over to Nightwalker, who just is nodding and taking his notes. He fist pumps to himself, and then as he's walking away, he's like, "Oh, darn! I could have used. Well, whatever." And now he seems to be like kind of cursing to himself, like he forgot something, like he was doing it too eagerly. Yeah, and then Gabe starts walking up. He starts walking up a little bit, like he takes a few steps, and he's just like, whatever. And as he's like second guessing himself, Danny comes up. Danny rears back ready for a jump, and in a flash, she's actually gone, and you guys hear almost what sounds like the crashing of a lightning bolt as you see her like way up in the air above the board, and she lands to stand on top of the board, and just kind of like, gives a little wink to everybody as she moves her sunglasses down, and then she disappears in another flash and is back down behind the board, just sort of leaning against it. More people go as time goes on. Some of them are not, like, crazy impressive, Of course, Robert is part frog, or frog alien, so he gets really good distance. Evan has more red and blue tendrils that boost him up, and so on and so forth. And we're left with these two. And they kind of look at each other, neither of them really wanting to go. But it seems like Gabe's apathy about it sort of intimidates Lawrence into going. When Maya went up, her legs unraveled and basically became like a giant snake tail, and she just sort of extended herself up a bit and then just came back down. Yeah. As she comes back with you guys, she's just kind of averting eye contact. But yeah, as Lawrence comes over here, he pulls out his book of secrets once again, and he just starts, like, leafing through and is like, I don't know if I've practiced any flight spells. This'll do. And he turns around behind him, and he draws, like, a little runic circle on the ground. And he starts chanting some things. Some dark magic energy flows out of the book into this runic circle. And he bites his thumb, gets some blood on the ground in the middle of that circle. And as he stands up, there is a bright glow. And after the glow fades, you see these boys appear. Seemingly crawling out of the ground, almost like they're made of his blood as they form and materialize. You see these demonic little imps. And he goes, "Alright, team, we gotta get as high as we can, okay? Come on, let's go. And they all start walking forward to help boost him up as high as he can go. Lily, you watch this, and once again, just a feeling of just regret washes over you.
It's just getting more and more annoying.
Yeah. These little boys, they make like a little ladder, and he kind of climbs them, and they help boost him, high enough up that it's not like embarrassing for him. And he lands back, and all of the little boys disperse in like a splash of what looks like blood. It's not like it gets anywhere, but it just sort of sloshes down into the grass. And he struts over here, and he's like, "Yeah, that's right." Nobody really reacts to him. And it's Gabe's turn. So Gabe finally walks up, and he'd been eyeing the board for a while. And he just sort of like puts a hand to the board, thinking for a second, before putting his hands in his pockets, and he does a very light jump. And he doesn't go very high. He kind of hops up like, half a foot off the ground or something. And then once he lands, he's standing on air. And then he jumps again. And he jumps again. And he just sort of keeps jumping and landing on nothing as he moves straight up. And he just keeps moving into the air until he's well above where most people who went above the board got to. And he just keeps going up and up and up. And eventually he stops and just shouts down, "Is this high enough?" And Nightwalker kind of moves his hand in a circle and says, "All right, yes, I understand. Bring it down." And then he slowly, very meticulously walks down through the air as if there is a staircase. I can remove this now. Whatever. He walks down as if there's an invisible staircase, very meticulously as he reaches the ground. After he reaches the ground, Nightwalker has gotten all of your results. And he says, "All right, very good." And he continues you on through the rest of the events. Because there are a number of events that you do. Some are more mundane than others. With some of them, you see, like, how many side steps you can do in a short amount of time. You see how many push-ups or sit-ups you can do in a short amount of time, and it really just feels like you're taking a physical at gym. But finally, you guys gather back in the field together, kind of near the crate before, to kind of find your central location, and Nightwalker addresses you all and says, "All right, there is one more event at the end of the day. We're going to be testing you on your... I guess I could say I'm testing you all on your speed. We're going to make our way to the start of the track. Now, I'm not going to have you each run around this track one at a time, as that would be much too time-consuming, as we're running out of time in our day. So I'll have 4 or 5 of you race each other at once around the track to see how quickly you can get to the end and make a lap. Using your powers, once again, to propel yourself as well as you can, but not using your powers on others. If I am clear, let's make our way to the beginning of the track. And he ushers you all over in this direction. Oh, whoop. Let me actually select all of you guys. Oh, hold on, stop moving yourselves. I need to drag you all as a group. And he ushers you all over here to the bottom left corner where there is like a distinct start for the track that's not in the middle of the ring. Move the camera over here to us. And as you guys move over, he moves to the side of the track as everyone's sort of figuring out what to do. And he just says, given what I know about your abilities, I'm going to be pitting certain students against each other, as it will feel a little more fair. And he kind of pulls out his little set of notes as everyone, moves off the track over here to the side. And off of the track up here as well, as I have Maya here. And he says, let's see. The first 4 we will have racing today. Let us have Echo, Danny, Gabriel, and Triffany. You all start moving onto your spaces. And as you're getting out onto the track field right here, Echo, what are you thinking? What are you feeling about this? Will?
He's dead now. He's gone.
He died?
Damn it! I had an explosion. I was giving a big
Okay,
explanation.
there you
It was
go.
great, and yeah. Echo's gonna pull down his goggles and he's gonna look at the track, and he's specifically gonna look at the ice realm and see if there's like ice he can skate.
Oh
on
yeah.
To go faster rather than just
Yeah,
running.
it feels like if you're going to be using your portals, that would probably be your best bet. Where the patches of ice specifically are on this giant field, though, you're not exactly sure. You just know that you're bound to find them.
Okay, he's gonna do that.
All right. So you all get to the start of the track, and you all get prepared and ready to go. And you know that you're with Gabriel here, who has a very strange set of powers. Who knows if any of you in the group have sort of figured out what he's capable of. And then you have 2 people that seemingly their powers are based around movement. But either way, you're all prepared here at the start of the track and ready to get set.
What is this music?
This is from My Hero Academia.
I figured.
But yeah, you all get ready to go, and Nightwalker just says, all right, on my mark. Ready, get set, go. And you all burst off. And Echo, other than your portals, you're a pretty normal person. And you're able to see instantly how everyone else that you're racing here is going to be handling this situation. Instantly, in a flash of light and another crash of what sounds like thunder, Danny is just gone. Yeah, you can't, see where she ended up. And, as you guys are moving forward, you're hoping you'll find her, because otherwise that's going to be very unfortunate if you've, already lost. Triffany is up here, she flaps her wings, and she gets to flying down the track at a pretty good speed. And Gabe basically just starts sliding along the ground at ridiculously high speeds. What are you going to do here?
All right. I'm changing my
Okay.
tactic. He's just gonna, because he knows the distance is different in his portals. He's just gonna go to run in a portal and just run the lap in his portal.
Okay, cool. As you're about to open a portal and go, Nightwalker just says, "Make sure I can see you on the racetrack every so often, Echo." And you disappear into the portal, and you're like, "Okay, he's watching me, so I can't cheat this." But yeah, you open up a portal and roll me a fun little freak roll.
Oh no!
Full hit.
Full hit. Okay, hit. That's pretty good. Yeah, you open up your portal into the ice dimension, and you run in, and you find yourself in a snowy wasteland. Right in front of you, there's a big old patch of ice. You weren't exactly prepared for it to be right under you as you go slipping and sliding forward at a really, really high speed. And you're rocketing down the line, and you're like, oh shit, okay, I don't want to overshoot the course. So you open up another portal, fall through it, and you are all the way out here, just shy of the next check mark, where you can see Danny has landed and is doing a normal run around the corner.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You cut out again.
Oh.
Landed in.
Where Danny landed in a bright flash, and it seems like she's taking a normal run around the corner. Normal run around the corner. There we go.
Okay. He's gonna keep doing his portal technique, and I guess he's gonna lower his goggles, see if and just kind of check the other realms just to see if he can find anything that might give him an advantage. Maybe a passing animal he can like grab onto.
Okay. Yeah. Roll me something with your sharpened eyes. And as you do this, as you're like running normally, even for just the brief few seconds you are, very quickly it seems like Triffany is able to catch up to you by flying through the air, and Gabriel is able to overshoot you and continues just sliding along the track.
Friggin' Gabe. What a legend.
Ooh.
Oh, that's my
yeah,
first
mark
miss.
potential. So you lower your goggles, and, you and Spark are very quickly trying to assess what's going on here, but you're just not able to find anything. You look into Magea, and there's just sand dunes, and that wouldn't really help you to run around. You don't have, like, a board you can ride on. In Kafsi right now, the fire dimension, normally you think, hey, that might be helpful if the land is shifting around, but there's just lava over here at the racetrack, and that wouldn't be fun to jump into. And in the ice dimension, it just seems like there's not much ice at this part. It seems like you have to get around the next corner before you'll really get that much farther. But in the very least, you can use your portals to teleport, even if it's not going to speed you up ridiculously.
Then he will do that at the very
Okay, roll me a freak stat.
Man, I should just start farming potential.
Yeah. You open up a portal, jump into it, and which dimension are you running in for a little while?
Let's say the ice.
Yeah, makes sense. So you're running in the snow for a bit, and the snow is pretty dense, but you're able to make your way through in not too much time. And you're like, okay, yeah, I'm making some good distance. I'm gonna be catching up to everybody. I mean, maybe I'm even gonna overshoot them. And you pop out of the portal, and you see that by the time you've popped out, Triffany has already cleared the corner. Danny has somehow already ended up on the other end, basically up here. Get her there.
Jeez.
And Gabriel has also just made his way this far. And you are popping up right here. So you're like neck and neck with Triffany, but it seems like the other two are making you eat their dust. And as you pop out of the portal and you're running along, it's like starting to pant because you're having to do a lot of running in this stretch. Triffany looks back at you and blows you a little kiss as she goes to fly on.
Oh my god.
Edgar gives her like a smile. He's giving her like a thumbs up as he's running and doing his best.
Alright. Yeah, roll me, since we know how you're using your powers now, we're gonna do continuous, unless you change your strategy, superior, and then freak, just to see what you see and how you handle it.
Alright, yeah. So superior
Yep.
first.
Ooh. Now, once again, it seems like this whole corner is just bad for you. But you can still roll to do your funny plane walking.
Oh man, I can't wait till he fills this.
Nope. You're still doing it. You're still managing to keep up with your teleportation here as you open up another portal. You run into... Are you running continuously into the ice dimension? Or are you running into the desert this time?
Desert. Let's jazz
Okay,
up a
yeah.
bit.
Because as you jump into the desert, you're thinking, man, I'm freezing. And so, you jump into the desert and start, like, sliding around on a sand dune. And, you're making some good distance. You pop out over... Let me make sure. Yeah. You pop out, like, right here, basically ready to close the distance against that line. And as you look forward, Danny is already way over here.
Thanks, Danny.
And Gabe is, like, is actually starting to overtake her a little bit. And as you come out of the portal, Triffany has just passed by this line, and you are running behind her. Roll me one more. Roll me a good superior will.
On it.
Okay. You can ask me a question, and you can also take questions from your sharpened eyes if you wish. And if you ever want me to refresh you on the kinds of questions you can ask, I can read you from a list.
I got it. I'm good.
Cool.
Thank you, though. What is my best way past?
Okay, yeah. So you're opening up your fun vision into other realms as you're looking through your magic goggles. And, you know, you're looking around like, okay, I need something to help me close the gap. And this time, you remember that the first corner that you passed through was a giant lava lake in the fire dimension. But this time, you see while there's a lot more lava, there are plenty of rock footholds and basically what's like a lava waterfall or raging rapid that if you jump onto the right rock, you could ride it down and gain way more speed like that.
Gonna risk it for the biscuit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is so dumb. I love it.
Oh,
Yes!
sweet. Okay.
Yes!
You jump into this fiery portal, changing up to yet another dimension, and you slam down on the perfect rock that you unsettle its balance and go riding down in the raging rapids. You're worried that you're gonna fall off for a second before you hunker down on it, and you start riding it for that speed as you decline. And eventually you reach the end of this raging lava rapid, and you go off of a ramp flying into the air. And you time your portal perfectly in order to go through that. And once you make your way out of the portal, you see that... Let me see. I'm going to move everybody around to where they're at. This is more accurate. Triffany has flown to about here. And as you have ridden the raging rapid, you're going to pop up, like, all the way down here. You have basically just about caught up to the two in the front. And it seems like you guys are closing in on the finish line over at the right here.
Oh, this is...
Yeah, the finish line's going to be this point right over here.
Okay. Same thing, I'm not changing this
Alright,
strategy.
do you want to roll superior to find a different route, or do you just want to roll freak and see how you go?
Let's do superior quickly.
Okay.
See if I can...
Yeah, alright. As you're coming back around, you're thankful you don't have to go past this next finish line into the lava lake again, but it does seem like where you're running, the lava rock you were riding before is still riding some momentum towards this lava lake, and if you make the right kind of portal at the right place, you might be able to catch it and keep riding it.
Yeah, he's gonna do that. Please, 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 God. I beg, if I biff it, this is gonna be embarrassing. I can hear Deco cursing me.
Just don't biff.
Yeah, just don't biff.
Dude.
Just don't bit. Just don't bit.
Okay.
Yes!
Just don't bit, man.
Wow.
Hold on a sec.
Is it his theme music?
Dude, he actually can't.
He actually can't
don't
miss.
miss.
Echo,
Yes!
you're charging forward, and basically as soon as you come out of the portal and you see you're close to Danny and Gabe, you're like, okay, I can't afford to miss another beat. You see that rock that you were on is still flying through the air. You light up a portal, hop through it, and mid-air, your feet land on the rock that you were riding before and continue down the raging rapid. And this is crazy. You're going up against the sides of the realm. Just these stone walls are collapsing around you. And at this point, the rock that you're on starts collapsing. So what can you do other than hop from rock to rock in this raging lava rapid as you're jumping forward, keeping momentum, until finally you leap forward where you think the finish line is about to be and open a portal. And at this, you guys all see after he disappeared, after Danny disappears in a flash of light, and as Gabe is just sliding along the ground at crazy high speeds, this portal opens, and a bunch of volcanic rock spews out of it through the air, and all three of you cross the finish line at about the same time. You and Danny cross at the same time as Gabe follows in, like, just behind you. And at that, Triffany rounds the corner and basically watches you all cross the finish line as her arms slump, and she keeps flapping her wings and goes, "Oh, darn." And she passes over last.
Echo, like, goes into, like, a combat roll. Like, kind of fumbles.
Yeah, you come out here, a few rocks, like, you know, small rocks, slam into you. And yeah, you're panting as you sit up, and, you know, everyone is, well, Lily seems to be, not Lily, she's not over here. Triffany seems to be a bit winded from flying as fast as she was that whole time. The other two that were at the front the whole time don't seem tired at all, but as you land on your ass and you're, like, trying to pick yourself up, Danny walks over and extends a hand and says, "Hey, that was pretty good."
He takes it with a smile and goes, hey.
So.
Woo! Am I on fire?
So, portals, huh?
Yeah, there's no fire on me. He's, like, spinning around looking at his, like, outfit to see if he has, like, fire on.
She kind of chuckles at you and is like, "No, you're good. You don't gotta worry." And
Okay.
Gabe actually also walks over towards you. And you look at him, and Gabe has his arms crossed like he did during the entirety of that race. And he just sort of looks you over with light singes on you, and he just says, "Should have taken you two more seriously." And he just turns around and walks away.
Okay. What is our good friend doing?
Which good friend?
Triffany.
Triffany.
Her name just left me.
Yeah, Triffany walks over, and she seemed disappointed that she came in last, but she just kind of gets up and is giddy again and is like, "Oh, that was the most fun! Oh, you were in the back at the beginning, but then you... and you went forward, and that was very impressive. Echo?"
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And he kind of catches his breath, and he just offers both of them, like, a fist bump. Like we did it.
Triffany grabs your fist and starts shaking it, and Danny just gives you a light fist bump and is like, "Hey, you're alright," and just starts walking away from you.
Let's head back. I need a drink or a breather.
Let me grab all four of these, move you guys over. And yeah, everyone in the class seems thoroughly impressed by that first race, considering the high speeds that were involved. And Nightwalker is taking some thorough notes for himself, nodding along. And you guys come over, and Nightwalker nods to you, Echo, and says, "Hey, come over here for just a second."
Oh, he immediately thinks he's in trouble.
You come over, and, you know, everyone else is kind of chattering amongst themselves about it, and they're like, "Oh man, those are some really, really fast records," because you were in the heat of the moment, so you were just sort of trying to figure out, okay, how do I do this? How do I achieve that? Everyone else that was watching, that was over in, like, less than 10 seconds. This entire track is just completely traversed by all four of these guys. Triffany was fast because she was flying. The other three are just were absolutely nuts with how much time that took them. And Nightwalker talks to you as you walk over. And he looks you over, sees that you're lightly singed, and says, "That was very impressive, but be a little more careful with the fire realm, as it were. I do not want you getting burnt to a crisp."
Understood, sir. And then he just goes and sits down.
He nods to you, and the rest of these guys are gonna get out of the way. Let me change our music back.
I love Echo's theme. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. I'll actually turn this music on. As a brief break between the races, he's letting these guys kind of de-stress, get away from the group. Just kind of like chill out for a second as he decides who's going to be racing next. And yeah, do any of you want to talk to Echo? Do any of you want to talk to the people that just raced?
Yeah, I feel like Joey standing here would have kind of like heard, like the teacher mention about the realm. Is that something I'd have to roll for, or since I'm kind of standing right here?
You maybe heard something about it, but you're not really sure what he means by that.
No context at all.
If you want to see if you could find out something, you could roll to assess the situation and ask me a question to see if you could look something up. Okay,
yeah.
Go for it. Yeah. Alright, you've got a list of questions you can ask from the basic moves thing.
Oh. It rolled it twice for some reason. Sorry about that.
You're fine. Your first full hit was very good. Just a reminder again, in rules and mechanics, if you go to the pinned messages, you can click on the link to basic moves for players, and that'll give you a list under assess the situation that you can ask questions similar to those, is the idea.
Yeah. I think what she is wondering is this like place somewhere that's like I think it's more regarding his power, like how could he have used his power to go faster? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is this planet more so? She probably is, you know how he was like gliding on the dunes and like getting propelled by the air? She's kind of trying to almost learn the geography of these areas that he was in.
That case, I'm going to change the origin of your roll, but not make you re-roll. Because let me see here.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, so this would be a mundane roll because I would be making you pierce the mask. So pierce the mask is kind of like insight, which means you got a 9 instead, which is fine because that's still a hit. So you can ask one question from the pierce the mask list. These might be more relevant to what you're trying to find out.
Okay. Let me see again.
Or I guess actually your question is valid enough of like trying to figure out how he was doing it. And when Nightwalker mentioned fire plane or whatever, you get the idea that, you know, when you were watching and analyzing the situation, because you also rolled a very good superior, you noticed that these portals, like some of them let off like cold mist, some of them let out like smoke, some of them had a little bit of sand kicked out of them, and you do get the idea that these portals lead to so many different places and not just the desert that Echo showed you before. And you're starting to get the feeling of like, okay, so he's like traveling through dimensions, and that's helping him like get forward and or whatnot. And you know, you get the idea of like, okay, this is kind of something that'd be helpful in an ice realm. You have no idea how the fire realm may have worked, but the desert realm, you know, it's easy to assume how someone would travel over like snowy and sandy slopes, right?
Okay, awesome.
I think the biggest wonder for you at the end is the whole like burst of volcanic rock, and the conclusion you do come to is like, was he riding down like a lava waterfall? Like you managed to kind of piece it together.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Hey, Echo.
He's like laying starfish style on his back.
Hey.
He looks over and he's like, yeah.
That was really, really good.
Hey.
I hope to be that fast on the track too.
Oh, you'll nail it. Do those thrusters let you go faster?
Yeah, definitely.
And he kind of smiles and goes, just make sure they're pointed the right way, yeah, mate?
Oh, for sure. She kind of like fiddles with them again before like walking off from that.
He blushes softly and just rubs the back of his head as he sits up.
And Nightwalker says, all right, the next 4 students that will be going. And he kind of looks over and says, Robert Frosby. He hops on over. He looks to you, Joey. Joey. He kind of looks around.
Okay.
Evan. Evan moves to his spot. And he looks to you, Alex, and calls for you to be the last person.
Okay.
You all get on, and you're getting ready to start the race, and you guys have some pretty big shoes to fill. That first race was filled with somebody sliding around the ground at high speed, disappearing in flashes of light, portals, and someone that could fly. So you're kind of feeling the pressure a little bit. And Nightwalker steps back and ushers for you, Echo, to join the rest of the group and not be too close to the track.
He sighs and scoots back over, and then promptly sits on his bum.
And as he raises his hand, he says, "Ready, set."
Wait, I wanted to, just take a second.
Oh, very well.
Joey kind of like stretches forward for a second, like bringing like her hands down in front of her and then bringing them kind of down to her toes, and starts to kind of bring her arms to her legs that start to morph together as the plates and on her body start to kind of shift and build atop of each other, forming different shapes as wheels start to thrust out from the center as she kind of does and on the front a hologram of Joey riding on this bike, a motorcycle, appears.
Yeah, at this, everyone's like, "Whoa, what?" And Nightwalker just goes, "Oh, right." And you guys watch as Joey transforms into like a rocket-powered motorcycle with a hologram of Joey riding on it.
Yeah.
You got it, Joey!
Alright.
Alright, now I'm ready.
Nightwalker nods, raises his arm, and says, "Ready, set, go." And you all are free to use whatever strategies you wish to ride forward in this race. So I'll start at the bottom. Nicole, what is Alex's strategy for this?
My strategy is, maybe I should move over here to minimize the gravity field. I'm just going to lower the gravity around myself as I move, just to let myself run a little bit faster, like I'm a little bit lighter.
Okay. Yeah, you do that, and I'm not going to make you roll anything for that, because you're not, like, reshaping any boundaries or anything. And yeah, you're able to make things lighter, and you're sort of like moonwalk jumping along. And I'll say that doing that, you're able to get a pretty considerable distance in a short time, and you make your way about here in just a couple of seconds. As you're running forward like this, Joey, you're a motorcycle. Is there anything special you're doing, or are you just revving along?
Oh, I am like revving with my thrusters on, basically. The thrusters are kind of like attached to the back wheel, and they are just basically at maximum, just like a blast off, essentially. Yeah, that Mario Kart start, exactly.
Okay, then at that, let me ask you a question. Are you... I will give you a distance that you will go normally on this sort of turn, using your motorbike, or you could roll Freak to try to do that turbine boost and see if you can go farther. But of course, if you fail, it'll be like Mario Kart where you held it for too long and kind of sputter out.
Oh no! Okay, I kind of want to try.
Okay, alright, go for it.
I do want to try. I know that I have the chance to fail, but man, it'd be cool if I could
see if you got it. Okay. Alright, that's a hit. So yeah, you get, like, rather than the maximum blue flame from Mario Kart, you get the red flame. You get a boost, and that's better than, like, sputtering out. And you just rocket forward way faster than anyone else is able to rocket out of the starting gate, and you're able to get all the way to basically the next line. You're bursting out. You can only dream of what it would have been like if you got a full hit. But it's still crazy good.
I am a motorcycle.
Robert is hopping along the track a little bit slower than you're able to go with lowered gravity, Alex, but it seems like he's about able to keep pace with you with his extended jumps. And Evan actually, like, what it looks like is the blue and red tendrils start sort of coming out of his sleeves and almost coating his body, and he just kind of shakes his head in the rush of everyone bursting out, like almost as if he doesn't have enough time to do something. and he just plants his legs on the ground. Big red and blue springs burst out from his jeans around his thighs, not his thighs, lower part of your leg. It's evading me right now. Your calves, yes. Big what look like springs burst out around his calves, and they make almost metallic sounds. You can tell, Terry, from standing right behind him, as he also does large spring-loaded jumps, and is just behind the other two that are jumping along the track. But Alex, being at the front right now, the other two not quite able to keep up with you, you see Joey rocketing ahead. What do you want to do? Nicole?
I'm sorry, were you talking to
Yes.
me? I'm just gonna keep doing my same strategy. I don't really have anything else I can do with my powers other than lighten the gravity.
Well, you could try to lighten it more and like...
Because I'm not supposed to use it. Because I'm not supposed to use it on other people, so it's not like I can slow anybody else down.
Do you want to try to use Freak to up how crazy you're using your gravity powers, or do you want to... There we go. Do you want to play it safe?
I might as well.
Okay.
Might as well. Let me see if I can get an extra boost.
Because remember, there are many ways that you could use your gravity. You don't just have to lighten it. You could point it in a direction, for example.
Perhaps.
Okay, you got a hit. How do you want this to take shape?
Can I make it so that I'm gravitationally pulled forwards towards,
Yes.
continuing the race and getting to the end?
So you're moon jumping along, and you consider continuing the strategy that you were going on before. But seeing Joey, you're like, okay, I want to try to push it a little bit. Let's see if I can make something cool happen. And you basically like catapult yourself forward with your gravity powers, and it does a pretty good job. You don't go as far as you could go at maximum power, but you're also very careful to not hurt yourself, so you're able to land like right at this corner and keep on running along. So you're basically able to close the gap with Joey before Joey does whatever Joey does. Speaking of, what is Joey does?
What is Joey does? Let me decide. I think that in seeing someone starting to pass her, she's gonna be like, "Oh no, you don't," and try to Tokyo drift around this corner.
Okay,
here.
cool. Let me see. What should I? Okay, I'm gonna make you roll danger for this one to try to go high speed but keep it up. Okay, yeah. You're not pulling off the drift like perfectly, but you're pulling it off with insane precision. Thankfully, your hologram doesn't have to worry about its knee digging into the ground as you make a really sharp turn around the course. And you're keeping up the high speed that you had going before, and you're able to make it like all the way out here without really losing momentum as you're pulling in around this drift, and you're ready to launch forward again at a moment's notice. Behind you guys, Robert keeps hopping along and like is just barely reaching this line. Actually, no, he'd be like back here in comparison, because Alex really launched herself forward. And you hear Evan call out, "Guys, slow down!" as he's like really, really trying to keep up, but is just not able. Let's go back down to Alex. Alex, you see her Tokyo drifting ahead of you. What do you want to do?
I'm going to keep doing the same strategy and try to gravitationally pull myself forward.
Okay, cool. Since
that worked well last time.
you're moving forward around a giant turn, kind of where like she's having to Tokyo drift, I'm gonna make you roll danger to keep up speed around this turn.
Okay.
Nice. Once again, with about the same level of precision, you're able to launch yourself forward.
Yeah.
Yes?
Oh no, I'm just acknowledging that we're equal in our roles.
You launch yourself forward, actually off the track a bit, as you see yourself come off of this corner over here. but you very quickly in the air pivot your body and launch yourself back onto the track this way, and are able to catch up with Joey once again as you're soaring through the air at low gravity. Joey, how about you? Are you going to try to keep up the speed, or are you going to start playing it safe?
Oh no, Joey doesn't play it safe.
Okay, roll me another danger.
She's definitely gonna... Hell yeah. Come on, Joey. You got this.
Okay, how does this take shape?
She is, like, kind of seeing, Alex still keeping up, and is just like, what the hell? What's going on? I'm a motorcycle! and starts, like, as the thrusters are going, I kind of imagine she would have it so almost like two tinier thrusters come out from the larger ones, and is just, like, continuing to push on and drift as hard as she can.
Okay. Yeah, you... Alex, as you're flying along, you're able to see that Joey is keeping up this incredible speed, and you start drifting harder. Like, some of your parts are, like, grinding against the ground and making sparks come up, but you're still going as you're drifting just incredibly well, and you're able to get basically to this next checkpoint without being stopped up or anything, which is incredible, because you both can feel, oh, if I mess up now, I'm eating shit.
Yeah.
So you're both keeping it on very, very well as you continue. Meanwhile, you know, the two boys that are doing their leaps at the back, Frosby's trying his best to keep up, and Evan is just kind of shakes his head and is like, all right, I gotta do something to make this work. So he stops bouncing and lands hard on his legs, and a long blue and red tendril flies out from his sleeve and basically latches into the ground over here in the track, and he uses it to sling himself in this direction and fly through the air after you, Alex. He overtakes Robert and is flying in your direction, not as quickly as you're flying, but trying to close the distance. What do you do?
I'm gonna just keep it up. I'm just gonna keep doing the same thing.
All right, not slowing down?
Not slowing down.
Okay, roll danger for
I'm
me.
very competitive with Joey right now. Roll
Danger.
Oh, me too!
Roll
Danger.
what? Okay.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
You're able to take the turn and, like, you're feeling dangerous right now. You're like, all right, let's get it. Let's push it even further, because your competitive spirit is pushing your powers to be even stronger. Once again, you launch yourself off of the corner of the track, still in the air, and launch yourself forward, and you actually manage to launch yourself so hard you overtake Joey. Joey, you gonna take this?
No, I'm not gonna take it! Wait, what am I gonna do? I am, oh man. I'm definitely looking to just, like, absolutely push myself to the max. Like, Joey is going as fast as she possibly can. And yeah, I don't know I feel like I'd roll Freak, because she's going to be just, like, having all these turbo boosts happening.
Yeah. Yeah, roll Freak for me, and let's see how hard you can push yourself.
Oh gosh, please. I haven't gotten a full hit yet. It's the
Okay,
same.
you guys are still neck and neck as, you know, Joey, you were keeping really
gosh.
high speed around the corner, and you're able to burst forward and just barely overtake Alex as you guys are moving on along the track. And at this point, you know, you guys are flying forward neck and neck, and you're making your way all the way down here together. Meanwhile, Frosby is still frog hopping around. You know, he gives a little peace sign as he watches Evan sling around the corner of the course and overtake him again, as he launches all the way, like, over here and lands at the check mark, but, like, biffs it and falls over onto his face, scrambling to get up and try to keep up with you guys. But he's just laughing. He's having a good time. Alright, Alex, what do you want to do to try to take this corner from Joey?
I I mean, I'm just gonna keep doing the same thing.
Okay, roll danger for me.
I think I got a pretty good strategy going.
Ooh,
No.
mark potential. Yep, you're feeling the competitive spirit. You're like, all right, I'm gonna catapult myself around this corner just like the last one. But suddenly, you feel a little bit of anxiety creep in. And you're like, oh man, but like, what if I smash myself into the ground? And as you think that, you get to the corner and smash yourself into the ground. Because that one moment of hesitation basically ruins your control. And you look up at Joey. Are you going to keep up the danger, or are you going to slow down and play it safe?
Joey's going to slow down entirely, and pull up.
Okay.
Hey, hop on! The hologram disappears, and there's just a motorcycle in front of you.
I'm like shocked, but I'm also like, well, okay, and I hop on.
Okay,
And now I'm gonna
And
go.
at that, you guys take enough time for Alex to hop on the motorcycle, and during this time, you see Evan once again spring-loaded jumps as he's starting to catch up to you and bound across the field. And he just says, "You girls shouldn't be slowing down or you'll be overtaken!" Meanwhile, Robert's at the other end of the field, just hopping along as he does. Alright, Joey, Alex, you now get to do some team moves together. What do you guys want to do?
I
And actually-
could decrease the gravity on us so you can drive even faster.
Let me ask a leader here, or a question here. Both of you DM me privately. Who do you think is the leader in this situation? And don't say anything out loud, because this is a fun little mechanic. Okay. You both answered each other. So, sadly, you do not get to add.
Is this in my? Okay.
So,
Sorry, I was gonna say, is this one of my team moves thing?
yeah, this is a team move. So, what is happening right now?
Because I have a team move that is literally this situation.
So, when you guys enter into a dangerous situation as a team, we add 2 team points to the pool. And if you guys answered the same leader, you would get an additional point. Sadly, you do not. But you guys do have the same purpose, to win this race. So add another point, we get 3. And yeah, you guys are not would you guys say you're ill-prepared or off-balance?
Not Joey's not. This is
Okay.
what Joey was waiting for.
So, you have 3 team points that you can spend. So you can spend team points to do your team abilities, and you can also spend them. You can spend them to do a variety of things. The basic moves playlist, as well as, or the basic moves list, as well as your character sheets, will tell you what you guys are capable of doing. So, Joey, I heard you have a move that you wanted to try to use.
I do. I feel like it says when I share a vulnerability or weakness with someone, and their response helps me understand human feelings and problems, I can mark potential, and if my response confuses or offends me, I can shift my freak up in my mundane.
Okay. So what are you gonna do in reference to that?
And for that team move, what I think I basically want to do is, like we finally start like taking off, essentially, Joey is going to appear in the backseat and just be like, "Let's get it! We gotta keep going! I'm not gonna come in second place!"
I love that.
What vulnerability or weakness are you sharing with her right now?
It's the fact that both of them are competitive spirits. They don't want to lose, and like in seeing her fall, Joey was like, "No, this is who I'm like trying to beat, and if I can't beat them, we're gonna have to beat somebody else together."
Okay.
And she knows they both just kind of have this outcast feeling. You know what I mean?
Do you
Winning this race is what they
as
need.
you start launching forward, do you kind of get into that, like, hey, we can't lose this to him. You know, we're kind of like.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Okay.
Like,
We're the ones that are looked at as outcasts. It's time to prove them all wrong.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so her response is seemingly positive here. So you can mark potential, and you have 3 team points. And if I'm not wrong, you can spend team points working with your team to give +1 to another person's roll, and you can spend any number of team points at once. So, which one of you do you want to make the roll to go forward?
I'll make it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, what I want.
And how
Actually,
many team points should we add to Tokyo Drift?
because here's the real question.
Let's.
If you roll, Nicole, I would say, needs to roll Freak, and if Joey rolls, you need to roll Danger. So you guys can talk about what your numbers and modifiers are and whatnot.
Yeah. What is your modifier for that stat, Nicole?
I have a 2 for free.
Yeah, and I'm a 2 for
Okay,
danger.
cool.
So either
Okay.
way.
Yeah, we can say you're kind of getting to share this, which is very fitting.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Okay, so Chloe, if you want to go ahead and roll, and with the modifier, how many of your 3 team points do you want to use?
Maybe we should add 2 and just leave the 1, just in case we need it for the last little thing.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Give us that roll.
here we go. Yep.
Yeah, there we go. So, Evan catches up to you and lands like right here and goes to spring load jump forward. You rev your tire and the blue flames come out and you rocket forward. And you know, with Alex riding on your back, she's able to lighten the gravity, and you basically go soaring through the air past him. And you're able to get all the way down here in record time as he is like leaping and hopping behind you, trying to keep up. Meanwhile, Robert's still just making his way, jumping along, and to himself, he's just like...
Oh, my boy.
To himself, he's just saying, this wasn't really fair, but okay. And he just kind of keeps going. Yeah, you guys are not neck and neck, because even though you were neck and neck for like a second, you very quickly outsped Evan and started moving forward. And as you guys are going forward, you feel a bit of a weight as a long red and blue tendril has tied to the back of the motorcycle, and he is like whipping himself towards you guys and seems ready to throw himself past you using your speed as momentum. Alex, what do you want to do?
That's not allowed.
What do you want to do?
Get him, Alex!
I'm gonna make his own tendril so heavy that it drops to the ground and he can't lift
Uh-oh,
it.
alright. Roll danger for me.
Okay.
Oh god. There you go. He reaches out and like goes to grab onto something, but you grab the tendril before it can latch on, and you just yank it into the air, and he is pulled up into the air behind you and just sort of gives a cheeky grin before you let go, and he slams straight down into the ground. And yeah.
Yeah, no cheating.
And as he slams into the ground and just sort of coughs out, you guys continue on, and with that, he's not able to keep up with you guys, and you're able to pass by the finish line.
Woohoo!
Robert kind of hops by, overtakes Evan, and makes his way to the finish line, and you guys are sharing a celebration together. You know what that means? You guys have celebration team moves you can use.
Yeah!
So yeah,
Oh, this is amazing!
Joey, tell me about your Share a Triumphant Celebration team move.
Yeah! Well, I just wanted to basically ask you, how this makes you feel. I mean, as a robot, I feel so happy right now. I feel like it's like overflowing.
I'm feeling pretty good about myself right now. I haven't always felt like I had control over my powers, but this shows me that I can if I need to.
Yeah, you were just keeping up with me, and I'm a motorcycle, so.
And
That's
Nicole, do
crazy.
you want to use your team move for sharing a triumphant celebration?
Yes, I look at her in the eyes and I ask, there is one thing I want to ask you.
Oh, yeah?
Are you afraid of me at all?
Of you? No. I mean, I'm kind of more used to people feeling that way about me, so.
Alright.
Yeah, there you go.
That means that I can take +1 forward and mark potential.
Yep, so you can mark potential again, and if you do a roll later, you can add +1 to it.
That cut out. Can you say that again?
That means if the next roll you make, you can add +1 to it.
Alright, cool.
Chloe, what was your result of your team move?
I got to add a lesson.
Ooh, okay.
I did, and my lesson is that a superhero should always feel triumph after good accomplishments.
Okay, cool. Alright. Well, yeah, you guys make your way over, and yeah, Robert makes his way over after the race. And he kind of looks at you guys and he says, "Hey, I think Evan's out cold."
Whoa, what?
Yeah, he was kind of just passed out. I mean, I wanted to finish the race and I thought he'd get back up, but he's not, like, coming yet. And as you guys are talking about this, you see that Nightwalker is checking on Evan, who is just out cold on the ground.
I immediately start to panic that I overdid it and run over to him to see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I drive up, and as I'm driving, start to transform back into myself so that I'm running up by the time I'm there.
Let me play. Is this gonna be good? This is fine. Yeah. You guys run up, and you see that Evan hit his head pretty hard on the ground when the gravity spiked him. And he's just kind of out cold. He's got a bit of blood coming out of his head. And Nightwalker looks up to you, Alex, and looks you in the eyes and says, "What did I say about using your powers on other students?"
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
You can tell him sorry all you like. He won't be hearing it since he's out cold. He stands straight up, and he looks to you two, and he says, "Teamwork is very important, but on the field you need to be very aware of what your actions are going to cause. Both of you take him to the infirmary."
Absolutely.
And he just turns around and says, "I will be speaking to you after class."
I just have a look of absolute fear and guilt in my eyes.
Same.
Robert walks over, having been at the back the whole time, and he just kind of pats your shoulder, Joey, and looks to you two and says, "Yikes," and then walks away.
I'm gonna help him up.
Yeah, Evan is he is just out cold. He can't even support himself. You guys want to try to wake him up at all?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to wake him up a little bit.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be like, "Evan, are you there? Hey."
You kind of shake him, jostle him a bit, and he comes a little conscious, and he's like, "Did I win?"
Yeah, bud.
Cool. Is class over?
For us.
Oh.
Yeah. We need to get you to the infirmary. Are you all right?
I think I'm fine. He kind of feels his head and he sees the red and he's like, "Oh, well, I know that's not hair dye."
No. Yeah, you definitely have a concussion.
He scratches his nose a bit and the blood gets on it and he says, "Yeah, let's yeah." And he sort of nods to himself as you guys start taking him on. And he's in and out, but you guys are able to walk him on as he supports himself, and you guys head to the infirmary, not able to witness the last part of class.
Oh my god.
You guys get to miss watching regular people run a track.
Yeah.
Oh shit, man. Oh nah.
We got like 8 more students ready to run, and Nightwalker knows like, all right, we got to get through this to get to the end of the day. So Terry and Lily, you guys are not actually called for the next round, as in front of you, you see Olivia set to run, you see Maya set to run, Aiden, and Lawrence. And when he tells them to go, they're all pretty normal, and they're all not very physically fit. Olivia is winded right out of the gate, not really able to keep up with anyone else, even though they're all very mundane. Maya's able to, like, use her snake sort of weird transmogrification power to, like, help boost her along a little bit, but she's not crazy fast. Aiden is just, like, slithering along the ground made of water. He's not crazy fast. And Lawrence, meanwhile, he's able to use a spell that propels him along, and he's actually using this, like, wind gust spell, which is seemingly, once again, powered by the dark magic from his book. He's able to use this to overtake everyone else, after, like, half a lap of just running normally and deciding that he was sick of it at the end. And yeah, so that race ends, and, everyone that's left kind of gives a little obligatory golf clap, and they get off of the course. Nightwalker nods to himself and sort of, starts jotting down notes and says, "All right, we're down to the final 4, so let's make this quick, shall we?" And he calls to the last 4 people to race, which will be Lily, Terry, Nelson, and Priscilla.
Wait, why is Nelson running with us?
Why is Priscilla running with us? She's been doing.
They were just some of the last ones.
This will be interesting.
Lily had been standing on her own during the other races. And I do want to say she's been spending the entirety of the other 3 or whatever races talking to the spirits, trying to fucking convince them to actually be helpful for once. Could I roll superior to try to like provoke my spirits into help?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, please, spirits. I clicked it. We're waiting.
We're waiting. It's okay.
Oh wait, I forgot the penalty thing.
There you go.
Yeah. And for the love of God, she's just been talking to herself, basically, being like, I don't want you in the first place. You're why I'm here. Now help me since I'm here. I'll fucking I'll like write as many letters to your still existing family as you want if you just help me.
Yeah, and it seems like earlier you were able to deduce that, like, they seemed sort of afraid to help you for reasons that seem obvious to you, but aren't really, like, bothersome right now. Because of everything that goes on with your powers. But you finally, you're basically, like, cracking the whip and getting the spirits following you in line and are like, hey, this is it. This is the event. You're helping me. And they're, you can tell the spirits are with you. If you fail rolls, it'll just be, it'll be human error rather than lack of powers. So it seems like you're going to have a pretty good boost in this event as opposed to the others, now that you've kind of got your powers under control.
Okay.
Terry, what do you want to do?
Well, considering Terry's specific powers, he can't exactly do anything special, so he's actually just gonna go for like a jog around this thing.
Okay, sure. You see that Nelson once again is like an Olympian pose, just ready to start sprinting. He's got like his hands on the ground. He's like back with his knee up, ready to go. And he looks over to you, Lily, and says, "Hey, good luck out there."
Yeah, sure.
And Priscilla just...
She does not say it back.
Priscilla just stands casually, ready to start running, but, not taking it too seriously. And Nightwalker gestures you, Echo, to get back a little bit. And he says, "On your mark, get set." And once again, You guys are ready to start running around the track. Immediately out of the gate, of course, you guys know that Nelson is like, he's good. He's really good at these physical activities, and he bolts it as he starts sprinting down the way. And for those of you that know what I'm about to reference, he's doing the L run.
Nice.
So he's
What a freak.
he's sprinting forward at full speed, and Priscilla bursts out of the gate, and it seems like she's athletic, but it doesn't seem like she's really using her powers quite yet, as she gets about, like, here. Dako, what's your first thing that you're gonna do here? You're gonna start out running normal, try to use your powers to do something tricky? What's up?
I start out running, but I'm not using my ghosts to like amplify my running speed, because that would just make me a little faster of a runner. Since they're listening to me and doing what I want, and she's been talking to them throughout the course of the event. She's just been making them as many spirits as she can like line up on her track, and she after a few steps is going to jump into them and like crowd surf the entire track.
Okay, sure. Roll a...
Just have them like throwing her down the track, basically.
Okay. Roll Freak for me, and I'm trying to see if I could give you a bonus for this based on your superior roll. Let me think for a second. I'm gonna give you a base +1 to this, given that +1s and +2s are the normal bonuses. Okay, cool. You start...
So hard out here for these.
Imagine the popular girl in an underdog story. You start crowd surfing on your ghosts, and everyone's really surprised to see you start like flying through the air, essentially.
Yeah.
And you're able to burst forward, not as fast as you would have liked, but considering what you're doing, you're basically able to get just behind Nelson. To which Priscilla sort of like curses to herself a little bit, and seems like she's about to start taking it seriously. Terry, you're just running forward, I assume.
Yeah, Terry's
Okay.
He's like, what else is he gonna do? Like, what else is he
It's
gonna
true.
do?
All right. Yeah, you start running out.
Like kneecap someone with a rock. That's literally like his only other option. Well, he has two, but like none of them are good.
Yeah, Nightwalker did say you couldn't use your powers on other people, because you don't want other people getting hurt, but, your powers are pretty weird. Just a note if you want to use them anyway. But you start jogging forward, and you see, you're going to be slower than Priscilla as she's running right now, as you start jogging out. Nelson looks back as he's sprinting forward and sees you, like, crowd surfing on nothing, chasing after him and gaining speed, and so... He does something kind of nuts. He claps his hands together and just says, "I'm not going to forget this time!" And another him pops out in front of him, grabs him, and hurls him over his shoulder and sends him flying through the air.
Good, more of them.
What do you do?
I really want to fuck with him.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, and Terry's just running, so I can't even pass it off to Kaiwal, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll move Terry up to here for your run, and I'll wait for Priscilla until you make your decision. Or do you want Priscilla to go first?
You can
Okay.
go.
Priscilla's running, and she, at the same time as Nelson decides to start creating clones of herself, as she jumps in the air and a mirror trail of duplicates basically fan out behind her. So, like, the real Priscilla is in the front, projecting clones behind her to launch herself into the air. And then she just starts creating these, like, translucent light platforms and using them to run along the air, basically creating platforms for herself as she catches up to you guys. Which is pretty amazing considering you guys started by using your powers, so she's at least able to keep up.
Okay. Since there seems to be two people who are fast enough. You know, it isn't just Nelson that she has to try to be. She's not gonna fuck with Nelson. Lily's just gonna look at the ghosts that are like carrying and throwing her, and just continue to like shout down at them, and try to like just being like fucking faster, throw me! I'll let like as many of you possess me, and then I'll eat delicious food. You want to taste the food again? That'd be cool. Go!
Alright,
go!
you want them to throw you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to amp them up to do what they're doing. But
Okay,
better.
roll danger for me.
Okay. I'm a little okay with that.
Okay, cool.
Hey.
Yeah, a bunch of the ghosts very quickly fly around under you and create a sort of, like, maelstrom of spiritual energy as they all get ready with their hands to bring you down and launch you up. And they throw you, basically like 8 people just worked together to throw you, where it was just one of him. And surprisingly, you guys are about the same place, but you finally are managing to overtake him.
Fuck you, Nelson.
What'd you say?
I said that as me, not
Oh,
as
okay.
Lily. Fuck
Okay.
you, Nelson.
Yeah, Terry, you just still jogging along? Kai? I always want to make sure I check in with you.
Sorry, Sister brought me pizza.
Are you still jogging along, or do you want to do anything
Okay,
nutty?
I'm back. Yeah,
Okay.
he's jogging. There's no way. There's like literally no way he can catch him. Like, again, the things he'd have to do would be not nice. So he's not gonna do.
Okay, that's fair. And yeah, Priscilla, once again, she keeps jumping off of these platforms in the air before she jumps off of one of them, and in a ring around her, as she catches up to be right behind you guys, and, you know, Nelson's clone is gonna start jogging along behind him. She jumps up into the air above her platforms, and a ring of clones of herself appear around her, and they all burst with a bright flash of light. Terry, you're blinded by this. Lily, you're not looking in her direction, and Nelson isn't either at the moment, but Nelson's clone just sort of fumbles and falls over as Nelson is running forward. Excuse me. As Nelson is running forward towards the next checkpoint. Do you want to do anything, like, crazy, or do you just want to keep up with him for a little bit?
I'm just trying to keep up with
cool.
them, since it looks like it's working so
Okay.
far.
So you guys are about neck and neck, as is Priscilla as well with you guys, and his clone just disappears once he's far enough away. Terry, you're trying your best, jogging along. But about neck and neck, you guys keep going on, using your powers how you do, and you end up making your way to about this distance. And of course, going around the corner, it's a little easier for you to make these turns than it is for the ones on the outside. So you start getting a little bit of an advantage in terms of distance. However, Priscilla once again uses her clones to launch out ahead of you guys, creates another ring, and a bright flashbang as she attempts to blind you guys with the light. So let me see what I can... Well, actually, how do you want to try to react to this when she sees you fly ahead of... when you see her fly ahead of you?
Would my ghosts be affected by a flash?
No, your
ring?
ghosts are not.
Okay, then I don't give a shit if she flashes me.
You just want to cut...
I'll just be blind and being thrown along a fucking
Okay,
track.
yeah. Yeah, you're continuously being, guided along. You kind of get flashbanged in the eyes a little bit, start rubbing your eyes. You don't have to worry about your eyes being closed. You're not even running. So you're able to keep going with plenty of speed to spare as she keeps up with you, but Nelson is sadly flashbanged, and he stumbles and falls onto the ground, now not able to keep up anymore. And Terry, during all this time, you're making your way.
Yeah.
A
regular person running track.
You're still a little bit ahead of Priscilla. Anything crazy, or are we spinning our wheels for a bit and just kind of trying to stay ahead?
Yes. Now that Priscilla has flashed
Okay.
me, the ghosts that I've already passed and aren't going to be throwing me anymore, so they're just basically standing around. Lily is going to call it to them, just like hit her. And just to grab onto her and try to slow her down.
Okay, cool. Let's see here. I'm gonna say unleash your powers with a freak roll.
Please, God, do I still get the plus?
Not on this roll.
Damn. No. It's awful.
So, your ghosts do go to get her, but it seems like all of your ghosts do. So, you end up falling off of the ghosts you made originally that were making the track under you, and you kind of eat shit for a second as you land. You're like, oh, not you! As all of the ghosts start spinning around her, and she is forced to stop as well, standing in the middle of the air on a platform of light. But as these ghosts are trying to, like, rip her out of the air or, like, pull her to the ground or just sort of hold her in place, her body flashes with light and more mirror clones are created, trying to fight off whatever invisible force is getting her. This gives Nelson enough time to pick himself off of his ass and start running after you guys again. And he passes you by as you're starting to pick yourself up. What do you want to do now?
Since the ghosts ahead of me have also now abandoned, she can't continue to crowd surf. She just gets up and goes like, alright, fuck it. Possess me, make me faster, whatever. Let's just finish this out.
Alright. Yeah, with that one, that's pretty easy. You're able to call the ghosts back to yourself. You're filled with that spiritual energy, and you just burst off and start running. And you notice, you're a little bit slower than he is right now, but you're able to start closing the gap. As you guys are going to move along, let's say, like, here, as you're bursting around the corner, trying to keep up with him. Priscilla, now not being apprehended by invisible forces anymore, just sort of blows some hair out of her face, scowls in your direction, and just sort of keeps running on these platforms she's creating in the air, eventually just kind of getting sick of it and deciding, alright, you know what? And she makes a slide out of this reflective light. She slides down off of it, boosts herself into the air, and she launches a few clones of herself ahead in the race. So let's see. Yeah. She launches this one ahead, this one ahead, and this one not nearly as far. And so you see these holographic mirror clones of herself flying forward and doing what she does. And kind of thinking like, oh, what's the point of this? Is she going to start carrying herself again? But as she pivots her body, they don't explicitly try to attack you, but they start just moving in your way. So you have what is essentially a wall of glass ahead of you as she starts sprinting ahead. Nelson just bull rushes straight through it and has it shatter on impact. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna try to do the same as Nelson, but also I'm going to call out to Nelson. Yeah, what happened to the boy in the cafeteria who tried to take one in just for using their powers? She's trying to stop us. That's against the rules, Nelson.
Okay, roll...
Forget the race. Wouldn't it be more impressive if you upheld the rules?
Okay, I'm gonna have you make 2 rolls. First, roll danger for me to run into this clone.
Okay. That'll be.
Oh, and also make sure for your freak roll before you can mark potential.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Let's see. Okay, full hit. So yeah, you're charging forward, and you just like jump up and cannonball through this clone as it's not necessarily the force of your body, but all of the spirits that reach out around you and tear this clone apart so you can cannonball through the remains. And as you shout this out to Nelson, who's a bit ahead of you, he sort of looks back and he's like, she is breaking the rules, isn't she? And he stops to turn around, not realizing that you've now completely overtaken him. Actually, hold on, I'm sorry. I described that before I said the second roll you were going to do. Roll me with Superior to provoke someone. Let me see how well you provoke him with an actual roll before I give it to you. Okay, yeah.
Hey.
So yeah, he kind of looks behind him and is like, oh, she is breaking the rules, isn't she? And he slows down to about a stop, which gives you the opportunity to overtake him as he's looking towards her.
She just calls back, "You got this, Nelson. Apprehend the villain." And I'm just gonna keep
Okay. Terry, you're making your way uptown, moving fast.
The real ending is we all start fighting each other and Terry crosses the finish line.
Might be true. Yeah, you overtake Nelson, and it seems like he had to think about it for a second before deciding if he would fully stop. But he does. And he turns around and says, "Hey, you're not allowed to use your powers on other people!" And as she and her clone run by, the clone bursts as a flashbang and blinds him. And she just says, "Shouldn't have been in the way," and keeps going. And he's blinded and just starts rubbing his eyes. She starts trying to keep up to you, but you're starting to round the corner as she is running up to the checkpoint. And she sees you running ahead of her. She's not really happy about this, so she is going to materialize some holographic, almost like mirrors made of light, points her finger at one of them, and a little beam of light fires towards one of those mirrors, bounces around, and eventually goes to land at a mirror that appears kind of in the air in front of you and tries to flashbang you. So roll danger for me to see if you can get by this without being slowed down. Okay, cool. You're able to, you have to close your eyes for just a minute, but not too long as you keep trucking forward. And you guys keep running along. You know that she is on your tail now, and she is explicitly trying to mess with you, but in ways that aren't going to hurt you, so she doesn't technically break the rules. What do you want to do?
I want spirits to tackle her.
Okay, cool. Use freak for me. Nice.
Yo.
Yeah, you're charging forward, and you give the command word, and spirits all around that you're able to see, but not her, fly towards her as streams of light through the air, as they all each grab onto each of her arms, like her wrists, her legs, and as she's running, she very quickly gets pinned in place, and then tackled by one more onto the ground by this invisible force that nobody can really trace where it came from. And as she's tackled to the ground and pinned there, she just starts cursing at you as you are just running along and getting away from her. Meanwhile...
Now she's cursing, Nelson. She's cursing.
Nelson sadly cannot hear you, but he is running forward, rubbing his eyes, and as he runs up towards her and she's cursing, thankfully not in earshot of Mr. Nightwalker, he just shouts, "Language!" and starts to overtake her. And yeah, anything crazy you want to do for the end, or do you just want to see how long you can ride this out?
No, I just want to close this out if it looks like I have the secured win.
Okay. Yeah, as you're getting around the corner here, and you see Terry, like, starting to make the first... he reaches, like, this checkpoint up here by the time all of this is about to be said and done, because he's just sort of jogging along. But you're running along, you're feeling great, ghosts are propelling you, like, every step that you move, and you're, not too far from the finish line, and you hear the thudding stomps as you look back just briefly and see him L-running towards you, very quickly trying to close the gap before he creates a clone, and he's going to try to close the gap by throwing himself. Is there anything you want to do to try to stop this from happening or propel yourself?
Oh, man. Do I fuck with Nelson, too? He's been so helpful.
You can do whatever you want.
Do I use Dark Visions again?
Yeah, sure.
As I'm running. Dark Visions. If I just run, or if I have ghosts try to do this, what he's doing to me, does it look like I could win, or is Nelson just naturally faster? And if I don't do something to stop him, will I lose?
Okay, so your eyes start glowing, and you're once again piercing the veil and looking past whatever temporal curtain keeps events linear as your dark powers look into the future. And you're able to see a vision of Nelson's clone grabbing his arm, and once again, like the start, chucking him forward with all of his might. And as you're running forward, you're just about to reach the finish line. Like, your pace is away, and he goes soaring past you. And it seems like if you don't do something to stop him, he is going to beat you, 100%.
Okay. I want all of my spirits, or at least, all the ones that aren't in me, that are still just lingering around the field, to just stand at the end of his line and act as, like, a thick wall that will suddenly slow him down.
Okay, cool.
As he tries to run through them.
Roll me a freak.
Please, God. Hey.
Let me look here.
Very nice.
Yeah. You start calling on the spirits, telling them to give you one last push as they fly over and they make a weird sort of a mass in front of where he's supposed to land, basically ready to grab him and telekinetically knock him to the ground. As he launches himself through the air, you get close to the end, and just like in your vision, he flies past you, but then he's levitating in the air as he's grabbed, and he's like, whoa, wait, and gets chucked onto the ground, and you lightly jog past him, maybe making a face, or, like...
No, I don't want to
you're
taunt
not...
the guy, because that makes...
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, you just jog past him, and you're like, oh. And you cross the finish line, and he scrambles to pick himself back up, and basically, like, on all fours crosses the finish line as fast as he can. And, at that, Terry makes his way around. Your ghosts are, actually, do you want to keep your ghosts pinning Priscilla as long as possible, or do they just kind of stop after a while?
No.
Okay.
As soon as I pass, she can get up.
Yeah, Priscilla gets up, is dusting dirt off of herself, and she's pissed. But she ends up, just kind of jogging the rest of the way because she knows she can beat Terry if she just jogs. And Terry...
Well, if I kept her pinned, could Terry beat her?
Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to run.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you keep her pinned when you realize that Terry is running still. And Terry, you're able to outrun Priscilla as she just stays pinned there. Just looking at you like, yeah, whatever, get out of here. And you just pass her by. And thanks to some good old-fashioned teamwork, you both cross the finish line before Priscilla. And it takes Terry a little while. Terry, do you pick up the pace once you realize you could actually beat Priscilla, or do you still just sort of take it casual? Kai? Oh god, Kai.
My muted. Goddamn,
there you go.
Goddamn time. Son of a bitch. Hate it when I get... Pizza has weakened me. No, I'm taking
Okay,
casual.
yeah.
Like, when Terry passed him, he, like, gave a little wave and smiled. By the way, this dude's, like, not, like, super sprinting. He's actually just, like, doing, like, a light jog. Like, you would, like, go get groceries.
Yeah, I figured. So, yeah,
As me and Nelson passed the line, and Nelson was sort of passing a bit of a crawl because he got pinned down right at the end, Lily's gonna walk over and, like, give a hand to help him up. And be like, hey, we did it. We won by following the rules.
Nelson, when he's on the ground, he's like trying to consider what just happened, and he seems really upset that he lost, but when you walk over and say that, he looks at you for a second, he smiles, you guys have the moment of like the two like buff dudes like gripping hands, and he gets up and says, yes! Following the rules! And he gives you a handshake and says, you were very good in that race, Lily.
Thank you. You did really good too.
Thank you very much. And Priscilla just walks across the finish line with her arms crossed. Terry, what do you have to say about all this?
He kind of shrugged. This entire thing has just been like, he had no expectations of winning or like even like running like this. He's kind of confused as to why everyone, because like he can't see the ghosts, right?
No, he can't. Actually,
okay, so like
no, you can't.
He was watching all of this go down to some extent, and it just looks like a mess. So he's kind of confused, but he's just gonna roll with it.
Yeah, you guys all finish, and Nightwalker calls you over. So you go to move over back to the beginning of the track together. And yeah, you move over towards Nightwalker, and he looks at you guys, Lily, you got some dirt on you where you fell before, because you were flashbanged. Or whatever oh no, your ghosts flew out from under you. Nelson obviously has been rolling around in the dirt. Priscilla was pinned to the dirt, and Terry, you're really the only one that's clean. And he just sort of looks at you all and says, very creative use of your powers today. It's a good thing no one got hurt. And he just sort of...
Strong winds out there.
He looks at you with a knowing glance and just says, mm-hmm. But he still jots down his notes. And yeah, so you guys make it, and he's kind of jotting down these last few notes and says, all right, well, that was the last event for the day. I'm going to plug your scores in, and tomorrow when you come into class first thing in the morning, you will be able to see where on the leaderboard you are starting out. For now, class is dismissed. I need to go check on the ones in the infirmary, so if you will excuse me. And he turns, his coattails blowing in the wind a bit as he just kind of goes to walk off and check on those that went inside. But yeah, you guys are free for just a moment to sort of hang out if any of you want to say, or yeah, if any of you three want to say anything to any of the NPCs or what have you.
Echo's just confused about what he just witnessed.
Looked like a right fuckfest it did.
Yeah, right fucking... Jeez, feels like they did a Bernie. It
seems like Nelson and Priscilla definitely have some tension between them, and so they're just kind of like staying apart from each other. And Daiko, it seems like you've successfully at least pitted these two against each other right now, but Priscilla looks in your direction, definitely knowing that like Nelson's kind of the thing stopping her from directly confronting you about it, but she just sort of like keeps to herself. Echo, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, no, he's looking at Nelson. He's like, you can clone yourself, mate.
What did you say, Will?
You can clone yourself, mate.
Ah, yes. I forgot to do it during some of the earlier events, but not during this race I didn't. Yes, I'm able to create a few duplicates of myself, I guess. I'm not really sure how, but you know, it's pretty useful.
Are they solid?
Oh, yes, very. Well, how it works is, I've got this sort of super strength, and, I'm able to sort of divide it between clones, if that makes sense. So, because I'm so strong, I can make a lot of clones. I don't know why, but that's just sort of how it works.
Huh. Well, you did good, mate. And he raises his hand and offers him a fist bump.
He looks at you and gives you the nerdiest fist bump you've ever seen and says, yes, coming in second place is not bad. One day, I'll be in first place.
Yeah, you will, mate. You did good.
And he starts dusting the dirt off of himself.
What?
Yeah.
What happened at the end there, though?
What do you mean?
Looked like you hit something.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty weird. I felt like something sort of grabbed me. We don't have any psychics in the class, do we?
And he kind of looks over the ones who ran.
Well, either way, I suppose it's not too bad. I didn't get injured, and it may have just been a fluke. But thank you for looking out for me. Now then, I have to go turn in my homework.
Yeah, there he goes.
And he just walks off to go grab his bag and turn in his homework. Which, again, you guys didn't have homework today. You have no idea if he's still talking about the same thing or if he's referring to something different now.
FBI homework.
Terry, do you want to talk to anybody? No? Alright. Lily, you want to talk to anybody, or are you good?
Yeah, Lily, once the race was over, comes over to Triffany and Olivia, because they are the closest so far Lily feels to, like, any sort of, like, I guess friends, but also, like,
the girls.
The, like, popular girl in, like, a cartoon, like, right and left hand, like, partners. She feels they're the closest she could get to that here if she establishes that. So she comes over to them like, hey, how about that shit, girls? Look good out there. Goes for a high five from both of them.
Triffany gives you a very eager high five and is clapping to herself, and Olivia gives you a very tentative high five and seems very happy for you, just generally nervous.
Like entirely.
Triffany gives you a very eager high five, and is clapping for you very eagerly. Olivia seems tentative and gives you a very gives you a high five gingerly, but it seems like she's almost afraid to touch your hand for some reason. But she gives you a high five regardless. And both of them, are kind of congratulating you. Triffany especially says, "Oh, you were excellent out there. I did not know that you could fly through the air."
Yeah.
Oh, it's just quite wonderful.
It happens sometimes. Could I roll mundane also to because that's the pierce the mask thing, to see why Olivia didn't want to high five me that
sure.
much? That's like insight,
Yeah.
basically. I'm really bad at this, boys. I have 0 in it. And it shows.
You get the feeling that she's like, you get only the obvious feeling that she is afraid to touch you, and that's it.
Okay. Weird. I'm sure that's fine.
She's just sort of wringing her hands together and says, "You did really good out there. That was really cool."
Yeah, you know, I did some sports, so running isn't that bad.
She nods eagerly to you and is just kind of listening to you. And you know, whether you want to, or you don't have to if you don't want to, but if you choose to go on about yourself and your accomplishments, it seems like both of them are very willing and eager to listen to you. And yeah, you're able to hang with who you please, talk to who you please. Yeah.
Could this count as sharing a triumphant celebration with someone, which is one of my team?
That would let me actually check real quick. Let's see.
It's fine if not. I don't mean to stall it up too much.
I'm taking a second to think about it just because I'm trying to think if I think NPCs count. I'm gonna say no because they weren't on the field with you. But you can share these victories with NPCs, is for the record. But yeah, you're just sort of going on and living it up, and you're like, all right, I got them hooked, and you're able to sort of boost yourself up a bit with them, and everybody starts going their separate ways, hanging out with whoever. But we need to go follow a certain other group. So let me get that map ready, as you guys can talk amongst yourselves for just a second while I prepare it.
I did love that you picked Alex up. It was like, yeah, we're gonna it's a race to see who is number 1, and we probably aren't supposed to team up, but we did. But then when the other guy's like, okay, I'll start using my cars, latch on. Like, hey, fuck off! No cheating, dude.
We didn't invite you.
Yeah.
That's just funny to me.
I would have I thought at first whenever you were like, he's out stretching his arm, I was like, yeah, bike party, we're all gonna get on the bike, and then you were like, because he's gonna propel past you, and I was like, oh, are we doing this now? Are we?
Yeah, he was totally gonna use you to finish the race in front of you if at all possible.
In Joey's defense, she didn't know the full scope of Alex's powers.
That's true. You were kind of amping her up and didn't realize how strong she was.
Yeah, I didn't know what she could do at all, really. I just knew that she could potentially fly and go really fast.
Yeah, and Alex doesn't have the most control over her powers. They're not always very precise.
Ethan.
Yeah, so let's move over to where we are now.
Ethan, before
yes.
you do that, because Nelson's not here, Echo's gonna look both ways and he's just gonna portal out.
Okay, yeah. No, Nelson left, so nobody to snitch on you. You open a portal and you just. Oh, hold on. Let me get that for you.
Oh yeah, if this is the final scene, I actually do the same to leave.
Oh, to go to your place?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Echo, you open a portal, you pop out, going wherever you go, and Lily, after soaking it up for a bit and, letting them live it up, you want to leave them wanting more, and you're like, all right, later, and you...
Yeah, later, girls, and then opens up, a dark, evil portal and steps into it.
You step out to the place you're going to, and they wave to you as they say goodbye to you, and they're both just sort of talking about how cool you are after you leave. And Terry's just sort of here hanging out, ready to walk back to the dorms. Another day well done. And let's shift over to this map. So let's find ourselves on this map, shall we? It's towards the center, but off to the right just a little bit, you will find the infirmary. And I'll change the music up a bit. How about this? Because it's getting a bit later in the evening now. So you guys had to very quickly, bring Evan to the infirmary, and, it looks pretty bad. He definitely has a concussion, like you guys said, and this is soon after you brought him in. You brought him in, and you get to witness who the school nurse is, because as you come in, you have to explain the situation to him.
Yeah.
And let me show you who this school nurse is. Share this sheet with everybody.
Whoa.
This guy's name is Catalyst.
Like a bad guy in Half-Life 2.
Got a little medicine gun and whatnot. But yeah, you explain the situation to Catalyst, and he asks for excruciating detail so that he knows what he's dealing with. And he kind of pulls out some weird, colorful vials and gets some things mixing together in his little gun. And you think that, is he going to inject him with, a needle? What's he going to do? But it seems like the gun, with this combination of colors, just exudes a strange sort of paste that he rubs over the wound. And he pulls back and just says, Mr. Quarters here should be fine if we just let him rest. Though you two need to be much more careful using your powers on others. I can only heal so much.
Yeah, sorry.
I know, I apologize. I didn't realize how much strength I was using.
Well, that's something you're just going to have to learn here. Well, I need to go grab a couple of things. Make sure his head is elevated, and if he wakes up, just let him know that I will be back. He walks around you
Got
and
it.
disappears out the door. And you guys are left here with an unconscious Evan.
Oh
She
gosh.
kind of turns to Joey and she's like, maybe you should be afraid of me.
I don't think I should. I mean, it was just an accident.
Accidents can, it's not how it happens, it's what happens as a result, and I don't want to hurt anyone else.
Yeah, you are feeling pretty bad about this. Hurting Evan as bad as you did. Mark guilty on your character sheet for me.
Alright.
Joey, how about you? Do you feel pretty guilty, or are you just trying to be like, hey, it was an accident? What's the angle you're taking on this?
For Joey feels like she's guilty, but she doesn't feel that guilty because she knows that it was just an accident, and that it just was something that happened so fast, and it's the first day, so I guess it's more like Joey knows she wouldn't be hard on herself, so she's not being hard on Alex either.
Yeah,
what
cool.
I mean?
So yeah, Alex, you're feeling the guilt mounting, and it's just kind of messing with you as you two continue to talk. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation for too long with that.
I mean, how did you even do that?
What I can do is I can increase or decrease the gravity on either a person or the area around a person, and I was trying to just weigh him down so he couldn't use us as leverage.
Oh, whoa, so that's how you were able to jump into the air.
Yeah.
I thought that you could fly.
I wish I could. That might be better than this.
Yeah, me too. These thrusters kind of get in the way more than they help sometimes. At least in this form.
Yeah, that's how I feel about mine too. There's a lot of good I might be able to do, but at the same time, there's things like this.
But, I mean, this is just a part of it, right? We met so many heroes today, and you can't tell me that, Liberty Dove or even the monitor in the hallway
You
hasn't,
don't know his name yet.
accidentally crashed. Oh, you
No,
don't
you
know
don't.
his
Yeah,
name?
you guys don't know his name
okay,
yet. It's on the sheet, but yeah.
I'm gonna say, or even Great Oak. I mean, we don't know if they haven't crashed into a couple buildings or, made some mistakes. whenever I was first doing my test runs, I used to always just go so fast that I would run into everything, and I was my friends, they would just only take me to like just big wide open spaces where nobody was around, so I could just ride endlessly, and if I crashed I wouldn't like damage anything.
Yeah, I guess you might be right. This, at least, we're in as safe an environment as could be. I still worry, but you make a good point.
Joey, roll to comfort or
Yeah.
support with mundane,
Got it.
because that is what you're doing.
Oh Lord, I hope this is good. This is not. I hope that.
Okay,
Oh, yo!
you got a hit. Let me see the specifics of this. So you're comforting or supporting, and on a hit, they hear you. So, Nicole, you can do one of a few things. You can mark potential, clear a condition, or shift your labels.
I'm gonna say I'm not gonna remove my condition yet because I think she'd still feel
Okay.
guilty. So I'm gonna stay with how I think my character would be. So I'll go ahead and just mark another
Cool.
potential.
You're definitely feeling comforted and supported, which is great. And yeah,
Yes.
you guys are talking about it, and you kind of move over chairs to the side and start talking for a while as there was some class left. And it wasn't a crazy amount of class left, but there was still some time that needed to pass.
Yeah. There were at least 2 races.
Yeah.
So.
But as you guys are sitting here, during a sort of lull, you notice some movements over behind the curtain, and as you peek your head around the corner, you notice that Evan is starting to move and look around and just saying like, "Oh man, the infirmary again.
Oh, hey, bud.
Hey,
He's awake.
hey guys.
How are you feeling?
Oh man, I'm feeling better. My head's still pounding, but he kind of feels his head, and his fingers come down, and they're not covered in blood. And he's like, "Hey, that's a good sign, right?"
Yeah. You took a crazy crash.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, that was a crazy crash. What happened?
Well,
That might be my fault.
Really?
Yeah, I saw what you were trying to do, and all I was trying to do was weigh you down.
Oh
But I guess my powers got a little carried away.
man, you you pack quite a punch, don't you? I mean, it's well, it's as fine as it can be. He kind of just feels his head and is like, man, so, where's the school nurse, if you don't mind me asking?
oh, he went to go and do something? Grab something?
Oh, cool.
Do you need some water?
Yeah, that would actually be awesome.
Right. And she like turns to get it and then is like, all right, I gotta be careful.
Yeah, you go over to the cups in the sink, and Alex, you look
Yeah.
over to Evan after Joey walks away, and he's not really looking at you. He's kind of trying to look away from you.
I kind of just stand there in the silence for a bit, and then I'm like, I'm sorry, and I know I understand if you don't really want to hang out or talk to me after this.
I mean, you don't seem like you're trying to hurt me. So I mean, well, like I said, it's as okay as it can be. It's just kind of rough, I mean, I guess we got to get ready to start getting thrown around pretty hard, right? If we're gonna be fighting supervillains and all that.
I guess this is good practice for that.
Yeah, really felt like I was fighting a villain today. And he takes the water as you walk up and goes to take a drink from it. And what he just said, that kind of hurts a little bit.
That does kind of hurt.
How do you react to that?
I have to go,
He
and I leave. I'm going back to
okay.
my dorm.
You open the
Oh.
door, but you're actually stopped at the door as you open it. And somebody walks in, though not who you were expecting to walk back into the infirmary.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
He looks at you and says, "Ah, good. You're all still here." And he steps in.
Oh. Hi.
Yes, hello.
Evan's awake.
Hey, Mr. Nightwalker. Hello, Evan. He looks to you and nods to you, Alex, and says, "So, what have we learned today?"
We've learned to be very careful who we use our powers on and when.
I would hope so. And he looks over to Evan, and he goes to the edge of the bed and says, "How are you feeling, boy?" Better. I was out for a while. Head still kind of pounding. Nightwalker looks to you, Joey, and just asks, has Catalyst seen him yet?
Yeah, he has. And he put a paste on his head. He said he'd be back.
Right. Well, the door opens up and he says, "I am returned!" "Oh, hello, Mr. Nightwalker." Catalyst nods to him. Catalyst sort of walks around and says, I have a few more things to give you to help the pain sort of subside. If you three could excuse us." "Yes.
Yes, of course.
I need to speak to them in the hallway anyways."
Right.
I hold the door.
Thanks.
Alex, as you're heading out, Evan, looks after you, seemingly conflicted, kind of, relieved that you're leaving, but not relieved about, what's about to happen. But as Nightwalker walks out, closes the door behind him, and he just stands ahead of you, his arms sort of crossed behind his back. And he says, "That race was quite interesting. You two went the entire time doing very dangerous maneuvers, though with incredible precision. And then at the end, when one of you crashed and burned, for some reason you decided to help each other to the end of the race. That is a good quality to see in an up-and-coming hero. But like you said, you must be much more careful about how you use your powers. We cannot have you killing anyone."
Yes, Mr. Nightwalker.
Of course, yeah.
It does pain me to say this, because you two did very well today. And he looks to you, Alex, and says, "I'm going to have to remove your grade for breaking the rules today, regardless of how well you did.
I understand.
I will keep your grades for the other events, but the track race, you are getting an F." He looks to you, Joey, and he says, "Evan did extend his powers towards you to use as leverage, I do understand. And you were not the one that enacted your powers upon him, so I will let you keep your score."
Thank you.
And he nods to you and says, "Now run along, Joey. I need to speak with Alex one-on-one."
Yes. Thank you again.
He nods to you.
And I give a nod and kind of a confident look to Alex, you got this, before walking off.
I nod back appreciatively. but
I don't know
nervously.
exactly which way I'm going, but I'm just turning this
Yeah,
corner.
you're just going back to the classroom to get your stuff. It's all good.
Cool.
But yeah, you disappear down the hall, and Nightwalker just sort of sighs, and he says, "I do know a rough estimate of the extent of your powers. I do have you on file. And I know that you are one of the students I was the most concerned about."
You may be right to be concerned.
You are just a teenager. I'm not going to treat you like a criminal, but I am going to have to keep a closer eye on you and your powers from here on. I was hoping there wouldn't be any trouble, at least on the first day, or within the first week. But if I see your powers going out of control, next time I'm going to have to stop it myself. This time, I was not able to... Well, things were happening quite quickly. I suppose that is also my fault. Either way, I'm going to have to report to Mr. Thimble about this, and it will work its way up to Headmistress Foresight. Given that your grade is being rescinded, I'm not going to enact any further punishment on you, especially since this was an unfortunate accident. But, well, I do not need to tell you any further to be careful.
Of course, Mr. Nightwalker.
And he sort of looks over you, and he's able to tell how guilty you're feeling. And he just sort of sighs again and says, "Run along. I need to check on Mr. Quartus." And he walks into the infirmary. So what are you thinking after that?
I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't have tried to come here. Maybe I should have just tried to live a normal life. But I'm here. I'm feeling a little bit better after what Joey said to me. And I'm just gonna try to wake up tomorrow and take it as a new day.
Cool. And just like that, your guys' first day of school is officially over. You all make your way back to
Yay!
wherever you need to go, whether it is, a fun little base, your dorm rooms, or what have you. And the day comes to a close. Let me get us some fun music here at the end. But with the first day coming to a close, you know that there are many more days coming ahead of you. And while, we had some victories today, we had some interesting losses and many strange events in between, it seems like this is going to be pretty standard going forward. And you can only wonder just how crazy the rest of your days here are going to be. You guys will get in trouble. You guys will get into fights, you guys will make friends, and you guys are going to be heroes. So next time on Star Heights Academy, we'll be exploring your second day at school. And that's it. That's all I have.
Yay! That was...
Audrey.
Oh wait, you know what?
Yay!
Sorry, it has some water in it.